Fire and Ice still on the outside. Tony goes in for one, gets him, and Inzim is also down. And Fire and Ice, despite the pressure from Hive, retakes the hill for their control, starts getting closer and closer to 300 point mark. TJ is gone, and Fire and Ice so close to victory.
What a beautiful retake. My main man, Tony, went nuts right there. He went nutty, but he bounced it around between two players from Hive, getting back A's off, getting beautiful bricks, getting downs. This is a very good hold by Fire and Ice. This map looks like it's going to be finished up on this hill. There is enough time for them to win it right now. They're down to 15 seconds, and I don't see Hive really pressuring up toward this hill again. They're not going to have enough time. This will be a 1-0 lead for Fire and Ice going into that second map execution. This is going to get very scary for Hive coming into this next map as well because of that map 4 looming with that 7-0 for Fire and Ice and their stats.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary, right? Regency, we already know, is going to be map number 4. For Fire and Ice taking map 1, though, Reactor is no small feat. Again, heading into when we saw that stat line for both teams, right? We were looking at a 1-1 record overall for Fire and Ice. We were looking at a record of 4-1 for Hive, right? So statistically, Hive was absolutely the favorites. And I talked about their stats being even across the board, Colin. And you can really see that kind of represented in the way that they were breaking the hills. I'm not going to lie, when they all 4 collect, even 3 strong were, pushing in as a unit and getting those breaks, they were doing so successfully. But Fire and Ice was rotating a little bit earlier and I think had more impact overall once they were set up earlier because their defense was strong, that wolfpacking was in. I think overall the scoreline obviously being 300 to, I believe, 174, Colin. This was a great map between both rosters regardless.
Yeah, what a first map. I'm trying to think of the words to use. Again, it's not really lucky. It's the way the spawns worked out for Fire and Ice, though. Yeah. Because for me, one of the things that really stood out is in the hills that Hive was able to control, the spawns for Fire and Ice were more with their teammates, more in an area where they could kind of keep the controlled fight, keep the fight in front of them. There was a lot of fights, though, toward the end of that map, where either Fire and Ice would get somebody into the middle of the map or far away from the hill, far away enough from the hill to allow the 90-degree spawn. And what I mean by that is instead of having the fight in front of you, it's now there and to your left. It's not behind you, it's to your left.
Yeah.
And it's really hard, especially on Reactor with those Lancer lanes, to really play defense to your left. Like, I know I keep saying the word left like it's some kind of godsend, but I just want you to imagine, it's a cover-based shooter. You're squatted down behind a wall, and all you can do is go left and right on that wall. You can't go forward because that's where Fire and Ice is already attacking you from. And oh, by the way, you can't go backwards because that's the end of the map. So you're stuck on the wall going side to side, and somebody spawns directly to your left. It is so unbelievably hard to overcome that. We saw the only time they did was TJ having to go absolutely crazy up some stairs and get a double kill. If you don't have him going double kill in that situation, that's an even worse scoreline for Hive.
And, there was 2 players on Fire and Ice who really impressed me, and they really lived up to the stats that they currently have, and that's Dyslexic and Exploits. We already know Dyslexic is a hot slayer. He's the one who has the most caps and breaks for his team, statistically speaking. It makes sense. You want that guy such as Dyslexic, who's just, cracked out of his mind at times, Colin, to get in that hill and just do what he does best, and that's slay out. Exploits, though, has a tremendous KDA, and the reason why he does on control, obviously, is because he is the one who's consistently picking up your M-bar, consistently picking up your torque bow, and at times even the frags. He's a walking tank, and he's a high-impact player. Got a, decent caps and breaks. He's always there fighting for that hill alongside that of the rest of his teammates. Of course, him and Dyslexic are the main guys who are going to be, fighting for that hill control. But I think both of those guys played very, very well. Really impressed with Fiercely at multiple times as well. You highlighted him multiple times throughout that map. Again, big win overall for the boys of Fire and Ice. They're hungry for the victory. 300 to 174 was the scoreline. That's a pretty dominant win, but again, I think it was overall a very well fought out battle, tooth and nail on multiple hills. We're heading in to Clock Tower Execution. Now, Clock Tower Execution is a decent map for both of these rosters. Who are you favoring heading into this? Because one of the players who really stands out stat-wise is Solars. I believe he has a 4-point-plus KDA, brother. He is insane, not only in the kills, but also in those assists.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that sets him apart and allows him to be such an impact player for Hive. The thing that worries me for Hive in this map is how quick Fire and Ice is. And by that, I mean, off the initial, they get to their spot very quickly. And if Fire and Ice is coordinated enough, I believe we'll see a bunch of strategies built around trying to get exploits into the sniper, get him into that spot to pick it up, because we all know how deadly he is with it. You get that in his hands. He then goes for those body shots, and it stops being about whether or not you can survive that shot or whether or not you can play back enough. It now becomes about you having to deal with a secondary fighter, because I doubt Exploits, as good as he is getting headshots, he's not going to go for highlight reels. He probably just wants to finish us off. He'll get any kind of shot he wants onto you. Once he hits the body, somebody's going to get the call out, and then somebody's going to press you trying to hit 3 to 5 pellets and put you butt down on the ground.
So you're worried about the intensity, right? You know, Fire and Ice. And fair enough. I think that's a real thing, because we do see Fire and Ice get aggressive. Now, granted, for Clock Tower, they've only played it once, as far as I can tell. They've only played it once. It was against Dream Conspiracy. They won 6-3. As far as that goes, you know, Canals, Checkout, Tomb, those are the maps that they've been, you know, kind of fighting for in the rotation. Now, granted, Fire and Ice has several 3-0s or 4-1s. So it's not like they're going to game 5 a lot, which means there might be not as big of an opportunity to play on Clock Tower per se as other teams who have played on Clock Tower a little bit more. I do want to say something, though, as far as that aggression call in for Fire and Ice. There are a lot of times I'll see a team, you know, initiate that push off the rip. They'll get aggressive only to be put into the fatal funnel. They get Lancered out from that back pillar guy as well as the guys on tree. Could that aggression from Fire and Ice kind of be counteracted by Hive backing up and putting them into blinders, so to speak?
I think the best counter for it is less about going for those double Lancers to get shots on. It's going to be more about the player playing the bottom of the map, whether it's going to be Inzem or Dyslexic, and that is a big matchup down low. That's a 1v1 for the ages. Dyslexic with a bunch of shots on to Inzem. Beautiful job to get the damage on him, press him back and forth. I like that Inzem, once he got a little bit of the damage lead, actually stuck with it and tried to make sure he went down. Right here, you're playing a little tit-for-tat game, because what those players in the host pocket are doing is they're looking over the top and getting shots onto you as you try to push into that tank. Now it's a full 4v4 up top. Everybody's up here going and vying for their positioning, jockeying toward that sniper rifle. That's a body shot out by Demise on a Dyslexic, and you saw Dyslexic. He sat on down. He said, that's a lot of damage.
He said, I don't want this anymore, brother. Hey, give me a breather, okay? You can't really push, though. For Dyslexic, Toady, and even Exploits in this kind of, you know, spot. And even on the other side, right, for Demise and Inzem, their job is to stay alive. You do not want to drop in this moment. You don't want to be the first down. You don't want to be the first blood. I mean, first blood is just a terrible spot to put your team in. Obviously, at a man disadvantage. Fire and Ice is trying to bait out Inzem if they can with the Lancer Fire. And Exploits is being kept in check by the pillar players. Now, for Hive, though, they are too strong on those back pillars. Maybe they have an advantage with TJ and Solars to get that quick pick on the long shot, depending, because Fiercely is only really the only one who can keep them in check, if you will. But we're still at that standstill. Overtime starts in about 30 seconds.
Well, what we're going to see here is, I think the first thing you're going to have to worry about is Inzem has left hand on that toe spot, on that secondary spot, excuse me. They could pressure across to go for that pick, but now with the hill spawning in 15 seconds, Fire and Ice, this is the intensity. This is the quickness I was worried about. You see how fast they flew down to the bottom? The only difference is his Exploits got called out. He was all by his lonesome. Now 4 members from Hive have to actually push into that back car area, make sure the Dyslexic and Fire and Ice can't get into the hill. They're going to try to get touches on it. Captured in 1 second. Beautiful back roll by TJ to get the kill. Hive, they come away with round #1, and that bad boy went to the overtime, and it was a mad dash for the hill behind that car. We ain't talking no salesman. There was no cash involved.
Hey, man, it's always a mad dash for those hills, right? Because you cap it so quickly, and if you got that man advantage, you got to pounce on it. Why doesn't Dyslexic fully commit for the torque bow in that moment, though? Why doesn't he go for the torque? Because that torque would have been massive battling for that hill.
The extra 2 seconds gets them in a spot where they can sit on the sandbags and Lancer him out as he comes out, or worse, they have somebody sitting in the hill capping it up almost all the way up, and then he gets the shot off and they finish the cap off. But 2 big kills early. No third kill comes through. Inzem tries to rotate up, but I mean, he's stuck between 3 players from Fire and Ice. They're going to bounce in, finish him off. That was a beautiful aggression round by Fire and Ice. You saw they didn't play around with anybody. They pushed straight up. They got into the face of Hive early, and they just applied pressure.
Brother, that was Exploits. I mean, my goodness. I mean, he just flew. At the team of Hive, no worries, reckless abandon, no care in the world, and that's that aggression you were talking about, Colin. One of the worries you had for Hive specifically, and that's Fire and Ice being aggressive. Round number one, they weren't aggressive. They played at the pace that Hive might be more comfortable with, and obviously we see the results of that. So maybe this is going to be Fire and Ice starting to, heat up and really show that aggression that we expected them to have early on.
Well, now a lot of shots are coming out. Beautiful shot right there, or, excuse me, a beautiful flash right there after the shot to be able to get that down, but they couldn't impact it because another flash came in, landed right in TJ's lap. Once again, stacked up 4-4 here. Lancer out for TJ once again. You see them backing up into that host pocket, backing up into that prison area where that back pillar player is as well. Right here, this is going to be interesting because Inzem, again, it's left hand, so you're going to need a lot of damage on exploits to try to be able to allow Inzem to go for that rotation and get that one shot down, maybe even that chunk from that position.
Yeah, Fiercely's not making his life easy as well, and you can't really even keep him in check. So for Inzem, making that push, he has to expect not only is he going in left-handed, but he's also being peppered by Fiercely as well. It's just not a good situation. Fiercely backs up, maybe an opportunity here to push onto exploits is there. Hive takes their time once again alongside that of Fire and Ice. And the last time this played out, Colin, Hive won this because they played effectively for the overtime hill. Maybe we run into the same situation if Fire and Ice isn't careful. I expect Fire and Ice to make the first move, quite honestly.
Well, that's because Fire and Ice, I think what they're going to have to worry about is, or what Hive is going to have to worry about if Fire and Ice does make that first move is, like I've been talking on that secondary position, they've got right hand, so they might get a little bit of damage and be able to pressure up. Look at this. They throw the flashes, they get it down, and now they're going to break out into this fight. TJ has the nades down low. That hill is going to be spawning momentarily at those double cars in between a couple of players. Inzem and TJ try to get to the backside of this car. There's nobody here to help them. There's a down on Inzem. TJ playing ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, all of Hive. They fall down. Demise, he ain't got an ice cube chance in hell. He gonna die just the same. 2-1. Fire and Ice take the lead.
And one of the players that really helped in that bottom fight was Seven, and that was Toady, I do believe, up top, lancering down for his teammates, and Dyslexic feeling more comfortable to challenge that of TJ and even the other members from Hive as they were going ring around the rosy, as you said, around that car. So fair enough. Great job from Toady to see that as an opportunity. He takes it, helps out his team members. Let's head into round 4, Colin.
Oh, Exploits waited for that second flash and went for the same little move, that same little back A move that he went for a couple of rounds ago, and it was called out and basically scouted perfectly by Hive, and now they've got the 4v3 advantage. And you see they're going to rotate one person down. Smoke's out now, another flash into the area, trying to stop that Lancer. They might try to rotate into that back pillar, try to go for these kills. Another big down by Solars, gets the meat shield. Dyslexic on a big flank, 2 big shots out, double bounce out, gets the kill, trying to get up into the face of another player. Won't be able to get that next one, but now it is a 2v2 stacked up. Meat shield in the area.
Do they get away? Do they get away?
Nades. What happened to the nades?
I don't know, but at this point, it's going to be a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. Dyslexic was the hero just earlier, bringing this fight down to a more manageable position for F&I. Oh, he barely gets away.
Well, I don't think he pick nades.
I don't think he, oh, but yeah, you're right. He doesn't pick nades, and Dyslexic can force a 1v. Now, the biggest question, though, you have to ask is, where's the overtime hill going to be, Colin? Because at this point, Hive, if it's up top, then obviously Dyslexic, he probably doesn't make it out of here. But
Dyslexic, I think, is going to stay here and try to throw him up through that hole. If it's up top, he's going to try to get that first kill using the...
Oh, no. Okay.
Or he's going to bank one off into his lap.
You know what? I'm laughing, but good on Dyslexic to go on that flank, because at that point it was a 4v3. He knew I need to pull off some heroics. He gets that early tag damage. I think it was on Inzem, and then he starts making that push forward. Inzem ultimately lives, but he was instrumental in picking up 2 members from Hive. If he gets Toady out of that spot, which I think Toady was on his last down and was eventually finished off, they were trying to chain revive. Maybe, just maybe, F&I wins that round on the back of Dyslexic and Toady, but ultimately Toady falls. Dyslexic in a rock in a hard place. And I guess the nade he just didn't want the smoke at the end.
Shots over the top. No smokes thrown out just yet. Trying to look for the opening. Exploits here has to be concerned about the same possible maneuver being used against him, and that's why he's kind of staying out this backside. He's trying to stay just away from that corner, trying to make it a little bit harder for anybody to make a move. see here. Not giving into it. Inzem is not getting baited out. He's not pushing into that fight. Once again, this is one of those situations where somebody's going to have to learn to make a move, try to make that next initial push. Because it could be bad news bears if they do not.
And nobody's really tried to go for long. Here's the actual, speak of the devil, Fiercely finally goes for it. I was about to say, no one has even laid their hands on the long shot, but finally Fiercely gets it. Hive tries to counteract by getting a pick. Great body shot. Not enough, though. But even so, for Fire and Ice, having that long shot in Fiercely's hand is going to be deadly. And Hive is going to have to be very cautious as to how they approach this fight. Plus, she also, I believe, player 7 drops down low. Yeah, Dyslexic goes and picks up the frags and Fiercely hands off the long shot to Exploits, which, of course, you got to give it to Exploits. So at this point, player 3, he's going to challenge down low, go on the flank. I think he's going to be put in check, but how does Hive battle against the frags and the long shot, Colin?
It's going to be hard to. You got to try to bait out the first frag, but while you're running around like chickens with your head cut off, you got to not get hit by the body shot or the headshot of Exploits with that sniper in his hand. Right now, that hill spawning there, it's almost inevitable that it's going to be all over with the crime because they're going to have to push straight into that hill.
My only worry is, oh, okay, so frag connects onto Inzem, and that was my worry, was going to be demise on the flank. I didn't want Fire and Ice to kind of get carried away and forget about it, but ultimately, they'll go ahead and take that round in the way of the overtime hill. They just had 3 members. You know, again, that was the first fight. Round 5 was the first time we had seen anybody lay their hands on the long shot, because up until that point, no one was making any moves for it. So good on Fiercely to see that opportunity, smoke out, get his hands on it, and really put that pressure to Hive early on.
Yeah, and Hive is almost playing from behind on this, I think. I think this is one of the things that people need to take note of against Fire and Ice right here on Clock Tower is Hive seems like they're not playing the way they want to. They're having to answer Fire and Ice's decision making.
100%.
Dyslexic goes for the nades early, is full red. They have the right side of the spawn though, so nobody can actually angle him out from up top. They can't see him behind that van, so it's impossible to try to get that kill on him. Dyslexic might be able to get away for free. The player up top of the host pocket tries to get some shots on him. Full red doesn't go down. Dyslexic just by the skin of his teeth, by the hair on his chinny chin, and I'm not sure how many are there. Now Inzem's on the flank. Frag out to the left of Inzem, bounces one off the back cubby corner. Full red, beautiful answer shots by Dyslexic, get the down. And they have TJ down. This is looking like it's 4-2, and Hive are gonna have to continue to play from behind.
Yeah, you know, you said it best. And I was about to say the same thing, Colin. Hive isn't playing their game. They're playing Fire and Ice's game. You know, when Fire and Ice slows it down and doesn't challenge, even so, Hive isn't making a move, right? There's no distinctive move. They're literally waiting until the ring pops up, you know, the overtime ring. But up until that point, they do not try and strike. You know, Inzem wants to, you can tell, right? Even on the left hand, he wants to push forward, but he doesn't. So at this point, Fire and Ice has been dictating the pace for all 6 of the rounds we have seen so far.
Here we come to round at number 7. Hive needs to start finding an answer. They need to start being able to pressure players from Hive. Beautiful little flash out.
They got to fight for long shot or frags or something. There's an answer.
They finally did. Inzem fought for him, but Exploits is going to get the snipe and get to be able to go wherever he wants. And as a matter of fact, they push across the map. They got Demise and his teammate full red, I believe. Thankfully, though, they finally hit a shot to be able to get that kill. Inzem is now down. I don't know if they got the pick on him. They did not, so the nades are now off the map, because there wasn't a meat shield pick. So it's 3 versus 3, no nades, and Exploits has the sniper and an immediate rotation down to the bottom hill. They know where it's going to spawn. They're going to rotate down here, set up all the way at the backside of the car with both power weapons, and they're going to make Hive make a miracle play.
Yes, one of the things that Fire and Ice does very well, at least from the one time that I've watched him play on, well, I've seen him play on Clock Tower multiple times. Obviously, only once in Pro League, but you got to consider and factor in E-Days as well. They love to get the long shot and the torque bow and really utilize the bottom side, especially whenever you know, the new hill is coming up. Now for Fiercely, he drops. It's a 3v2. Still, you have to consider the torque bow and the long shot, but things just got a little bit better for Hive depending. They do have the man advantage, so when that overtime hill does eventually pop up, which I assume Hive doesn't make this push, why would you? Hive is going to be at a distinct advantage positionally, so it's going to be up to F and I to get a pick.
I think this is going to be weird. They don't have any smokes, I don't think. I'm looking at they have 1 flash in the hand of Demise. That's the best they got as a flash. Maybe they'll get the frags just in time for the hill to spawn. waiting over it. There the frags go. So Demise now has 2 frags to throw. They need to push up into this hill. They need to get into this area where they can stop them from being able to hold on to them. They're looking for that snipe player. Demise is going to push out. They go for the hip fire. They go for the fantastic shot. And it's not a miracle play. It's a lot of very, hey, man, I'm trying to make a point over here, Exploits, and you're just going to blow my man's head off like that, all right? I know you didn't want to go down without a fight, but that's just rude, dog. That's just rude.
You know, Colin, quite honestly, again, it comes down to Hive having the positional advantage, right? And those frags and holding on to the frag. Yeah.
If Fiercely doesn't go down 3v3 and they've got the 90-degree angle, it's all over but crying in that round. But Fiercely loses the 1v1, and that's what I was about to say. It opens up a world of opportunity for Hive to go for a retake.
And that was a weird push by Fiercely too. You know, he goes in for the no scope. I don't know if that's necessarily a thing for the Torpo per se, but doesn't even aim down sights. Doesn't even really try to be accurate with it. He just tries to go for a body shot up close, and he's hit those, but it was, in my opinion, too reckless of a play. Now, this is going to be a tricky spot for F&I as they try to go for the pick on the long shot, but ultimately end up a little bit more poor than they started off with. Exploits, though, hits a nice shot, brings it to a 2v2. Fiercely's going to be by himself now, hitting some great body shots, and Fire and Ice makes it out of that. That was almost an impossible situation, at least in my eyes, as obviously Hive was getting those Lancer shots. You know, they had the aggression. That was the first time we have seen Hive made a distinct move off the rip, but ultimately Fire and Ice, up close and personal, they win their engagements.
And I like that fight by Fire and Ice. Again, it's they're being able to make play calls. They're ahead. They're being able to pick and choose what fights they want to take. Whereas Hive is having to play from behind this whole entire map. They're not being able to make any play calls. And this, to me, almost looks like a team that's not very versed, not very experienced in execution, getting welcomed to it. And I really don't think they should, because they have a guy like Solar's on their team, but Solar's never was, you know, touted for having the being... Toady, I don't know about that.
That can't happen. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just... This is a very interesting situation because I just wouldn't imagine that Hive would be having a team really make them make the decisions the entire map.
And you got to really think, if Toady doesn't take out Dyslexic there, how does this round play out? It's really hard when you take down Dyslexic that early on. Then Toady, I don't know, tries to redeem himself. Just Blades of Glory. just heads down straight into 2 players on balcony and ultimately drops his life off trying to make that move. But, you know, the chips fell as they did. So let's head into a round number 10, and an opportunity for Hive to come back, send it to round 11 is absolutely here, depending on how Fire and Ice plays this out. And we might have a battle for frags down low once again. We haven't really been seeing that up. Maybe round 1, maybe a couple of times here and there, but it's been very sparing overall. But looks like we're going to be at a bit of a standstill for the time being. Dyslexic does rotate up. Do frags go to Hive? Yeah, they do. So Enzim picks him up. Let's see what they do with them. These frags could be huge, but F&I's making the move.
F&I had a lot of damage across Exploits, gets called out on that front side of the pillar. Never ends up getting it down from where he was, but 3 kills come out. It's going to be a 3v1. Enzim's going to bounce around, try to make a miracle happen here. He's going to go down. That's going to be the end of map number 2. Fire and Ice deliver the beat down after a beautiful map 1. They get a succinct map 2. They're going to win this thing 6-4. And Enzim is going to have to spend about a week and a half in the hospital as his kidneys are never going to recover from this one.
Oh, man, no. And that head, he's going to have to see a nice plastic surgeon, brother. Nice plastic surgeon to fix all that damage. Hey, 6-4, Fire and Ice leading 2-0 over Hive. They're looking to make this a quick series. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down both of the first 2 maps and obviously talk about escalation on Vascar. Gears Pro League Split 3 Phase 1 Day 8. We just witnessed a clock tower execution between Fire and Ice and Hive. Fire and Ice takes the victory 6-4, and they now lead the series 2-0. Things are getting scary for Hive, who has been on fire as of recently, but Fire and Ice has put Hive on ice, it seems, and, well, Fire and Ice is all fire. Let's see, or let's at least break down execution. And for me, it came down to, and I know you kind of pointed this out, right? Hive not making any moves. They did here and there, but for the most part, Hive seemed way too passive, Colin.
They did seem way too passive, and it seemed like they were trying to make they were making decisions, but it was like every time they wanted to go for a play or they wanted to call out what might be going on, it was stopped at the front door by Fire and Ice. They said, look, no deposit, no return, no entry, no trespass, whatever you want to say. And then every time Fire and Ice said, we're going to throw this at you, it was like Hive basically looked at him with hands up like, I have no idea what you're doing. I don't know why you're doing it either. So what is going on here? And yes, it's 6-4, but a lot of those rounds by Hive were won because Fire and Ice it kind of fell to the wayside in a 1v here or there. They gave up a position. They gave up an initial. It was one of those situations where Fire and Ice had that map in hand for all 10 of those rounds. I never once doubted or thought, like last night, I thought we might see a comeback after 2 rounds won. Last night, I thought we might see a comeback when it was like 3-3 or 4-3, whatever it might be.
Right.
Tonight, I'm like, I don't give a damn if it's 5-1 in favor of Hive. I never felt like Fire and Ice was not in control of it.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I have to ask you, it's probably not this, but I'm going to say it anyways. Is that more of a fear factor of what, like, okay, if Fire and Ice brings the heat, if they get aggressive, we don't want to deal with them up close and personal. So then that translates into, let's play passive and kind of put them into the fatal funnel, if you will. But obviously playing too passive gave Fire and Ice way too much of an edge.
I don't know if it's playing passive. I was going to try to make this point during the matchup. Solars was never looked at as the brains of the operation. He was the perfect soldier. He's always been the perfect soldier. It's why he gets that moniker. It's why I continue to say that that's what he is. He's not going to come up with a bunch of different looks. You and I got to cast over a team that threw 8 different looks in 8 different rounds. They didn't care what their opponent was going to do. They were going to stick with their game plan. They didn't change. When they played that 3-man behind back pillar first round, they lost it, but they didn't play up because all of a sudden they realized, oh, crap, we're going to get pushed. They continued the strategy. Hive looked at this and said, 2 up, 2 down, 1 back pillar. 2 up, 1 down, 1 back pillar. 2 up, now 3 up because they're doing 3 up. So let's go 3 up with 1 back pillar. And it's like, guys, make a decision, show some light. This is not the Hive we have seen of recent.
I agree.
Not the Hive that I thought was going to win. It's the reason I damn well picked them and thought that they were going to continue to play at that top tier level. I need to see life out of them. I need to see them fight back. If I was a ref in a boxing match, I'd be going, what day is it? What's your name? Do you know where you are? Is this Paras or the MGM, baby?
And it's funny because coming into this, it was so hard for me to go with Fire and Ice. It really was. And I debated, even after I sent my predictions in our chat, I said, do I really want to stick with F&I? Do I want to switch it up last minute and go with Hive? Because the more I kind of, dove into the stats, I said, well, Hive can do this. Hive really can do this. And obviously with Hive's, pedigree as of recently, why couldn't they do this? Why couldn't they dethrone Fire and Ice, or maybe not even dethrone them, but at least beat them, right? Give them one of their few losses that they currently have. And I'm not seeing that Hive, that deadly Hive that I was expecting to see tonight. The deadly Hive that I have seen in the past, they're falling very, very flat. Now, one of the things, though, that I will say that worries me about Hive is, again, you have 2 very distinct players. And you mentioned one of them, obviously, being of TJ, right? TJ is a phenomenal player, great IGL. He's really coming to his own. He is just, I'm in love with the guy, okay? He just plays very well. And Solars is another guy on that roster. If he performs well, Hive is on fire. I don't think TJ and Solars have been playing up to par with how they've been playing as of recently. And if those 2 are falling flat, that's 2/4 of your roster and 2 of your deadliest members. If they're not there, Hive isn't there. And right now they're not there and Hive isn't there. Now, things could turn around though, Colin. We're heading into escalation on Vaskar. And I know when it comes to Vaskar for Hive, you know, it's been hit or miss, but they did beat VQ on this map 5-3. That's an impressive victory. When you look at Fire and Ice, though, they are struggling on Vasker, which is funny because go back, you know, split 2 phase 2, and even in the spring major, you put Fire and Ice on Vasker, you're like, man, these guys are going to be good here. Dyslexic tears it up. He loves a Seeker, man, but Fire and Ice has been very flat on Escalation, but more so here on Vaskar.
Well, here we go into the first round of Escalation, and a 2-2 split is on the map right now, and it looks like Demise is a little lackluster, really, kind of waiting back and forth across the arrivals, seeing where the first move is going to be made. I think what needs to be said and what's going to be important is Inzem and the Inzem and Demise have the elevation. They're probably going to have to give that up and make a push over to the home hill of Fire and Ice. And you know what I got to stop forgetting, Taylor?
I'm all ears, man.
I got to stop forgetting that Fire and Ice was just the grand finals.
Do you really forget that?
All the time. All the time.
Because it's so new, right? You know, because F&I was always that team that performed well in E-Days, performed well
when I
in,
think of second
Pro
place,
League.
that's only meant for one team in my head.
PK?
I'm not going to say it. You said it. You said it, Taylor.
Well, and that's not a dig, all right? I'm not digging like Jacob did that one time where he made that questionable comment. I'm just saying, Colin. I'm just saying, for Pittsburgh Knights, they were always in second place. Now, now, they're probably a top 8 team, but
I really honestly forgot
they were there
just in the finals, which is why I think I keep picking against them. My brain's like, this is the Fire
Why do you
and
think
Ice
I keep going for them, Colin?
But that's what worries me is I'm like, what does Taylor know that I don't know? And then I'm like, crap, they were just in a grand finals.
You know, I have always, you know, more often than not, seriously, across all phases, I have gone with Fire and Ice, and I've been going pretty consistently with Fire and Ice, even when Krabby's was on the roster, because I believe in the org, I believe, but more importantly, I mean, you can believe in org all you want, but I typically believe in the roster that Fire and Ice is able to put together. This roster's been playing together for a while now, Colin. A couple splits, okay? So Fire and Ice, they 4-man unit. They're confident, they're strong, and like you said, second place in the spring major. Now, did they get beat down in grand finals? Without, like, they got destroyed, manhandled. It was my first grand final I ever cast, and all of a sudden, in 5 minutes, it's over with, okay? I wanted a little bit more, okay? But overall, for Fire and Ice, they are a great team. But that standstill, I just want to say, was the most boring Gears I have seen yet. Thank goodness the teams make a move. But for Hive, they get the 2-1 off the rip.
And they get a beautiful couple of shots there in the middle, but both players from Hive kind of falling and opening up the rotational flank by exploits. And I don't know if they know he's there yet, but they're going to know here momentarily as Demise and Inzem are going to get shot in the back. They come back off of respawn to try to get the kill. Demise will get it. They get the A-hill back. The C-hill is yet to be retaken by Fire and Ice, and you're going to see Hive try to probably get up onto this B-hill. But this is a weird situation because Hive needed to go. They needed to press. They needed to... What is happening? What?
This has been a funky round, brother. Like,
bring me a defibrillator, my man. I'm losing it over here.
Dude, you know what? I don't even know how to use it, so you're screwed. You know what I'm saying? Colin, if that unless you go and practice in the airports on those mannequins, okay? You know, then I think you'll be good to go. But now all hills are going to be decapped. Hive, sure. Well, it comes down to 2v2 on B. I mean, this is everything.
Yeah, and beautiful shots by TJ. Get the win there. Up to Toady. Toady hits a brilliant shot, but doesn't get the kill or the hill, and it's going to come all the way down to the wire, but it is indeed going to go the way of Hive in round number 1.
That was not a fun round to watch. Yeah, that was... I'm going to be honest. You know, from what we've seen in Control and what we've seen in... I mean, honestly, that kind of mimicked execution on Clock Tower, Colin, where you have a standstill for like 2 minutes and then they play for overtime, you know? And it kind of came down to like, all right, we're at 150, now let's make a move. Okay, now let's make that first move.
It was, that first round was a lot like finding out that the tuna and Subway sandwiches isn't tuna.
What'd you say?
Have you not seen that Twitter story yet?
What's not tuna? Tuna's not tuna? At Subway?
The tuna sandwich at Subway is not actually made of tuna. And to be frank with you, the FDA couldn't identify the species readily that it's made of.
You're kidding me.
Go look it up, baby.
No wonder Subway has a high turnover rate. Hey, I'm just saying, okay?
You thought I was kidding.
That's frightening because I used to eat tuna all the time from Subway. You know, when I was deployed, Subway was my jam, brother. I'd go over there and try every combination possible. Every combination possible. All right, well, fair enough. I'm not eating tuna
again. That might explain
again.
why you're so good looking.
Because I eat
God
tuna?
only knows what superpowers it gave you. You didn't eat tuna. That's what you got to remember.
No, I did eat tuna. I ate a ton of tuna.
No, you didn't. Whatever you got from Subway won't tuna.
You're right. Who knows what I ate? Check it out. Dyslexic clearly is eating his Subway tuna, though. All right, whatever it is. Mystery meat, okay, that you get at the DFACT or your Chow Hall. We got the big tank fight underway, though. 3v3, and nobody's been able to get this hill, man. It has been a battle, bro. This is like night and day from round 1 to round 2, but clearly the long shot has, kind of awoken the fighting spirit for both of these rosters. And also to mention, too, up top, player 4 does, in fact, take Charlie, and it seems as if the tank fight is finally won, and Fire and Ice will give Exploits that long shot and kind of double back to defend the push from Hive against A.
We see here we're Hive only with 1 hill, double in points or so. And setting up for the next retake, Hive is going to have to come off a spawn, and they're going to have to press right into the beautiful long shot ability of the one and the only Exploits, who has the 90 degrees. They come off these cubbies. Demise narrowly misses getting his head blown clean off the back of his shoulders, bouncing around, trying to keep out of the sight lines of Exploits, and Exploits is actually going to back all the way up. But Fire and Ice, that's what I was talking about from last round, is Fire and Ice knew that situation was not going their way, and they just immediately flew at Sea Hill. They said, let's just get over there at this point.
Yeah, and at this point, Hive is going to have to fly literally every single hill. Losing any member from this point on is going to be devastating. You can tell Hive, though, is going to break up for that 2-2 split. We have Fire and Ice now sending player 8 off of the respawn. Exploit's going to get a nice headshot. So let's keep your head down, brother. Exploits is connecting. I think he had a body shot there, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, though, this is looking like an F&I round very shortly. And this 5-4 Hive onto A needs to be won without question, without contention, but already a headshot is in. Demise is by himself. A gets broken. All hills get broken, as a matter of fact, but F&I recovers with the 2 hills and wrap it up. It's going to be 1-1.
1-1 Fire and Ice. They find the way to win this round. And what I think needs to be said is, again, Hive is just not making any moves in a timely fashion. This is so worrying in just a general sense. I'm not sure if they're just packing it up, if they blew their double barrel load last round, what it might have been, because they seem like they're on E, baby.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried, brother, because, man, this series is not what it's cracked up to be. I mean, it's really, granted, Control, and I'll continue to say Control was great, even though it ended in a way of 300 to 174. I think it was a massive battle. I was impressed with how Hive was breaking the hills and at times holding the hills, but even so, they do lose by more than 100 points. Execution in 6-4. I mean, I guess on paper you could say it's close, but like you said, Hive not making a move, and here on Fastcar, nothing happens. I mean, literally nothing happens until Fire and Ice says, okay, enough is enough, let's push forward. And then Hive reacts. But other than that, Hive isn't doing anything.
Yeah, Hive is just sitting back. It's like they're expecting themselves to win all these fights and be able to just come through in the clutch for themselves and get these kills, get these hills. And they couldn't do it on execution, and they sure as hell aren't doing it right now in escalation.
Another standstill. Both teams staring eye to eye. Which one's going to ask the other to the prom, I don't know, but the 3v3 continues over at Bravo. The 1v1 between A and C, between 4 and 6 Enzim and Dyslexic might break out, but who knows? It's the most unique escalation Vascar, and we've casted a lot of escalation Vascar, and this is by far the slowest Vascar I have seen to date. Huh.
Somebody nerfed Vascar without us knowing.
Yeah,
I don't even know. When I say nerfed, I don't even have any idea what they did to it.
Is there an invisible wall we don't see where they're like, hey, we can't cross this point until like X amount of points have been gained? Maybe. Huh. All right, smokes are down. Let's see a push. Not just yet. All right, Toady, let's go, baby. Nice shot onto TJ. Demise is going to go ahead and bait and switch so TJ can get his health back up. Toadi's going to continue to push forward with his teammate of Fiercely, or excuse me, player 5 is going to be Toady. So Toady is actually going to pick up both of those players, and Hive, once again, standing still until Fire and Ice makes a move. Fire and Ice finally makes that move, and then Hive isn't ready for it.
Without a doubt, and Fire and Ice again with a 2-1 hill lead, they're just going to be able to continue to rack these points up and just make life miserable for Hive and all their fans. Inzim tries to push up with that retro, tries to get it down, but Exploits is already over there. He's going to be able to hit this body. Ooh, misses it just by a little inch, but now he knows that the snipe is in the area. Dyslexic has a backup plan, and look at that. Over on the opposite side, Toady gets the decap, which he doesn't even go for the triple cap domination. He knows if he stands there, it's basically just sacrificing his life. Instead, he plays around the hill, making it very difficult for them to come back into this round because the lead's just going to continue to amass and build up. Thankfully for Hive, though, they got the decap on C. They're getting their home hill back off of respawn. Just a matter of time before they could get back into this, but it was a for me, that was a beautiful little play by Toady to try to make it that much harder.
It really was. And he almost wins that fight, too, but TJ backing up, getting out to a coin flip, at least for my eyes. Fire and Ice now with the 2-1 back in their favor. And again, same narrative as a couple of rounds ago, right? Hive has to be perfect and flawless in this push. They are split up 2-2 on opposite sides of the map. 5 is going to get engaged on player 3. Obviously, Exploits in front of you is going to be there for the 1v2. Good movement. Exploits is staying alive and dancing around, picking up Inzim. Solars now is going to be just down below. He's finished off and wrap it up. Fire and Ice will lead 2-1 over Hive.
Fire and Ice, just I'm trying to look for motivation to get super hype and super into this, but Hive is not giving me any reason to believe that they're going to come back in this match. They're doing the same thing they did on Execution, and I just don't get it. Why? I don't get what's going on with them tonight. Like, I'm trying to look for what's off, and without being in the comms, without being able to talk to these players face to face like we would at a LAN event where I could walk up to them after they finish playing and be like, hey man, can I just have a moment to ask you what the hell just happened over there?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest with you, but one thing is for certain, there's got a shock and there's a retro, and Fire and Ice being on the arrival spawn is most likely going to make an aggressive early move for the long shot. They've done that before, right? When they were on arrival spawn, the long shot was placed in round number 2, and I expect them to be very aggressive here, and they know Hive's not going to challenge them. This should be a free pick. Oh, and player 8 goes through mid. Player 8 goes through mid. That's going to be Fiercely, and he's going to be on the flank. These boys from Hive are about to be put into the blender.
Yeah, they have nowhere to run, really. They see one player rotate up to try to re-challenge, and that was going to be Demise, but Solars gets left up to his own devices. They get all the kills over there. They get the B-Hill, and thankfully Demise does find one kill, but a little bit of red might put him down and dead if he ended up getting body shot right there, but they're not going to be able to get anything going. Demise just, I mean, he's just going to continue to kind of do that little roadie strafe. He's not going to be able to go up and forward.
All right, they know they need to get this long shot out of the way. Exploits having just the utmost pressure put on, gets away, but nobody there to save the day. They'll leave him to bleed out. The battle's going to be on Charlie up top. Hive most likely is going to rotate. Well, I guess they're going to go through mid over towards C. They're going to force the 2v2, maybe a 4v2, as player 4 is going to be off the respawn. That's Inzim. And could be a bit of a mismatch. No, it's not going to be. So it's going to be a straight up 3v3 battle. Dyslexic, though, is going to be the first one to make the move. TJ has fallen. The team pickup is in, but you got to be careful. Now he only has 2 more downs left.
Dyslexic is basically going to be able to hold down the house and home over there at C because he's playing that front position up on that pillar. Exploits in a 1v1. It's not a massive 1v1. Demise will win it. You can see that they rotate Fiercely back into the area, and I like the movement quickly. Solars is going to move through the middle of the map, trying to offer up a little bit of help, a little bit of guidance here. Good shots onto Fiercely. They get the down, which will force the other 2 players from Fire and Ice up to try to get the kills here on TJ. That's a beautiful rotation. That's the first real signs of life we've seen out of Hive. They get the downs, they're going to get the kills in quick succession. Exploits has rotated over. That new snipe should be coming back up very shortly.
And very shortly indeed. Exploits wants it. Oh, he's not going to get it, though. You have to think TJ, baits him out. Solars is there for the help. And this is going to be a huge positive for Hive, especially this late in this round. You got to favor Hive at this moment. TJ cross map can't get the connection just yet. The battle for C will be underway shortly as TJ is going to go ahead and back up, get that angle if he can, plus pick up the fresh shock, which is going to be great. Because Fire and Ice can't pump on the brakes, right? They've got to get this break here, and it looks as if they're going to be successful in doing so. Now, the question is, how's the fight on B going to go, right? But I guess, really, that's not the question. C is just fine for Hive. They keep it locked in. Solars will win his fight cross-map, and Hive will tie up the first half, 2-2, going into the second.
And that's a good job as the hills are going to flip. The rounds are really going to change a little bit because that 1v1 over at E or 2v2, whatever it ends up being, is going to be much more important at the early goings. Hive shows signs of life here. They are 3 rounds away from getting their first map on the board and trying to get them back into this game as of now. On the edge right here, though, Fire and Ice looking to try to finish this off and win it 3-0 over Hive. But you see just a very difficult spot as you continue to lose these initials. You need brilliant mid-round plays. You need big wins in 1v1s like you just saw against Exploits in that last round to be able to give you that kind of momentum shift that you have going. Now we're going to see the Incendiaries out by Fire and Ice, opposite side Boltox and Shocks for Hive, try to use to get control over this tank and this long shot. 2-2 over here and a 3-2 over here and a 2 versus 1 on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Because for Fire and Ice, I think they're going to prioritize that they can get that free lane, that breakthrough, and get on the flank before Hive makes the first move. But Hive has already made that move, pushed up and punished the boys of FNI, or at least player 7, right? Plus, also, you got to account that Solars does get that long shot. And did Fire and Ice get the value they were wanting? Well, that's going to be a trade. Fire and Ice does get the 2-1 hill advantage, but I guess this pinch is going to be everything, depending on how it works out for them. Ensign was going to be in an up-close and personal battle with that of Exploits. Exploits, man, puts him on skates, takes him out. And the double back, the domination might come in. And again, a very different look for Fire and Ice, Colin, but it seems to be working. And Hive just barely holds on, man. That got scary for them. And it's still not over with just yet. FNI is still 3 strong.
I would say, honestly, that the thing that I think is putting FNI in front and in the driver's seat in this matchup is they've done a much better job of finding where their numbers are greatest or finding where the mismatch is and taking advantage of it faster than Hive has been able to answer it. And you saw in that one, a 3 versus 2 over by the tank, but I mean, Fire and Ice chilled out. They was big chilling in the Maybach machine, baby. They said, look, you're going to have to push against us if you want that sniper. Hive on the opposite end, they press over. They say, we got a 1v2 over here, and then I might be able to shoot him. We might be able to stop him from getting the E-hill, and then all of a sudden it was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. They got in the steamroller, and I became concrete.
It's going to be a 2v2 on F and D. Now, if Hive plays their cards right, maybe, just maybe, they lock into domination for FNI gets off the respawn, but I mean, that's going to be a perfect world. But with how the scoreline is, I mean, Hive kind of, that is their win condition, right? That's what they have to do. Both of these fights must be won. It's already a rough start. One 2v2 battle is going to be lost. The other one is going to ensue. Dyslexic hits Solars with an absolute break, goes for the cover, and nobody's there, and Tony will get the cleanup, and Fire and Ice will answer back, win the first round of the second half, and lead 3-2.
2 rounds away from a 3-0 as well, and I think, again, it all boils down to that initial. It boils down to Fire and Ice being able to take advantage of their numbers in just different situations as we continue to watch the developments here going into the later parts of this map. I think what you're going to have to see from Hive is they're going to have to start to really press the issue. They're going to need to be able to fight back in a situation where Hive is going to need to take control. They're going to have to grab Destiny by both haunches and let him have it.
All right, both haunches. See if they do grab onto him. I don't know what a haunch is. I want to be honest with you, Colin. What is that?
It's a haunch is like the back leg of a cow, and it's the easiest way to tip them when they're sick. Try to get them to expel, so that you can try to get rid of the sickness if they're not vomiting. So you grab the haunches and tip it. That's why you grab Destiny by both of them and let them, just flip them. Let them have it.
Grab those haunches, man. Pump me up, Colin. Let's see if Hive does grab those haunches. Fire and Ice right now is definitely doing it. Toadie's going to be dropped, though, so things do get a bit shaky. Exploits trying to be the hero, not going to happen. And Hive makes the first move, and once again is going to be rewarded with that long shot for themselves. Solars will pick that up. Fire and Ice is going to be at a disadvantage for once, right? They're not going to have that 2-1. They're not going to be able to take a big point lead. And they're spread across the map quite a bit. Player 6 is kind of in no man's land by himself. Does 8 go through mid? Does player 6, you know, fully commit for the challenge? Does player 3 even know he's there? I got a lot of questions.
Not a lot of answers as of right now. 3v3 over here. Solars takes a shot with a sniper. Doesn't find anybody looking for the body shot on that player that was marked. Beautiful shot there on the Inzem as he sees him slides into the cover. Goes up to the 90-degree. Doesn't hit the headshot there either. Another body shot on the exploits. We'll see that first down. Continuing to get the downs. One more will get this kill. It's a body there onto Toady. They're going to be able to press up now because that is a lot of damage done. Quick down and kill by Inzem. Now the fight will break out as exploits starts to fight back against the tide here. He gets that first kill on Inzem. Now he's got to worry about Solars. Gets the down with a snub on him. TJ's been killed off by Fiercely as well, and it's going to look like it's going to flip right over to the home hill, straight over to D. Everybody down, everybody dead. Fire and Ice, they are going to put themselves on possible map and match point if they can get one more set of slays.
Oh, yeah, they're going to do it. TJ's fighting. He's gone. Domination attempt once again coming through. Solar's at the 1-yard line. He's battling against a meat shield. One does get a touch. There's that final team fight you mentioned. Demise is going to try and stay alive as long as possible. The domination's coming in. Demise does get the touch. I think you can really see the writing on the wall depending, though. But, I mean, either way, though, look at this. I mean, even if Hive does stay alive here, they're not going to thrive by any means because Fire and Ice at the 200-point mark. Hive just at 112, but hey, Hive is still in it. The opportunity to tie up the series is, or excuse me, tie up this map is here, depending on how this goes. And the instance missed. So, Tony, you got to play this right.
There goes the first shot on Toady, trying to win one of these fights. Beautiful big down there, trying to continue to bounce around, stay alive for as long as he can. Pushing up. Dyslexic is trying to get over to that hill, trying to make sure that nobody can get into that area. They get their home hill neutralized right now, but they got to get triple breaks everywhere because Fire and Ice is 11 points away. Triple cap domination starting to get threatened here. Dyslexic with a touch resets it again. That's going to buy enough time maybe for them to get back into the F hill. They're going to throw flashes. They're going to fly. They get shots on an Inzem. Stay here and try to go for this cap, especially now that you got that down. Both players are mounted up on this brick. The revives will start to come through. The reset again, though, by Hive. They're starting to swarm toward the F hill, but right now everybody is starting to fall to pieces for Fire and Ice, getting down after down, but no kill comes through on it. Exploits! He's still alive! Exploit goes massive, and he gets the hill for the round, and 4-2 map and match point. Fire and Ice all fire tonight. They have yet to show signs of cooling off.
Man, and by the way, I want to praise Hive in that round, despite them losing, Colin. Remember, Fire and Ice was just narrowly away from a domination, but Hive never gave up. They never gave up. They got on the hill. They won their engagements and were just a hair away from winning that round, tying up the map 3-3. And then, you know, at that point, Fire and Ice's advantage goes away drastically. But exploits, my goodness. What a magnificent man. You know what I'm saying, Colin? Like, that guy pulled up, he went big, and made that round his. 10 points away, but 10 points could be an eternity with how Hive was so aggressive and their positioning. Exploits did what a lot of players could not do in that situation, and that was clutch up and make the round his. Very well done. Like you said, F&I, map point, series point. Let's see if they can do it.
F&I went for the early capture over there on the E-Hill. Couldn't get it off, so now you see them back up trying to play for a secondary pick there. They're looking for anybody to be able to get Lancered out. Fiercely will move up, throw a smoke over. He's going to try to blind out the Lancer of Inzem. The Incendiary, though, is huge out of Demise, getting that kill. I think Demise is going to try to push his luck here against Dyslexic. Inzem in the area pushed up because I think he knew that he was full red. I love the bounce action out from Dyslexic, trying to go for that little backslide onto that cubby, trying to get that next shot off. Inzem will have the hill. Dyslexic is going to get bled out here, and you see that they're rotating a third player over to that tank fight, and Hive is going to have to play this to try to stop the sniper rifle pick. Fiercely didn't go for it, and I actually like that play. He tried to sneak up to get that first kill, and he successfully did it. Meanwhile, it was answered back by TJ. You see now in a 2v1, it's going to be Toady hopping over the cover, actually lives the first shot. Full red, though, hasn't gone down. Inzem, thankfully, can save his teammate. A big 1v1 breaking out over the E-Hill right now. One again by Hive. but exploits, has gotten the sniper rifle and gotten out successfully.
He gets away. Oh, he had all the time in the world to connect. He doesn't. And what was that? Enzim, he could be thanking his lucky stars. He gets away from that one. Eyes put themselves in a great spot. Although the decap might come through onto E, Demise isn't going to let that happen with ease. He's going to push up and just keep that pressure real. Toadi's going to be Lancer down. Team pickup's going to be in place, but at this point, Hive knows we've got to push him. We've got to take this 2v2, now a 2v1, and make it happen fiercely. Though looking at clutch. Demise, though, will pick up one. Dyslexic now is going to come in for the refresh for F&I. And if Demise can also pick up Dyslexic here, he's going to be the hero, at least for this short period of time. Exploit is also going to be in a 1v against TJ on the other side. Toady will join into the mix. So this could be a 2-to-1 hill advantage depending on how this fight with Dyslexic goes, and Dyslexic is gone. Demise single-handedly, I know he's joined by Solars later on, Colin, but single-handedly basically holds down that hill for his team by himself, and Hive now is close to victory and close to a 3-4 scoreline.
And beautiful round here by Hive to get another one on the board, to try to get it to that round 8, try to get it to that round 9. It should be 4-3, and it will tick through right there. That all starts to me with Demise and ends with Demise. The Incendiary, the second kill there on Dyslexic, rotating over to that D hill late in the round to try to help put pressure on the opposite side of the map to keep the forces of Fire and Ice spread out. They have done a fantastic and a phenomenal job in that one. They do not get it tied up, though. They got to win another one to just get it even closer, just to tie it up, to try to get their first map on the board. Blocking the retro of Fire and Ice for a single round here, leaving the Incendiaries there. I'll be curious to see what Fire and Ice blocks. Will it be the Incendiaries or the Shock? It's going to be, looks like the Incendiary. No? Oh, back and forth we go. What is it? Oh, Shock. There we go.
Okay. And I think the Shocks have been hurting them, I think, more often than not. They'll take their chances with the instant, despite the instant kill potential. For Fire and Ice, though, getting their instant, I mean, that could be big. We'll see how that's going to play out, because the retro, fair enough, like, it does hurt, right? Especially with Fire and Ice's play style, but they're happy with the instant, too. And this is a side that F&I has an advantage on, right? They have a distinct advantage here. They can also go in for that early pick on the long shot. Clearly, they don't. But I do believe, historically, Fire and Ice is more comfortable on this side. I think any team is more comfortable on this side, Colin. So Hive is going to have to fight extra hard to send this to a round number 9.
Incoming fire!
Incendiary out by Dyslexic, trying to get the kill on Demise. I like this 1v1 here, and I like this spot by Dyslexic. A lot of damage put out toward Demise. Nobody's being able to get real control over this E-Hill, and Fire and Ice might get caught here in the blender down at this snipe, but a beautiful down on Solars will really start to open things up. It is now a 3v2. Enzem trying to go for a flank, trying to get behind the forces of Fire and Ice. Wasn't able to do it. TJ's going to get marked out and is going to have to try to get away with his life. He'll get up to the D-Hill, but Demise has won a very important 1v1. He came away with a big-time fight to win a hill. I would have really liked to see how he did that, though, because we all know how good Dyslexic is, baby.
Yeah, Dyslexic's that guy. But you know what? I will say, on Vaskar, oh, great shot for Toady. By the way, he lined that up for a lifetime. Body shot onto one. He's just making his presence known. 4 more shots remain. We'll go ahead and rotate over to join Dyslexic. I was about to say, though, Dyslexic, though, in the 1v spots here on Vaskar Escalation, I mean, across the board, I think, have been a little bit rough. I mean, for what it's worth. But, hey, it is what it is. You need the rest of the team to step it up, and they are. Things are starting to get hairy for Hive, Colin. This could be the end.
Yeah, Toady gets that headshot, shuts that first player down, shuts down Demise over on the opposite side of the map, opens it up for a big-time move at the E-Hill. That's it. That's 3-0. Hive, as dominant as they were last night, come out absolutely sleepwalking, it seems, in a lot of situations and get beat 5-3 on Escalation to go down to Fire and Ice.
Well, both of our matches that took place in a 5 p.m. Eastern time slot, that was Pittsburgh Knights versus Digital Gaming, Fire and Ice versus Hive, will end both in the way of a 3-0. So a very quick way to open up the show for Gears Pro League Split 3 Day 8. But it is what it is. Both teams showed up. They both have the same opportunity. Well, clearly Fire and Ice took that opportunity and they take the victory. And they look scary doing so. It's unfortunate, Colin. I know why you went with Hive in your prediction. It's a bold, I mean, not, excuse me, it's not a bold prediction. I'm just talking, but you know, I was really nervous for this matchup personally for Fire and Ice because Hive statistically and honestly how they've been playing recently could do it, but they fell so flat today that it was very disappointing to see their performance with how they've been playing in the previous weeks.
Extraordinarily disappointing to see how they came out today flat against Fire and Ice, but that's not to take anything away from Fire and Ice. Again, they have just been playing with a supreme level of confidence for a long time. The only time I think I've seen them play without this level of confidence, without this kind of aggression and the full faith in themselves, is when they were in that grand finals against United. That's the only time I've really seen Fire and Ice get just handled, unless somebody disconnects or they play with a sub, whatever it might be. Outside of that, they seem to find a way into every match. They seem to find a way to make every single little fight interesting. And they keep a lot of teams from playing their normal kind of style, their normal kind of game plan. And I mean, my God, that highlight from Exploits is going to probably replay in my head for the next century.
Yeah. Look, there's not many people who can go into that spot and come out alive, Colin. Exploits did it. And again, statistically across the board, across all game modes, Exploits is a phenomenal player, really leading the charge. Where Dyslexic may fall off, Exploits is right there behind him. You got to give him a lot of credit. He's just a great player in general. What a good week it was for Fire and Ice. And you know what? And you said take nothing away from Fire and Ice. Despite, you know, Hive playing a little bit lackluster, coming out a bit flat, you can't take anything away from Fire and Ice. I mean, after all, they are your #1 team in the Pro League so far. There are very few Latin American teams in Pro League being represented. Like, bottom line, period. That's just the way it is, right? I'm just not even me talking trash. But Fire and Ice is saying there may be few of us, but we're still strong. You got to pay attention. And Fire and Ice being in first place, you know, that's impressive. I think FNI does a great job during Pro League, and they continue to do so here in Split 3 Phase 1. But first series is out of the way, Colin. We got another one about to be starting up. Of course, that has to be United and Rise. And I know you're excited about this one, Colin. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, let's go ahead and hop into our second series, United versus Rise.
Yeah, I'm on one. Went from broke to having everything I wish, huh? We ain't slowing up, this a light speed. A lot of y'all ran out of gas trying to catch me. Dang, it's a new thing, man, it's a new dream. Can't nobody stop me, fate kinda obscene. Man, I'm trying to plant a money tree in the concrete. Yeah, this a do it till I die kind of vibe. I don't see myself, I just do it for the tribe. I can see me ever giving up, it's alive. Make the whole world come alive, yeah, yeah. Get ready for the new thing, let me hear you. Let me hear you. Get ready for the new thing, let me hear you. Get ready for the brand new thing.
shall we begin?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Gears Pro League. Of course, this is day number 8. We're getting close to the end, or I say end for phase 1. Still a lot more gears to go after that, Mid-Split playoff being one of them. But this series is one that a lot of people are excited for, Colin. Rise going against United. Your boys, you are back into the fold and back into the mix. You're wearing their hat on Monday, even though they weren't playing. So I'm sure you're going to be wearing the hat again tonight, question mark?
I almost just took a piece of loose leaf and taped it to my forehead that just said Kenny Bounce's son, or hi dad, and then
Kenny Bounce's son.
Put Kenny in parentheses, put Kenny Bounce in parentheses, and just have it say hi dad on it. I don't know, something like that will probably be brought out of the old prop box sooner rather than later.
Hey, I'm here for it. And I know Kenny's here for it too. And you better believe he's going to be taking a screenshot and never going to let you live that down. But honestly, do you really care? You put it on for a reason. If you're the son, you're the dad, it doesn't matter. You guys go through thick and thin. Check it out. There's one player to watch, though, from EU, and it's El Jefe himself, brother. It's Explosive, man. Explosive is that guy you got to pay attention to.
What?
What?
He said El Jefe, and I thought you meant F.A. I was like, sir, he is El Capitan, okay?
El Capitan.
If you're gonna give this man,
you know what? From you and Kenny, saying the wrong thing. I'm about through getting corrected here, but you're right. El Capitan, that's what they say. El Capitan. Okay? Talk to me about El Capitan, Colin.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know about Explosive, all you really need to know is that he is a former Gears of War MVP, I believe a 3-time in 3 different majors, and a season-sharing MVP. He's a 23-time world champion. That's why he's called El Capitan. The man has more chips by himself than the rest of the league combined. You should have seen how overwhelming it was when Mental and Ashes were still on the same squad, but he has always found a way to not only put the players around him, but himself in the right spots to get kills, to get hills, to get executions, to get round-winning highlight reel plays. Whatever the game mode was, Explosive found and finds a way. My man might as well be nicknamed Lewis and Clark, because no matter what the path may be and how unheard of it might be to some and crazy to others, that man comes out on the other side finding absolute gold.
Man, he definitely does, brother, including the spring major, right? Including the spring major. And I know you listen to that communication when they won. They said they worked hard for it, and no one understood what they went through. And quite honestly, that's probably the case, because there's a lot of pressure on EU United to perform with the pedigree that they do have. Let's go ahead and take a look at our maps, Colin, see what we're working with here today. And we have a little bit of district control to start off with, fair enough, and then Regency control for map number 4. Now, district control is a pretty good map for both rosters. We know the history, even in escalation, when it comes to district between Rise and EU United. Naturally, of course, franchise not on that Rise roster anymore. I digress, though. Rise is still looking incredible, and even more so, I think, now than they have as of recent splits and phases. But these 2 control maps, for me, Colin, absolutely have to favor that of Rise.
Yeah, without a doubt. Rise really has done such a fantastic job on district as of late, but I do have to disagree with you just a little bit, because Regency, the last time we saw E United play Rise, it was on an E-Days, and E United went absolutely nuts on it and shut down Rise. I mean, when I say shut down, I think it was 300 to maybe 120 or so. It was not good at all for Rise. They did a fantastic job. So while they're going to probably jump out to the front lead with that control on district, there is a big chance that we see this thing go 3-1 if E United plays any way that they have the last time they played up against them.
You know, they're definitely good on Regency. My notes do say the opposite, but you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, and I am wrong, because I thought Regency was Reactor. Reactor is not Regency, so you know what? I'm an idiot. You're not the idiot today, Colin, as you always crown yourself to be.
Always the idiot.
No, but I'm a bigger idiot. No, you're right. You're right.
If I'm not the idiot, then I don't know who I am. This is an existential crisis.
You're the class clown, but I'm the full-blown idiot. I got the dunce cap on, okay?
I'll take.
You're still, but I'm taking, I take the cake at this point. Yeah, you're right. 300 to 172. Wow. So fair enough. Maybe this is going to go well. Excuse me. I think those 2 control maps, could go to the way of, I don't know, well, at least district. Who knows? Because I don't think we have enough history when they're playing each other on district, but Regency, it was in fact a United. Let's talk about our predictions, Colin. Who are we going to be backing up? Let's be honest with. Well, you know what, Colin? Let's just start with you because I just want to kill the suspense. I want to get it out of the way. Who are you going with? EU United? Or you going with Rise, brother? Which one?
Hold on.
He's getting. I knew he was going to get it. He wore it on Monday. He's going to wear it again. Look at that. He's going to United. You already know he's going to United. Take the screenshot, guys. Hey, social, do your job. Take the screenshot. Let him know who he's going with. And also, hey, when you take the screenshot, keep him in the mix, but also keep my prediction too. Because I'm going to United, baby. United is taking the victory tonight. I just think they're a better team at this point in time. Now, I will say this. I was very disappointed with the United and Rise as of yesterday. I was very disappointed with them. I'm curious as to why yesterday they struggled. But when it comes to EU playing against Rise, they got a lot of history. We'll see EU probably take the victory. Chat, who are you going with? EU United or are you going with Rise? Both are good picks, but are we going to be on the same page? Yes, we will be. So, Rise, now it's up to you. Everybody's betting against you. They started off the season hot. Did they not call him? But I don't know. Again, yesterday, they were looking really flat.
I might put my headset back on because at first I thought you might pick Rise, so I took my headset off. I said, I'm not going to listen to this E-United slander, not when I got the hat on, but I see you picked the United, so I can put the headset back on.
Did you not just hear anything that I just said?
I didn't hear a damn word, my brother.
No, I mean, like, brother, there's only two people talking right now. You got to hear you on the half, Colin.
Look, I thought for sure I was gonna find you picking Rise. I was like, this man,
you can look at the graphic.
This man's about to pick Rise. I wasn't even paying attention to it. I said, this man probably gonna be talking nonsense. Let me close my eyes. Let me take off my headset. I don't want to hear this tonight. I don't want to hear
United was on the graphic for my pick for like 5 minutes, Colin. All right, you know what? Maybe you take the cake this time. All right, we were talking about Class Clown versus the Village Idiots. I think me and you are both having some pretty severe moments right now, Colin. But hey, let's get into the action, brother. It's going to be, of course, a good one here, district control. And quite honestly, the history runs deep, as I was saying, between E United and Rise, specifically on this map in general. And it's only going to run deeper when it comes to control. This is a team-oriented map, and I don't know who I give the team-orient kind of, favor to be honest with you, because both are great.
Well, I think right now you got to favor a little bit more to E United because a lot of these hills are going to boil down to a little bit of CQC, and you got a guy in powers to be able to be forced to play around. And so I think that might give him a little bit of an edge. I like the early rotation by Rise over to this next bottom hill. Explosive is trying to hold off all 4 players from Rise by himself. He's going to go down. Praise is going to back up as well. This is what I'm talking about, though. This is a little bit of a sneaky flank by Powers. I'd like to see what he does in the situation. The 2 players for EU United that are still up top are... Any kills are big kills for them because they've got hill control now, and they're going to be able to just sit back, relax, and Lancer up top to help their teammates out.
I think right now, at least off of the early engagements that we've seen, E United's hitting their shots, Colin. E United are shooting straight. Now, this is going to be a telling push for Rise because they're wolf packing in. They have 3 members just ahead of Powers, but Praised has that cross. And Praised, and we know this, right? When it comes to District, you were the one who said how open this map really is, despite it looking closed off. There are some hills that are very, very closed off, but there are a lot of cross angles that you can pick up for your team. And the team that has better Lancer fire or snub fire or team fire in general on a map such as this is going to be superior. And Praised, hitting those shots as he was to help Explosive, who was in that hill, was a beautiful, it was a great representation of what District is all about, right? Great teamwork, and that's why United has been so successful off of hill number 2, and they've got a decent lead.
They've got a pretty big lead. 50 points early in the map is pretty big because now it allows you to play a little bit more with the middle lanes. It doesn't really force your opponents to make a lot of big early decisions. Kenny's maybe going for that bank shot if anybody moves into that section. The Incendiaries mispraised. They're going to give up a little bit of time on this hill if they continue to leave it neutralized. They might be going for an early rotation over and across. I think they have enough faith in Praised in a 1v1 that they're going to rotate over, and they're going to try to get a couple of these kills as they know it's only 20 seconds left, and they're going to try to hold them off from getting into this next hill. Beautiful shot by Kenny. Knows the angle, knows where the kills can come through. They're going to get the call out that I believe Rushes is trying to sneak through the middle of the map. yet, though. Explosive will finally call him out. Big shots out by Rushies. Beautiful play, though. Flash is going to come out. They retake the Flash as well, holding off the info. This is a big fight right here. Killing Rushies stops them from coming through the middle of the map. But you can see where the two players in the middle of the map for Rise have already rotated over to that next hill. They're going to try to take this positioning. I love the hip fire. I love the strafe hip fire by Explosive. Shout out one time Fallout, baby.
Shout out to Fallout. Fair enough. I'm sure he'll be back into the fold soon enough. But, you know, the fact that he's even still alive, and for me, it seems like E United has played their lives a lot more efficiently, and they're getting a lot of value from each of their lives, right? I mean, even now, Explosive still standing on his own 2 feet. Look at the challenge. You know, we talk about this a lot of times when it comes to control call, and it's how are you valuing your life? How are you playing your life? And, you know, not even in just this matchup, but in multiple matchups we've casted over, we sometimes harp on the fact that one person requires the attention from 2 or 3 people from the opposite team. And in this moment, I feel like that narrative rings true for E United versus Rise. E United, at least in this matchup so far, despite the scoreline, you know, starting to get a little bit carried away for E United, you look at how many members from Rise are forced to battle against individuals from E United. I mean, when you are having to commit 2 or 3 members for one person on the opposite team, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, well, Avexis is going to get this boom, and I think what Avexis is going to try to do is use it to get that first rotation. Beautiful melee there by Praise to be able to get that down. This next hill being in the bottom section of the map, Avexis needs to find this kill on power so that he can try to push out onto Praise as soon as humanly possible. It all boils down to being able to get kills with multiple people in the area. And when they've got 2 or 3 mounted up right here, they have to find a kill. Thankfully, they get Explosive out of the middle of the map. That kill opens up the juice. It allows them to rotate through. I believe Kenny is playing back to go for this extra flank, this extra angle down through the middle stairs. It's a rocket of Xyz. What kind of area of effect, my brother?
A rocket and a Vexies, and which one's more powerful? I think in this moment, right, a Vexies. You can even put a diamond on the other side, and a Vexies might be more strong in this moment. He is turning up, but eventually shut down. And despite the heroics, brother, E United still has a tremendous lead, and it continues to gain. This is looking very one-sided once again, much like Fire and Ice versus High, but maybe even more one-sided. Now as Rise is struggling even to break the 50-point mark, and look at Praise putting on a clinic, and a Vexies take him down. Well, barely, but Explosive is there with the cross. Okay.
Oh, all right. I see you filling up the scoreline and the kill feed all red, getting them down and dead. It's going to be, they're going to catch up here. It's going to be back down to about an 80-point lead in favor of E United, but you see that they're setting up for this next hill. They know that the retake is going to come through here momentarily. It's going to go back up to the top cinema. Praise is going to push up and forward against these players from Rise. He's got the Nasher out, but the angles from Rise are very perfect right now. The way they're using their Lancers, the way that they're being able to 90-degree out multiple players, they didn't get baited into the CQC until just now. Icy trying to get a kill onto Praise, but 2 big shots, one out of Praise, one out of his teammate right next to him. I believe that was Explosive getting that down. Now Explosive pushes out into the spawn, trying to get this kill. Double incendiary from Rushies, picks up both kills. They're fighting for these early kills. They're not going over the hill time just yet because they're trying to settle things down. They don't want to just keep trying to fight over that neutralized Pergola hill in the top right of the map. They want to be able to settle in and get more points racked up. Powers has a boom shot now.
Yeah, and I think United's been doing a great job utilizing the boom shot, and more importantly, getting their hands on the boom shot much earlier than that of Rise. And as we know, the boom shot is a tremendous power weapon to have on a map such as this because of how some of the hills play out, how closely contested they can be. You know, prime example, man, you get an engagement, you know, that's very scrappy in the mixed here. Before you know it, you're hitting, you know, 2-3 members with that one rocket. In the moment, though, the rocket is Powers and praised, and what a great break from them. United will continue to get more points to their name, be around the 180 or so mark before they choose to rotate off. But in the meantime, though, for what it's worth, Rise has caught up a little bit, but again, United continues to take that leap ahead in the point score line. See how these next, or at least this next hill, plays out. We have about 10 seconds remaining until the fight is in, and looks like it's going to be a scrappy one at blue.
Well, I think what they're going to try to do is retake info, because if you sit in this info, you can actually shoot at those players sitting in that top left cubby corner. trying to keep the hill neutralized, but 3 straight kills come through for E United. They really clear Rise off of this side of the map, let for Icy, and Icy's not going to be caught on this top hill by himself where the ATM is. They've already got Explosive in the hill. Explosive is going to get the call out that 2 or 3 players are going to be coming through bottom. They need to get 1 player in info, being able to lance her down. Explosive moves out to challenge up. Beautiful job by Explosive to really push out the players from Rise, but a little late on that hop. He ends up having to drop, and now you're going to see a stalemate on this hill for a hot minute until somebody can get back into the area for Rise to be able to fight off these top hill players from E United.
All right, I see one more instant to his name. Kenny's going for the challenge. Kenny, though, through the fire, and the flames will take him down. Great push from him. Sees more opportunities just up ahead. It's a nice shot onto one, but eventually is going to finish off. Power is now by his lonesome. Either way, though, Rushies is going to go down because the help from the hill. Explosive will get his cross. Powers is back into the fight to take down a Vexies, and obviously we see Rushies died just a little bit earlier. Powers is gone, but either way, United's getting dangerously close to that 300-point mark as Rise is still struggling to find their identity on district control, at least in this series alone. They've had great district controls in the past, but right now they seem to be outclassed unless, I don't know, they find something drastically different, some new strategy, and it needs to happen soon.
I just don't think they're finding the angles, really. Every time they get a couple of kills, somebody's either getting 90 degreed or somebody's getting 2v1 somewhere on the map, and it opens up that extra lane for somebody to come into. Explosive in a fight here against Icy, and you see him waiting for praise in this situation, and that's just textbook Gears. That's textbook beautiful Gears esports. Boom shot out of Detox, gets that first kill. Flash is going to be out. It's not going to get the stun onto Detox either. Praise will now take that top cubby corner. Beautiful first shot onto Detox, trying to get that next angle onto him. I love that cubby corner shot. Able to really put the pressure on him. Now he's got to worry about Rushies and I believe Avexi's in the area. Back A out. Won't be able to find anybody. The flash comes through out of Rise. They're trying to keep both of these players from E United off kilter and offset in this position. Praised is the best defensive player on the planet. He doesn't ever over worry. It's never a rush. It's never a shot he doesn't want to take. That man is willing to take fights when, where, and however he wants to. He's not ever bothered by anybody in the area, and it's beautiful to watch.
And another thing, too, to highlight from Praised again was the beginning of this fight. You know, those first 2 hills, getting those crosses for his boys to be able to put in that work. Across the map, I think across the board, he's been doing an incredible job. 29 eliminations, 16 downs, but he also has those caps and breaks that you have to respect. He's, in a way, doing it all. He's just that workhorse for the team here currently on district control. Even so, though, for Rise, it seems as if they're getting some wind in their sails finally. They're starting to come back. Things could get scary if United doesn't start shutting them down. We got about 10 seconds for that last hill. The fresh hill will be popping back into play, and United is set up to get those first points. Rise was not successful in getting the break before, and that was because Praise had the cross that I was talking about before. Now, Explosive could be the guy to get the cross here, but he's looking at 3 members up ahead, and both ensigns are gone, so he's not going to have those. Now Rise is going to be free to push in, and he needs to win this, and he doesn't. So that's going to be a lane that's going to be opened up unless Kenny can shut it down.
I think Kenny's going to have a good chance at shutting that down as he continues to sit on that back cubby corner. He has to fight over this boom against Icy. Bounces up into him. What a shot by Kenny. 2 kills in a row, and now a boom for his troubles. He's got people in front of him at the juice. That's a 3rd kill in a row. Kenny's a little red, though. They're going to pressure up onto him. They know that he hurt himself with that boom. Detox will finally shut him down inside of the juice, and Rise will have 1 player here, but they're going to have 3 set up at the hill. They need to get in there quickly for this decap because it's now down to just 50 points.
This is going to be a close one. I mean, at this point in time, it's starting to set up to be very close. United, as the rounds have continued, or at least as this round has continued, this map in general, I don't know if United's stamina is starting to decrease, if Rise is figuring out their angles, as you were saying, right? That was one of the things they were struggling with off the beginning, but something is different now, and Rise has woken up. And at this point, Colin, they are just 20 or less than 30 points away from retaking the lead from United. And mind you, this would be the first time they recover the lead in this entire map.
Well, that's, again, it's just based on the angles. Look, Powers gets called out in the middle, 2v1 immediately. Nobody gives up any spacing. They press forward in the 2v1. Praised is trying to Lancer out for Kenny. Kenny's trying to make it all the way into that spawn to really pull people away from the hill, make them fight over this. There's a flash out to try to stun anybody coming in. but they play him wide. Kenny pulls the snub trying to make something happen, but he goes down. Now Praised out of the info goes down. They're not pushing as a team yet again. This is the situation that they ran into early in the season. Playing by themselves, not ever getting the help, but not ever waiting for the help. Praised is right back in a fight in info. He didn't pull back. He didn't try to wait this out. And there it is, the lead change for Rise. They are now well within their rights to win this map because E United has not played like a team since the first probably 5 minutes of this map.
And, you know, Blaze, Jacob, we've all said it, okay? We've all talked about stamina and control. This is a very brutal game mode because of how long it takes, but more importantly, how many engagements you're consistently getting into. And for E United, I don't know if the stamina is starting to wane, if it's starting to lessen, but that teamwork at the beginning just isn't there anymore. But hey, the map is not over with just yet, and E United is starting to find some new hope. Rise, they're still looking incredible, though, but E United will get this hill. And as we know, when control, at least in control, right, it's not about how you start, it's not about how the mid game goes, it's about how you finish. These last coming hills are going to be everything, and Rise and E United are both understand, and they know this is where we need to step it up.
See the shot out of Praise, trying to get that kill, not going to be able to get it. You see them now rotating out of the hill. Powers pushes up again. He's pushing into a 2v1 instead of helping Kenny in the bottom side of the map win his 2v1. The extra rotation from Icy in the area will get him down. You're going to see them rotate up for the revive very quickly. There's a 1v1 coming out of info. Detox with the boom shot, though. He can shut this next retake down very quickly with one single pull of the trigger. He goes down. If they clean him up, the boom is also down and out. Beautiful back A by Praise. Rolls back as well. One more player caught in the area. That's going to be Icy, possibly pushing up for that boom. Won't be able to get it just yet. There's the pick. He has it in his hands yet again. Rise finds the boom once more and are going to continue to be able to put pressure on United in this matchup, as anytime they pull the trigger, it's a one-hit acquitted. It's an easy kill as long as you put it in the right spot. United has found the hill momentarily, getting themselves up to 270. 50 points left on this lead. 50 points left on this hill still allows for a win by Rise if they can get these kills really quickly.
Oh, I see you got the boom. Don't drop, no! Doesn't get finished off. The boom's going to be on the ground. Powers gets the cleanup on both, and he gets the boom. Talk about hitting the lottery, and Avexy's gone as well. Powers going absolutely massive, increasing that stat line. 35 eliminations to his name, and he is pushed all the way up. He knows where Rise is going to be spawning, and he is looking to take them down at the 10-yard line. And Powers is, I mean, he's just unstoppable. My good, there's only 5 points left for E United to take the win, and he's going for a 40 bomb even now. 300 to 263. E United takes map 1.
Sometimes you just got to pull the trigger, my dude. Just let it fly. Earlier, we saw Vexy's line up a boom for 5-7 seconds, shoot it behind Kenny. Icy, or Rushy's in the middle, or Detox in the middle of the map, holds onto the boom, goes down, gets killed. Now Icy is forced to win a fight to get the boom back in his hands. Icy rotates to the bottom of the map with the boom. They don't have the hill. They don't have hill control. They're fighting through the middle of the map. All he has to do, just pull the trigger. Stun somebody. Try to get a kill in that final hill. But at the end of the day, my father drops 43 on that map.
His father is Kenny, by the way, if you guys didn't know that.
Hi, Dad.
He doesn't have the notepad here. I know he's looking to at least put it up there, tape it up there. But for now, just so you know, Kenny is his father. 43 eliminations. I'm hyping up Powers, but for good reason. I think across the board, E United played very well, but they had that shaky middle portion, Colin, where Rise was able to capitalize. He started winning those fights, started winning those engagements, and I got pretty worried for E United. But for what it's worth, Rise had their moment, but that last hill, it's always that last hill that it comes down to on Bandstand, Colin. That hill is just, I mean, it literally is everything. First and foremost, when it first pops up right in the rotation, it's the hill that one team or the other is going to take a decent lead, right? That it's the inevitable. It always happens. And then it's usually always the last hill where one team is going to be able to close that gap or be able to close out the final points that they need. In this case, it was E United. It's just so difficult to break that hill.
It really is, and we've also seen it in the past couple of weeks. Something that kind of, I don't want to say folds Rise because that's a terrible way to put it, but Rise, as of recently, the more pressure you apply, they just kind of, they don't have an answer for it. They don't have a comeback. And And it's one of the things that's very worrying. They get it all the way up to 263, so it's not a definitive dominating win by E United by any stretch of the imagination, but for a long time there, E United applied so much pressure. They got to an 80-point lead, and I think at one point it was 140 at maximum. That does not bode well for execution checkout. The best answer that Rise has on execution checkout is the last time we saw him here in Pro League. They were playing against Fire and Ice. It went to around 11. They lost because of one misstep by Icy. Icy he threw the first incendiary. He wanted to drop behind the cover and then throw the second. Ended up not dropping. It was like he didn't take one more step, got Lancer down, goes down in the top of that hop up, gets killed off. And that kind of threw a monkey wrench into all of their plans for that round 11. But right now, if they get pressured through the middle of that map, I don't want to know how bad it might get. I need Rise to have an answer, and I need them to kind of stand up right now. They need to be able to fight back.
Yeah, because this is it's a pretty slay heavy map. You know, those big 3v3 battles, that push in mid, right? I mean, that is one of those fights that might not bode well for Rise. You look at one of their best maps, or at least has been their best map historically for Split 3 is, of course, Clock Tower, right? And why is it? Well, because they just have that strategy down where they know how to play, kind of piggyback off each other, get in, get that long shot, and get out. They play that map very well. They can pace it out accordingly. You know, at Tomb, they're not too bad on either. But when it comes down to checkouts, they've only played it once, as you mentioned, and they lost it final round 11 to Fire and Ice. For what it's worth, E United on Pro League, or in Pro League, excuse me, has only played it once themselves. They did win, though, at 6-3 versus Team Queso, which, say what you will about Team Queso, but, you know, that's a tough one, obviously, for E United, right? That's a tough one to beat. Bronny just slays out on that map. But I agree with you. That big mid-push, if Rise isn't ready for that aggression from E United, if they choose to implement it, they could be in trouble, because I just don't think like toe-to-toe slaying power-wise, I mean, yeah, you got Icy. Icy's incredible. I think Icy could slay out with the best of them, right? Detox is there too, but who else is there really? And with the way that E United was just slaying out on Control District, brother, like, those fights were very one-sided, especially off the beginning.
It's going to come down to probably Avexis having to help out Detox or Icy get a couple of extra kills. I really don't want to see Icy take a secondary role. I don't want to see him take a back seat in this map number 2. I want to see Icy play up. He needs to play in the faces of people, because when we saw big kills coming through for Rise in map number 1, it was on the backs of Icy either doing enough damage or rotating around to help players from Rise getting those kills, whether it be with his L triggers from a great distance away. That's going to be the big tipping point for me. Rise coming into checkout needs to be able to find that initial kill.
You got two dominant players in execution when it comes to E United specifically, and you got to put respect on our name, right? That's Kenny and Explosive. They both lead the KDA overall. The stat-wise are just, I mean, honestly, all 4 members are above 4.0, or excuse me, a 2.0 KDA, but, you know, across the board, that just comes to show you how dominant they can be. But after all, again, historically, Pro League, both teams have only played this once. Avexi starts off strong onto Powers, and they smell blood and water, and they're going to go for it. They know this is their moment to shine. The second one is down for E United. Praise looking to push them back. Hits a nice shot. Avexi's going to drop. Detox now could be in a troublesome spot, but there is going to be help from the flank. That's Rushies, and Explosive will be angled out. He's gone, and there's that aggression you wanted to see. Rushies, or excuse me, Avexi's pushes up, gets the first elim, and makes it happen.
And that's what they need to do. They've got to be able to pressure against the United. This is what you talked about in the pregame, as you said, they have to be able to pressure E United. They got to be able to get those initial kills to really be able to push forward across the 50-yard line. They do it in that first round. They got to keep it up round by round. Let's see if E United finds an answer here, or if Rise can continue to keep up that same kind of pressure.
All right, well, let's see if that early aggression from Rise is going to pan out in the second round. And Icy will, in fact, go up, and Powers looks to meet him head on. Detox will keep him in check. Kenny is going to get away with those incins, but Avexi's not wasting any time going down low. Now, this could be a troublesome spot for E United. Kenny will connect onto Avexi's. Rise will drop down to just 3 members. Detox will also be angled out. He's going to be gone, but Rushies from the flank is going to clutch up. That's going to be 3 down. Powers is last alive, and what looked great for E United all of a sudden implodes, and Rise takes the victory, and Rushies once again from round round one being the aggressor, getting the first pick, and then getting the second one right behind. In round number two, he may not get the first pick, but he gets the two-piece and takes the momentum away. Rushy's 2 rounds in a row, the playmaker.
So what they've got to do now, if E United is seeing the way that these first 2 rounds have gone, they're probably going to play back, probably play a little more defensive, try to angle out that top hop-up. I really like the fact that you see Rushy's playing down toward those nades, is continuing to put pressure on Praise down there at the bottom of the map. Icy will go down, and it's exactly like I thought they would. They would try to Lancer out Icy, try to get a lot of damage onto him, but if Xyz bounces up, and he's a dangerous man when he's on the hunt because he can get up in people's faces very quickly. That's a big shot. Rushy's now trying to make it up to explosive. A lot of Lancer damage out. The long-range nade comes through for Praise that gets that kill, finally answering back. They get around on the board, but I still like what Rise has been able to do against the United here. Rise has really been able to set the pace in that mid-hop-up fight for 3 rounds in a row. It was simply just a little bit of extra Lancer damage, a little bit more defensive play out of E United that gave them that round win.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Rise. For E United, the ball's kind of in their court to react and react accordingly, right? Because I think Rise at this point is feeling more confident overall. Icy tries to get the pick. He does. He gets out. Those 2 instants are going to be huge for whether it be positional, obviously, or just picking up an elimination, right? Best case scenario, you have the standoff up top between Praised and Rushies. That's going to be for the nades. And I believe United's been getting the nades more often than not, but at this point in time, it's going to be more of a standstill than we're kind of used to seeing, right? Those first 3 rounds, Colin, were just, you know, flying by the seat of your pants, brother, just going for it. But at least at this moment, both teams just don't feel there's an opportunity to push up just yet.
I really thought Icy would use those nades on the top of those boxes. It looks like he landed them maybe a little left of the top of those boxes, not really getting all of it to be able to get a good kill or a good amount of damage onto Powers to get him out of that spot. He has 1 more incendiary to use. Long range, pushes Powers back, pushes him toward the middle of the map. Gives up the 90-degree angle over here to Avexis. Powers tries to run what could have been right through fire and flames. Gets the down, but never gets the kill. Oh, that's a big miss by Powers you don't see often, and now Rise has to take advantage in a 3v4 situation. You see them trying to answer back with some Lancer fire. A couple of downs come through, but nobody goes out just yet. And now Kenny has moved in for the kill. He gets 1 with the help of Explosive. Now a second. Icy, Rushies, last alive for the squad. Explosive will rotate down toward the frags. Big L triggers out, trying to get the shots on. The first frag comes out. Won't be able to get Explosive with this one. The second frag comes out. It bounces left. It bounces left. Oh, he survives.
It's a scrappy fight without question. Rushy's looking to take momentum in his hands. He's going to drop in his second one as well. And a mistake from Powers early on looks disastrous. But Kenny, the egghead, your father, Colin, pulls up big, wins the fight at checkout, and he is able to get the long shot ultimately then. Of course, the long shot really not playing too much of an impact, but overall the 2 members from Rise falling in the end. Hey, what are teammates for, if not for stepping up when you make a mistake?
I'm not gonna lie to you, that the Locust drone at the end of that round, or the sniper, the Black Steel sniper, that drone sniper that Explosive is using, he makes my favorite noise in the game sometimes when he gets a kill, and I'm gonna have to just go back and clip it and put it in the Pro League casters, you know, the little chat that we got going on, because it's the best noise in the game.
I'm ready to hear it, man. I'm ready to hear it. I really am. Put it up there, baby.
Ooh. Big kill by Detox in the middle on Explosive, and this is where E United needs to be able to answer back the same way they did last time. Powers goes for an overextension play, doesn't get it to go. It's going to be up to Praise now, trying to bounce up onto Avexis. They did a much better job this round of playing defensively. Kenny's all by himself in a 2v1. He's going to try to play up on Avexis, but I love, again, one of my favorite things to see, and I really wish the pros the best in all of their life endeavors. I really hope that they do well in every aspect of their life for doing one thing for me. It's showing that the Lancer matters, that using a Lancer is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of strength. It's understanding your positioning, way to take fights, way to win rounds. I love them for it because, as we all know, it's my favorite gun in the game. It always has been, always will be.
I mean, you know, the damage per second you can put out, I mean, it is truly instrumental. Getting an assist can almost be just as deadly as getting a kill in general, because obviously now you're putting the momentum back into your team's favor. You're playing as a team in general. You're keeping that pressure up. You're not allowing your opponents to feel comfortable. Lancer fire is everything at certain points. And I mean, even district control that we witnessed before, right? Getting those crosses. That's why Rise was able to mount a comeback ultimately for E United to shut them down. But regardless, though, Rise started playing together as a team, getting their angles in. And it's the same thing on every single map, quite honestly. I mean, some maps, it's a little less impactful, but honestly, every map, you need to have those Lancers out, getting those damages in, getting that DPS in. Another standstill, Detox, he wants to push up for those ensigns. Of course, Kenny's going to be just opposite of him. He wants them just as much. And he wants Detox to push up so he can get in and get that chunk. Icy might be able to keep him in check, but Kenny makes that move. Now, Icy could be in trouble.
Icy could be in a lot of trouble here. You see Kenny just playing that corner, trying to help get the damage out. You see Rise start to back up. Icy full red. He's trying to sit down, trying to keep his life and his wits about him in this situation. Kenny's the closest to that hop up now. The closest to those incendiary grenades. He's going to try to make a play for it. Bounces across. I think he was trying to bait out somebody from Rise, and they don't fall for it at first. Long range incendiary. Doesn't find anybody. That's beautifully done by Rise. Detox has all the pressure in the world on him, but Praise rotates back and is able to help out, but it's too little too late. All four down and dead. Rise are up 4-2 in map 2, and it's an absolutely glorious showcase of what Rise is able to do when they work together. It's just like when they found the angles in map 1.
Yes, exactly right. Whenever they started mounting that comeback. And Rise is doing exactly what you said to do, right? You know, they're winning that mid battle. When it unfolds, Rushies, I want to say, I respect him. His ability to push up and get those first damage points, especially off the first couple of rounds, really set the pace for Rise and said, and quite honestly, probably gave him the momentum, if I'm being honest with you, because E United had to respect them. They can't just push headfirst into him because Rushies has been playing incredibly well. He's not your lead slayer for the team. He's not far behind, but he's in 3rd place. But the reality is, I guess traditionally, he prides himself, or at least statistically, in his assist. He's got 70 assists, where the closest one is at 55. So he leads the charge there, but at least right now versus E United, he's not scared to get that early damage and be the aggressor. He's really stepping up to the plate. But now E United is starting to push back, but just as they do, Rise is there for the answer. Another scrappy round underway.
Shots out, Powers caught in the backside, 3 down and dead. Now 1 more to go, 4 dead. Rise on map point. Trying to tie this up 1-1 here. They need to get this round. They don't want to fall down 2-1 with an escalation coming up. I think what we're going to have to see is if E United's going to have any answer, it has to come here very quickly, because they can't win any, they can't lose any more rounds. And the way that Rise, this is the same thing we actually saw with Hive earlier. Rise is being able to make different play calls. They're being able to change up their strategy. Look at the double smoke strat out. They get quickly up onto that hop over. Icy's full red. Might go down. He's going to get quickly revived, but he does not get the incendiaries. Praise will win the fragmentation grenade fight. Rushies actually pushes up on him as well. Rushies all the way down to 20% because of that. One over the top. You see him trying to evade that last shot of damage, but it comes from so far away. The hop and the kick gets the drop. Beautifully done. Now 3 players left alive for Rise. Kenny with the Lancer out, making life miserable for everyone. Back A's 1 after the 2nd down with the Lancer. Here comes Praise for the save. Beautiful job done by United. They get 1 back on the board. That's 5-3.
Yeah, and well done. That frag fight kind of set the pace, right? Because there was a bit of a standstill, 3v3 on checkout, and nobody wanting to push forward, no one really wanting to kind of, you know, risk their lives. They wanted to see how that frag battle was going to unfold. Great Lancer fire to help out. Both frags go to waste, but it is what it is. Rise then, of course, all they can do is go forward and try and get the trade so they can bring it down to a 3v3, but ultimately United takes that round. So Rise still at map point. This is their opportunity to tie up the series 1-1. That's a great start. Detox taking on Powers.
With Powers gone, the tip of the spear has literally just been blunted off of E United. I would really like to see E United maybe make a play late in the game trying to get away with this. Praise is going to try to go for those frags. The down from Kenny on Rushies is going to come through. You see Explosive pick one up as well. Hops the cover, drops 1 more player. Explosive is caught between a rock and a hard place here with Icy and Avexis both pressing in. They get the down. Icy picks up the top side of that hop. Kenny is, I mean, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide now. They pick up the elevation, they get the down, they finish off the kill. And unlike we've seen in a lot of situations where teams might go for that little bit of love tap, Rise, they know that the work is far from done, but they tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, they know it's far from over with. We're tied up 1-1 in the series. Escalation Harbor coming up next. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, the series will continue to unfold. Welcome back to Gears Pro League Split 3 Phase 1 Day 8. We're tied up in the series 1-1 between EU United and Rise. We knew this series was going to be a good one. We really did. Control was very close. Despite starting off with EU United having a massive lead, Rise did answer back. They finish off at least 300-263. Execution checkout, though, was in a way pretty one-sided. I think Rise played very, very well. Hugely impressed with Rushies off the start. I think Rushy set the pace and really showed EU United that Rise was not going to be an easy team whatsoever. Not that they were thinking that, but again, I respect Rushies for aggressively going out, setting the pace, and setting the tone of what Rise was about to bring. Now, you mentioned, though, in the very end, there was this distinct fight where one of the EU members was, kind of caught out. He needed to stay alive as long as possible to allow Kenny to come through. Obviously, this would have made the score 6-4 if EU United wins that fight, but ultimately, Kenny wasn't able to get there in time. But why was that?
So, in my opinion, and it goes back a long ways in Gears, one of the things that happened for Explosive, he was in that final fight against Icy, and I believe it was Rushy to his left. Or no, it wasn't Rushy. Rushy just got picked off. It was Icy and Detox, I think. But one way or the other, it doesn't really matter who was in the situation. When you're fighting a 2v1 in execution, your best bet is to keep both players kind of in front of you, no further than kind of 45 degrees out. And as he backed up into that lane, but didn't retreat to the back side of the lane to check out where the snipe spawns, he allowed one of them to get on his left and then the other one to be straight ahead. So what he's going to do is as he tries to go straight down that lane, he's going to get lancered. And if he forces the fight to the kid on his left, he's going to get shot in the back anyway. So what he's doing is putting one player kind of on each side of him. He's letting that full X angle, that full 90-degree, whatever you want to call it, happen to him. He didn't just straight run away from the fight, try to get them both in front of him. And then at the very end, you see Kenny trying to just fly up, and he's caught out in no man's land until he takes that cover, and Icy already has the elevation. Lancer's down onto him, gets the down and the kill.
Well, you know, even some of the best in the world can maybe make a mistake, right? Fundamentally. And that's one of those moments where, you know, obviously making a bit of a slight adjustment allows Kenny to get there in time, allows him to clutch up and still extend forward. Now, granted, they had to win 3 rounds in a row. They had to be flawless. That was just the reality of the situation. At that point, Rise was already at map point. But good on Rise for winning that, because these next 2 maps are going to be a big challenge, Colin, right? We've got Harbor here, which we know EU United does not like to lose, but the history runs deep between Rise and EU United on this very map. But Kenny, this map is always one that he just turns up and says, I'm not losing this. And I expect that Kenny to come to the forefront actually off the start, taking down Icy and Avexi's.
Well, I was going to say, this is also the map where I believe we saw what was probably a life-changing moment for both of these teams and organizations, was the 27-round escalation series to start that last Pro League before United wins the major. It went 27 rounds across 3 maps, and United ended up losing this in a map 3 effort.
Interesting. So Rise still takes the 2-1 off the rip, despite the great fight up top. Now, naturally, that fight up top is going to be increasingly important, especially as we get into the second half. But at least for Rise, they do prioritize that bottom side. United trying to get the break onto B. Powers there with the cross, but being kept in check by Icy. Vexi's making this opportunity, stunned, forced to back up. He does have help next to him. That's going to be by the name of Detox. But for the meantime, though, does Explosive choose to fight this or get out? Well, he's forced to go back, try to rescue Praise. Can't do it, though. He's on his final down, and Praise is left to bleed out, and Rise retakes control.
Yeah, you see Vexi's bouncing around with Detox here. Coming over the middle of the cogwheels as well, I believe, is Kenny, and Kenny was trying to get some more shots there through the middle of the map. But now Kenny's going to rotate all the way to the top, and you can see Rise continuing to push forward toward the B hill. I really love this setup. Rushy's going to get the call out on Kenny, and that's going to put Kenny in a 2v1. It's going to be hard for Kenny to retake this hill with the extra man coming up those small set of stairs. They have to find a wrinkle in Rise's game plan to be able to pressure them out of one of these 2 hills. You see Detox playing all the way up onto Praise, gets that kill. That should open up the flank toward the A hill and is going to open things wide up for Detox to try to make another move to force United into an even worse situation.
Yeah, and this situation, as you said, is going to continue to worsen as player 5 lasts alive. He's down. Rise looking to take this way in domination, and they're not even going to try and attempt, and rightly so. Well done from Rise. That round, aside from the top fight, obviously where Kenny was able to get the 2-piece, get help, and try to go for the overextension, aside from that, Rise played that pretty perfectly, and they were almost uncontested by EU United. I know EU got the break on B and got the cap for a short time period, but they were quickly answered back and shut down. EU tries to once again go for the overextension with Kenny. Of course, he doesn't have the best of success. Colin, that was just a clean, successful round from Rise.
Definitely was, and it starts off even with the kills at the stern. Kenny went for an overextension early toward the home hill of Rise, gets cleaned up, and that allows them not to have to spend that much time there. They don't have to take over a fight. They don't have to win anything extravagantly. They can literally just push back into the fight right back at B, which is what you saw them do. They win it a second time, they get the point lead, and then they just continuously push back against the United the rest of the round.
All right, Powers, those detoxes down. Doesn't find the opportunity to push up just yet, but if they do pace this correctly, this could be a 3-man down for Rise, and it's looking like it's going to be heading in that direction as Icy's forced to dance around, force the issue down low. Not going to happen. Explosive will get the shot, let him bleed out. New United might make this a quick round, depending on player 8. Praised will push in onto Rushes, or I guess the other way around, as Rushes sees the opportunity to go ahead and push him back. He's feeling confident. He played well in execution, but this time will fall to the wayside. But did he give enough time for Rise to get off the respawn? Maybe so.
Well, Rise is going to probably come back up 1 or 2 deep here. Icy's going to try to come up those stairs. He's going to try to get in the hill. He's going to go down, try to crawl toward it. As long as he's finished up before he gets a touch. Raised.
Yeah, I don't know.
Buddy. Now they got to worry about 3. That one mistake now makes them fight a 3-man retake by Rise. 3 players are going to be in the area.
Ooh.
Hey, yo, man. Hey, yo.
That's over now. But that's sloppy though, Colin. That can't happen.
I mean, shoot, I seen manwich less sloppy than that. You know what I'm saying?
Dang it, and that is saying something, brother, because those manwiches are always running down my shirt. Always.
Dude, I'm a big fan of that sloppy Joe. I ain't lying.
I do love sloppy Joe. I haven't had a sloppy Joe in a while, but I'm telling you what, I want one.
You knew a food reference was coming, right? You knew it was coming.
It has to. Every time we cast, Colin, it has to happen. We got to talk about food, especially now. You know how hungry I get during these broadcasts.
It's just what happens when you got a fat boy like me on a call, baby. It's what happens.
Man, I'm hungry too, brother. I feel it. I feel it. Bull Talk on the left, got the retro on the right. For EU, man, that Bull Talk is hitting straight, but for Rise, if they can get their hands on that retro, they obviously won't grab it off the start. You got to prioritize the push, the 3v3 for the winch, and also you have to battle for those nades down low, but that retro could hit hard, depending if we don't see another quick round in this moment like it was just before. We have a bit of a shootout, though. Nobody able to gain that ground just yet. Kenny's going for the OE on Icy, and Kenny will fall, so this should give the confidence to Rise to continue this engagement down low.
And Avexis gets the down on powers. This is everybody's falling to the wayside. Explosive is going for a deep overextension in this situation, trying to get to the Sea Hill, trying to make it just a little bit longer. Picks up the retro of Rise as well in this situation. Beautiful first shot onto Avexis. The reaction shot as well gets the down. And now you'll see him clean it up with a retro, which will buy some time for his teammates. But it just... Again, that's almost sloppy to me. He should have just gone ahead, finished him off, got back into the hill, backed up into a spot where he can play a little bit more defense there. Instead, he gets walked up on by Detox as Detox comes right back up that ramp and gets to be able to one-shot down him. Now it's going to be up to the side of E United to get back to the middle of the map and try to fight back against that B hill. But with two players stacked up for Rise here, I believe it is Detox and Rushy. It's going to be so hard to push back into this.
It's going to be very difficult, but it has been done in the past, and maybe they can find an opportunity to do it once again. Player 7 Explosive is going to stay back, and you better believe he's not going to be leaving too early on, right? But, ooh, Rushies tries to double back, fight for his life, can't make it happen. Luckily, though, Icy does pick up one, but now Lancer out, domination in effect, and wrap it up. United will, in fact, take the 2-1 lead, and we knew this could be a possibility heading into this map, but not to forget as well, we have Control Regency coming up next. So this could be a pretty bad spot Rise might be put in if they lose Escalation. And quite honestly, this could be a must-win moment for Rise, a must-win map.
Right now, Rise needs to start to get that same momentum. They were perfect in that first round, in my opinion. The way they found their angles, the way they shot for one another, really made E United's job just so difficult. It made them fight back for every single inch. And in that situation, even with the blunder by Explosive, that retake was just undeniably perfect. And Detox will be shot on a little bit. I love that first shot as well. He gets stunned out by Explosive here, but nobody gives up a kick. Yo, Explosive did he just fly through Detox? Is Detox malleable?
That might be. I think, you know, sometimes these guys reach super levels like Kenny just did.
I cannot believe he just pulled that off. My man Kenny pulled him into the situation where he went, like, he knew he was going to have to go for an up A. You knew the only option he had to win that fight, and you gave it to that man. You might lose this round, but that's rough. That's rough.
Look, I honestly, we have seen more mistakes during this series, I think, than, you know, you can even go in the past and look at more series between these two. Not as many mistakes were probably made then as they are being made now. It's quite interesting. I just think it's the intensity and the pace these guys are playing at. You know, I think both teams are just like flying at the seat of their pants. They are just wanting to go forward and win this map. Wanting to win this series. You know how personal it gets between these two teams. Even with Fred not being on Rise, it's still personal. People are saying, you know, this isn't the same Rise EU matchup, and you're right. Fred isn't here, but it is still Rise versus United, and both of these two teams, at least as namesake, have a tremendous history. So you got to put respect on it. Both teams want to win this.
Trying to think of what move United. Neither team has really made. And they both made mistakes. Nobody really has anything they can do to force themselves back into this. There's nothing astronomical. They just got to stop making these blunders for both of these teams to stop losing them. the rounds they have been losing, Powers hits a beautiful brick right there, and I love that kill by him.
For United, if they could just push forward just a little bit more, might be able to threaten the domination, but they're going to take their time, and rightly so. They already won the top fight, and we knew this was going to be a possibility, this being the first round of the second half, Colin. We saw how well Kenny and Co was playing up top for E United. So with that being said, I think the second half is going to play much different. Well, obviously with E now being where it's at, the neutral being where it's at, but I think it's going to play much differently because E United, you have to respect their top fight. I think their top fight is superior to that of Rise. And this isn't going to be easy whatsoever. Nice shot thrown out. That's going to separate Kenny for the time being. It's going to allow Rise to gain a little bit more spacing up top, a little bit more pressure. For E United, they are there ready to go once again. Detox and Rushy's down. Rushy's will be finished off. The trade on Explosive is in. Powers also falls. And it looks like Rise will have a successful retake up top. Kenny is still looming about, but he can't push up confidently just yet. He's by himself.
I think what we're going to have to see is a full fly back into this. Even though they have a big point lead and they still have the win condition, you don't want to give them a chance to keep pushing towards your home hill and get that extra decap that they need, which is what United's trying to get away with right here. They're trying to get these last couple of kills to give them a chance to get this decap to make it almost impossible for them to be able to over-rotate toward the home. You see Powers just trying to get this decap, maybe try to make it that much harder. Now the win condition is flipped. You see already the over-rotation, though, praised over to the side of that map to try to get that decap to keep them in that win condition area. He's going to have to fight off the respawns, though, of Rise. He's got one teammate coming up the 90-degree right now. Flashes are going to be out. I believe that might have been a nade actually thrown at him. Praise goes to the far angle. He could get angled out here. Beautiful Lancer job here. Misses another big shot, though, and doesn't get the kill.
Two distinct fights about to be underway, though. Powers needs to win his fight versus Detox. Detox will win that. That's good for Rise. They get the domination and sneak the round away from B United, despite them looking like they were on the up and up. And Rise will take the lead 3-2. And I talked about how they would struggle in the second half because of that up top fight. Well, they did off the rip, and they did, in fact, lose control. But at a certain point, it all broke down. And Colin, when was that point?
The big breakdown, honestly, for me, comes from the fact that E United, when they lose that secondary retake at E, they don't really have to necessarily go for it the way that they did, where they come straight up at them through the stern. They sent nobody over to Winch to try to go for a little bit of an angle, go for a little bit of a cross. They all flew straight at the same side, the same angle, and it allowed for Rise to just push them back. I mean, get kill after kill, make them back down the ramp, and be able to just finish off one after the next. And even when they went for the retake at F, they just weren't in the right area together. Even with that down, when Praise tried to push up on the revive, he didn't hit the shot to get the kill. So it ultimately boils down to two different just feeder sets of kills, full wipes for Rise to get.
Oh, two down on the ramp. That's going to be easy picking. Explosive will move in to get the cleanup. Avexis now is going to be just to his right. Avexis goes for the sneak attack, but Explosive sees right through it, creates that spacing, takes him down. E United, you can see the game plan on the minimap. They're going for the domination, and they have every right to do so. He's going to try and connect onto Detox. It's kind of target practice at this point. Does Detox even get anywhere close? He doesn't. When you get that push, you know, that far pushed up, you're coming off respawn after being eliminated 4 strong. Going through that Lancer fire, the long shot aside, going through that Lancer fire, then that long hallway is just almost an impossible task. So EU answers back very convincingly. They take that round with style. They tie up the map 3-3.
And I really want to see, so with the snipe and the frags, what Rise, I don't think they have to upgrade here. They're going to go 62nd. Oh my God, I thought they'd go 62nd on the retro, because even with the incendiaries, it's at your home. You might use it in the 1v1, but you're not going to bring that into that initial fight. The retro gives you a little bit of a better defensive situation. You can sit back in those windows. Anybody that tries to come through the dock, maybe even if they lose the fight at E as they come down the stairwell, you can shred people, get those extra downs. The incendiary is a one-time use until it's off a respawn. I really don't know if I agree with that. We'll have to see if it comes through for him in any way, shape, or form. Detox is being held down by Powers, though. E United trying to win the fight up top, and they do. Now you see them rotate back, and Detox gets left all by his lonesome at the stern.
He definitely does, and they're just going to leave him be because they know, hey, if we can get on the hills, Detox, he only has to be dealt with by one person, and, well, he might not have enough. I don't know. Kenny is tough to battle against up top, but Detox handles his business, takes him down, and should they have left him? Now the question has to arise, right? Was it worth it leaving Kenny in the 1v, or should they finish Detox off and then work their way over for the domination?
I think they need to just hold the 2-1 right now, try to put the pressure on Rise. To fight back downhill, especially because we've seen it happen and seen it come through in a lot of different situations for teams where they get a little bit of desperate after a while in these rounds when it gets to be that big. They force themselves into it. United, they forced themselves into 2 bad fights last time, ends up losing them the round.
Okay. It's going to be a 2v2 battle now over for Rise's home hill. Oh, that's a great shock praise. Can't feel too comfortable in this moment. We'll get the team pick up. The frags are thrown out to no effect. Powers tries to get the angle, but he's going to be shut down himself. And this could be a collapse from United, but what a great elimination. And the fight is going to be won, and Powers gets picked up. Well done from Praise.
This is the situation right now. The winch fight for Detox is going to give him a Lancer angle, but there's so many different situations you can fight back into this. They don't have a pinch here. I hate this retake by Rise. I mean, by United. I hate this. They're going to get pinched out. Both of these players are going to get killed right here. No matter what they do, neither of them are going to go Hercules. A down's going to come through for Praise. He's going to finish off 1 kill, but now Praise has to die. You see Power Explosive is rotated up to E. He's going to threaten the triple cap domination. I believe they're going to get the Vexies into the home hill. Thankfully, Explosive wins that fight, because if you give up that fight, now you give up a straight lane to the D hill. That comes through simply off the back of Explosive getting 1 more kill, but you don't even have to find yourself in that situation had you not made that play. Those are not, I don't want to say bonehead plays because of how smart those players are, but you're taking risks. You're taking big chances when you're down already and you could get, or you're tied up and you could give that lead right back over to Rise.
And that fight on A, that fight that E United was able to hold their ground against Rise as they were pushing back for their home hill was everything. And I am so impressed with the United stay poised, or just have the composure, because remember that shock was to the left side. That forced Praise back. Like, that wasn't an easy spot for him to be in at all. But the fact that he stays alive plus gets to pick up on Power is like very, very well done, and ultimately just took the wind out of the sails from Rise, because in my opinion, it's not a guaranteed win in that moment, but they had so much utility to work with that you think they should have been more favored than they were. For E United, if they can win this next round and lead in the series 2-1 heading into Regency control, knowing the history between Rise and EU on that very map, this could be a series that ends in just 4 maps in total. But a great start already as Detox will take down Powers. Kenny is out of the way, and Rise putting up a great argument calling that they're not done yet. They won a round 9.
Yeah, Rise want to send this to 1 more round. Beautiful shot right here. They're going to give that sniper over to Icy. Avexi's drops it onto the ground. He picks it back up. They have the 2-1 hill advantage. It's going to basically boil down to 1, maybe 2 kills right here for them to be able to shut down this retake. An early headshot by Icy can shut this down. The misroll from Kenny comes out. They get the mark on him, but no chance to get a headshot. Body shot there in the middle of the map. Smoke by Kenny, a little bit to the right, I believe, and there's a second smoke trying to blind out those Lancer lanes. Here comes Kenny. He gets marked out again. The frag grenade comes through. Full red. Detox is down, by the way, on the winch, and now Icy's going to get pinched here momentarily. They find him. They get the mark off. They're trying to find Kenny in the cubby corner. The incendiary comes out. Powers misses the first shot, but he turns and burns. He gets the down. Here comes Explosive.
Whoa.
Beautiful up A. Icy now reloading the sniper. He has to come through with a big-time shot or a kill to keep them in this round, but you can see the triple cap domination threatened for just a moment. You see Praise trying to finish off 1 more. He does. Retro out. This is what I talked about. This is why retros are so dangerous, because you turn the corner and it's a caliber bullet you can't stand, baby. That's 5-3. United, they answer back.
Talk about flipping the script, Colin. I am dumbfounded that E United made that push as successful as they did. Beautiful job. When Rise started off on that initial, Colin, I said they want another round. You agreed with me. Rise wanted that round 9. They started off perfectly. They had it in their grasp, but E United wanted it more. That push was just brilliant. The fact that they pushed the Vexies back all the way. And by the way, I just want to say, Avexi's died in that spot. 100% Avexi's would have died in that spot. Or ultimately he did, but he would have died earlier if it wasn't for that E United member having to reload. Like, bottom line, that other E United member used every single bullet in his Nasher that by the time he was like, I'm ready now to square up versus you, Vexi's like, he didn't have any more shots left, so he was forced to take a pause and reload, brother. That's the only way, or that's the only reason why Vexi's lasted 5 more seconds.
Look, it's one of those situations where it boils down to just those intense fights. You can't always bet on having that next shot in your Nasher. That's what the beauty of Gears. You get lost in the sauce, as our man Blaze likes to say.
Yeah, you can't get lost in the sauce, man. Hey, sauce is good. Put it on a whole manwich, right? We talked about manwiches earlier. Colin, me and you in agreement, right? And a good sauce makes a good manwich. Like, bottom line, period. You can't have it too soupy. You can't have it too thick. It's got to be just right. But you can't get lost in the sauce, man. You just can't. And in that moment, Big Rise got lost in the sauce. Okay, they're down 2-1 in the series. E United, 1 map away from taking the win. But let's transfer the discussion now over towards our next map, right? We have Regency Control coming up, and you raised a lot of concerns, specifically because of that E-Day, kind of show match, just showing those two teams had against each other. And you mentioned E United beat down the boys of Rise. Now, beat down means 300 to 172. But why are you so worried for Rise on Regency? Why was E United so successful in that matchup?
Because Rise didn't find the angles. Rise always fought to the front of E United. They didn't ever try to spread the map. They didn't try to spread it to the 45, to the 90 degrees. Like, they did a lot to check out. They did a lot of that in that map number 2, making things very hard for E United to fight back against the tidal wave that was Rise in map 2. It's 2-1 now. Rise need to get it back to execution to feel like they got a chance in this situation. So they're going to go to Regency. The first initial is going to be interesting to me because Icy and Avexi's and Detox are two of those 3 are going to fight over that M-bar.
Sure,
E
yeah,
United
absolutely.
normally favors the frag grenades and the hill. So now we're going to be able to see what they played for. If they're going to play for the hill and the frags, they've got to be worried about Icy with the M-bar coming out of that mid building. If they play for everything, if they kind of spread the numbers, that's when Rise gets very dangerous in these situations. And I think that could be a big cost to them in the first hill, because the last time on E-Days when they won, they dominated that Rose Garden hill off rip, and that really put them in a position to force Rise to play against them and not with the power weapons the rest of the round.
And I guess you could say the same thing on District, because look at that lead, or really, think back to that lead that E United had over Rise, forcing Rise to, kind of come out with a new deck of cards, saying, what can you bring to the table? How can you react? And well, Colin, for what it's worth, they did react accordingly. Like, they looked incredible, and that comeback was mounting. Yeah. But Regency can be more punishing because it's such a big map. And if you do have a point deficit, it is so hard on Regency to come back simply because of how spread out the hills are. If you get off to a bad start, you're not, you're forced to fight for scrap time. You can't prioritize the rotations early on. Now you're you're quite honestly fighting an uphill battle. Plus, again, there's so much to work with. You got the shock, you got the M-bar, you got the frags. All 3 of these combined are a deadly combo. But that M-bar for Rise, especially early on when they were playing Regency, we're kind of doing some map testing for E-Day before Control was in a competitive rotation. I prided Rise on their ability to always get that M-bar more often than not. But we are going to have that big 2v2, and Powers gets a nice shot, but Detox an even better answer, takes down 1 in the second. Can he get the 3rd, though? You said United prioritized the frags. Well, the frags go over towards Avexi's, and the M-bar might be lost as well. Detox starts off strong, gets 2 eliminations, plus the M-bar, and Rise also starts off strong on the hill, getting the first points.
And that's what E United looked like they tried to challenge up. E United tried to challenge up the strategy of Rise in that situation, and they lose, and it ends up costing them the power weapons and the initial Rose Garden hill. That's a great play by Rise early in this going. They get another set of kills with the frag grenades. The last 2 players for E United trying to fight back against it. E United at this point, play across the top of the map, play for that next hill. But this is a beautiful initial. I love that out of Rise. I love that Detox comes away with that M-bar. And he's using that island glow skin that you got when you finish that metal group for the Vampiric free-for-all, by the way. Did you get a chance to try any of that Vampiric free-for-all?
Hey man, you know, just been tapped out. I got 7 shows in a row starting today, man, and I've been a busy guy. Hey, you've been a busy guy. Well, you're doing multiple shows at least this week for Gears, and hey, shout out to you for being that powerhouse guy. The pipes can sometimes fail, brother, but you're unrelenting. Detox is down, M-bar's out of the way, but that skin was gorgeous.
It's a gorge. I love that whole weapon set. And I love Vampiric Free-For-All because I can win a fight and immediately regen health because you get health based on the damage you're doing. It's a beautiful thing for people like me who get flanked all the time in Free-For-All. You know how that goes, baby. E-United, I love the over-rotation here again by E-United. I thought they needed to play straight across the map. They challenged that bottom close spawn. They get a couple of kills. Right now, it's a 3-3 down bottom with one player probably playing up as a 1v1 at the top of the map. It's going to be, it looks like Explosive versus Icy. Icy trying to fight back into the hill. If anybody from Rise can kind of get up the stairs and find that sneaky 90-degree angle, it's going to make life very hard for Explosive to keep his head up to fight back against anybody pushing in. But look at the way they smoke out and they fly straight to the hill to try to kill Explosives.
Got to take them down. You got to prioritize them, get them out of the way. This is a scrappy fight. This is much closer than District ever was, and this is great to see off the rip, but right there with the answer in return is going to be E-United. They retake the hill for themselves, and they should put them around 60 or so points. I don't expect Kenny to stay here really for all of the time. The M-bar was picked up by Avexis, quickly dropped off. He backpacks it, so M-bar's not going to play a factor, but Detox from the shadows picks up one, looking to be a hero once again as he was earlier. Power's put up a great fight, but not going to be enough. Detox gets the 2-piece, and that's going to help Rice tremendously set up for this next hill.
Explosive is still marked out right now, and Avexis, I think Avexis was trying to sneak him. Good little job there to get Explosive out without getting killed off. Kenny gets the kill on him. Long range frag over the top, trying to get some flash there. That stun. Doesn't get it off, doesn't get the stun that he needs to help save Kenny's life. They push straight up into the hill once again, and they push up kind of one after the next. This is when we saw E-United struggle on District, struggling here on Regency yet again. Rotating in to grab that shock is Rushies. E-United, they spawn up across the map. They're pushing out. They know they have to go after this. They got to go for another retake. You need to group up and try to be able to find... They need to be able to find an early kill back here. Kenny's going to get absolutely blasted by Avexis. Man hit him with a whole apartment complex there to get that down, and that will shut down yet another retake attempt by E-United.
Yeah, and Rise is going to profit quite a bit from this hill. You mentioned a second retake attempt. It was shut down. E-United's got to make a decision. Do we push him once again? Well, I guess they're going to do so. Power is going to be the one leading the charge. Rushy's still doing a great job handling his own. Kenny's going to be the last one for E-United from that push, and he really can't go anywhere, and he's finished off. Now, E-United, they're really their last hope. All they can really pray for is the fact that even though they die off, they respawn closer to the fresh hill, because this hill, the one that's currently still up and only has about 13 seconds left, Rise dominated.
And Rise... I mean, they're going to rotate toward the middle of the map now as that hill's about to respawn. Explosive goes down, which they did not need to have happen, and that gives Avexis a little bit of a flank here. He's going to get some help. They're trying to angle out from those stairwells. The M-bar's up. They get another down. Kenny pushes up. Even when E-United is playing together right now, they are getting wholesale slayed out.
They're going to Sam's Club, wholesale, going to Costco.
I mean, tough to watch for E-United fans. Beautiful little reload and quick shots on by Detox. They try to get one shot out with the M-bar out of Avexis. That flash is going to come into the backside. They're not going to throw smokes out just yet. They move into the hill. Detox waiting in the wings for one player. Not going to be marked up. Not going to be killed down either. This so far has been just dominated by Rise. E-United can't find, they couldn't buy a kill at this point. And the $1 Million Man says everybody's got a price, but right now, only E-United is paying.
You say they're paying. Let's see that scoreboard, man. Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad?
It is, because this is frustrating. This is tilting.
Lord.
This is outer limits of what this is bad news Bears situation.
Did you see how quick our observer Tom removed that scoreboard? He says, okay, hold on, we can't show this massacre. Nobody on E-United is above 10 eliminations, brother.
Again,
Nobody.
It's in the score line, it's in the scoreboard, it's everywhere that you don't want to be if you're an E-United player, because they have not found a rhythm whatsoever in this map number 4. This is what Rise needed, and what E-United needed to avoid with the way that last execution went. This is not good for them if they can't find a rhythm here. You see the shot coming out. Kenny's gonna go down, Explosive down as well. I mean, the kill feed, I swear to God, the kill feed is gonna be tinted blue. Even if E United gets 4 straight kills, they're not gonna show up red. They're probably gonna show up purple at this point.
Purple? We're combining colors over here. Hey, look, man, don't talk to me about geology. I never was good at it, okay? Never was good at it.
Geology, brother? I love that. That's amazing. That threw me off. I didn't know how to respond. I was like, what?
You never heard me say stupid stuff like that?
Hey, look, but I'm on a tangent right now. Speaking of geometry, we're going to go forward in this next fight. Beautiful job by Rise to win this little bit of initial here on the hill. They're going to get some points back. Rise does have the close spawn, so that means E United is going to have to come across the bottom of the map to try to Lancer out for their teammates. They got to spread wide, allow Rise to play up into him. Rushies tries to get up there to the left-hand side, get a back A out. Beautiful shot over the flowers to get that down. Cleaning up Praise. Rise, perfect. Look, if I had a sign, it'd have a 10 on it, and nobody could argue with me. I don't even care if I was like, what was it, the French judge that gave people like crazy low scores one year? No. Like in the Olympics, there was a French judge that like somebody had a 10-10 and then he put up like a 6 and everybody was like, what? Yeah, it was incredible. So right now I'd be putting up a 10. I wouldn't care if anybody argued with me. They played this to perfection.
I don't think you can argue. I mean, look at the scoreline, for goodness sakes. Rise is 100 points above E United. We looked at the scoreboard earlier. Here it is. Kenny is the first one to break 10 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. We are now just about to hit 8 minutes of round time, and Kenny is the only one to be above 10 eliminations for the entirety of E United. That is saying something. I mean, that right there is a statement that shows that Rise started off strong. And they did. Remember, Detox off the rip, totally handling his business, picking up the big 2-piece, getting the M-bar for his team. That was the president's Rise needed. It's almost like an execution on Clock Tower, or excuse me, Checkout. Remember, who started off strong? Rushies. Rushies started off strong, picked up the first 2 rounds, was the hero in the first 2 rounds, and that set the precedence, that set the pace for Rise. They got the win in themselves, and they were not able to slow down, nor did they want to slow down. Now, E United is the team that needs to figure out how do we come back from here. And we know E United is a team that can come back, and it looks as if they're putting up a great argument for that. Let's not forget how Rise came back on District. But man, Avexis about to shut me up. Look at how he just slayed out alongside that of Icy. Praise, last one up for his team.
Explosive went down after trying to fly in to help Kenny win that fight at the bottom. 30 seconds left on this hill, gets him to 240 or so. Really puts United in the worst possible case scenario. Praise tries to bounce up in. M-bar out, and I don't know if United has had the M-bar yet. I know a lot of kills have come through for Rise with the M-bar, and I have yet to see it picked up by United. Yep. And now the shock. I think United's had the frag grenades maybe once. But outside of that, they, like, every power weapon has pretty much been dominated by Rise, and there's not been much that anybody can do about it.
And I want to go back to what I said in the beginning, Colin. When we were watching Rise, we were play testing Control before it was added to competitive rotation. We were play testing Control Regency on for our show E-Days, right, which happens every Thursday. You guys should be there, 5 Eastern time. Be happening tomorrow, of course, 5 Eastern time. But when it comes down to those matchups, Rise on Regency was special. They would prioritize the M-bar. They would always be, they were really ahead of the curve, ahead of the learning curve when it came to Control. Getting the M-bar, getting the frags, getting the shocks, and they were, at that time, the best Regency Control team there was, at least for E-Days, right? And I'm seeing a lot of that start to come back into the forefront. Rise is going back to the tried and true strategies they had in the beginning, Colin, and it pays dividends. You just said it best. E United has not been able to really maximize on any of the power weapons and utility items, the shock, the frags, the M-bar. And those items are so powerful in the right hands. And for Rise, I mean, every time they have them, you're not battling against that. E United has been struggling. They continue to struggle. And I don't see any reason as to why they're coming back in this map.
I mean, I don't either. There's been no evidence to the contrary. You see Explosive go for the melee revive there on Kenny in the middle of the map, trying to get that fresh set of health for him. Now bouncing in, 4 more kills for Rise. 30 seconds away, 280 to 120. You might as well chalk it and say we're going to an execution. I mean, this barring some kind of just horrific collapse, I really can't see this going.
It would have to be terrible.
somebody
Horrific is the word.
disconnecting, something. I don't even know if that would help at this point. The way that people get double kills for Rise.
United would stop.
I wouldn't.
I know you.
I'm too bad at the game. I'm too bad at the game. You gotta win, baby. You gotta win.
You know, United would definitely stop. And if they didn't, it'd be an interesting conversation because everybody stops when they play them. But no, this has been a beatdown. You know, just plain and simple. There's that shock. You know, already dropping down one. Kenny's gone, and Rise just 19 points away from victory. United having to fight very hard just to get the scrap time. And you know they have to. Well, it should be not scrap time, but they can't even afford to die off here. But ultimately they will. I think this is going to end 300-125. Does the United even try to push up for this? Powers might give it one last go.
Smokes in the front, flashes in the back, trying to get the stuns. Everybody rotates away from the flash. They get a great little down there on Powers. They're in the blender. 299, 125. As soon as everybody's picked up, it's all over. This is going to go to a map number 5. Rise, every time E United has even showed any dominance in this map, gotten even one kill. Rise says, we see your 1, we raise you 3. We're going to wipe your team off the map, and we're going to take this to a map 5 execution.
Well, things just got interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We're tied up 2-2. Execution Canals, map number 5 to decide it all. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, map 5 coming your way. Welcome back to Gears Pro League Split 3 Phase 1 Day 8. This series between E United and Rise will continue, and it has been an incredible series so far. A lot of ups and downs, right? A lot of ups and downs. One team dominating one map, and then the other team turning around and dominating the other, and that results to, obviously, a map number 5, Game 5, Execution Canals. And both teams obviously very experienced on that map itself. We don't see it too often, but we've been seeing it more and more, much like, reactor control, which is one you've been harping on quite a bit. But, Rise, they just didn't slow down on this map. And again, you said it, I said it. There was no reason why E United was going to come back unless a massive collapse. That collapse didn't happen, and Rise takes a very dominating victory, 300-125.
I'm going to go ahead and put out an APB. Okay, Taylor, I want an all bulletin post, baby. I need to figure out, and I want all cars available to go on the search for Dr. Jekyll, because I swear to God, he has infected every team in Pro League, because we see a great version of him one day, and then we just see weirdness the next. Rise yesterday takes a backhand, and then they come out today like, all right, let me get this real quick, and it's like, what?
You want? Let me tell you something else. All right. Obviously, this is a weird series, you know, because like you said, Dr. Jekyll highlight. Come on, you lose yesterday. Now all of a sudden, now you're looking this good. We did have a side station match taking place. Noble and Team Queso. Noble did beat Team Queso. 3-2.
Let's go on the week.
So Noble goes from losing every single series. Me cringing actually when I was looking at the record during I think our Challenger series cast on Monday. But now all of a sudden they're 2-0, and Noble looked to be a team to be that alongside that of, I think, Digital. Yeah, Digital Gaming to be relegated for sure. But now all of a sudden Team Queso looks to be the team that could be relegated at this point, as Noble is now in the 10th place spot in the rankings. So things are getting crazy in the bottom side of the standings, just as much as the middle standings are starting to shift up. We can see, obviously, United and Rise start to, take over some spots, depending on how this last map goes. I'm loving what I'm seeing, man. And you know what? I expect nothing less. Being so close to the end of phase 1 for split 3, obviously heading into the mid-split playoffs. There's a lot of shifting still to come, and it's going to be good. It's just great to watch.
It's definitely great to watch. I'm going to throw it back to some geometry here for just a quick second.
You love that, huh?
No, I'm going geometry. I don't care if you said geology. I'm going geometry.
Fair enough. Hey,
it doesn't even work with geometry. Never mind. I don't even know what kind of math this is. But
it's not supposed to work. It's supposed to be random.
Are we working with the transitive property now? Team Queso, they beat E United, but Noble beat Queso. So does E United beat Noble? Is it like rock, paper, scissors? Or can no, transitive means that Noble can beat E United since Queso beat E United and Noble beat Queso. So transitive property, I mean, E United is looking slow for them against Noble now. I swear, oh God, baby.
Sure. I mean, no, well, first and foremost, let me give you an answer with that. Well, let me ask a question to you first, actually, on that, because that's interesting. Transitive property, what is that?
It's like, I think it's like if A plus B, or A squared plus B squared equals C squared, then something along those lines.
Isn't that Pythagorean theorem? I don't know.
No, that's not. I don't think that's Pythagorean.
You see how bad I am.
College was a long time ago for your boy. All right, all the math I do nowadays is, all right, I hit my pitching wedge about 143.
And that's all you need to do, brother. Hey, making that money, making some name for yourself.
As long as I can figure out what the original yardage is subtracted by my average drive. I'm good. That's the most math I'm doing out here nowadays.
And all the high schoolers out there, including Bronny, who just graduated high school, is like, you guys are just dumb. You know, like, you don't know what transitive property is. You don't know Pythagorean theorem, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Like, guys, first and foremost, even whenever I was in high school and college, was never good at math. So don't expect me to be good at math now. I got the caster math. That's the worst kind of math you can ever have. It's like handwriting for a doctor. We all know universally doctors have the worst handwriting. For casters, they have the worst mathematics.
Yeah,
okay,
we're terrible at it.
Terrible.
I laughed the other day. On stream. It cracked me up because it was like a bonehead play moment, like an airhead moment. I shot somebody like 4 times, but it was from forever away. Like, it was just long range LT, and I did 49% in 4 shots. And I said, that's like halfway. And I was like, 1% short for halfway. It's
pretty close. But it's close.
I was getting there.
Okay. You know, thank goodness they don't do like 49.1/10 or something. I don't know, or 49th and 1/10, because then we would really be guessing. And I'm sure you were close. Hey, you would have been a millimeter, further. You would have got the half. You would have got the 50. So I'm not faulting you on that. Hey, let's go ahead and talk about the next map, though. Obviously, it's going to be Execution Canals. Now, this is one that Blaze has a sore spot. He misses his double snipes. Quite honestly, I do too. But it does have the dual. Well, fair enough, and maybe you give your piece on that. But the dual shocks. But what makes a strong team on Canals, right? Why do certain teams do well on Canals where other teams don't? What is it about Canals that for some teams is so difficult to play?
It's how quick you get to the middle bridge now. Instead of the middle bridge kind of being a secondary or tertiary strategy or advantage, it now becomes the singular point of focus. Getting up to that point, either going for the torque, overloading the torque, trying to get through it, trying to not die underneath the bridge, or getting a flash out, getting up the middle bridge to be able to shoot down on your opponents or kill them as they come up through those stairwell. The mid bridge has become the focal point of this whole map. Excuse me. Okay. And I really think that that's the biggest difference. You're not playing for back connectors, not playing for the snipes, and slowing up the middle of the map. What you're also looking for are possibly some audio cues.
Okay.
And the best way to figure out where those audio cues are coming from is with the official audio partner of Gears Esports, Astro Gaming. If you want to get tournament ready, make sure you get over to astrogaming.com.
Well said. I mean, really, you want to take your gameplay to the next level. Pick you up some Astro gaming headsets. They've got a plethora of things you can buy: A40s, A20s, A50s, AC130. They got everything. All right, so go check them out. Astro, obviously, bringing it in big. Hey, Canals, brother. Who do you think has the leg up here? Because I was looking at the stats here. Rise played against VQ actually very recently, and they lost to VQ. Went to a round 11. They lost by 1 round. Now, when it comes down to EU United, they have played Canals, but it's been quite some time. Their only victory on Canals was 6-2 versus Noble. Take that for what it's worth. Now Noble is looking to avoid relegation, but they're still towards the bottom. So I don't know if that's very telling, but who are we really looking out for? First and foremost, I guess on both rosters, who do you expect to be the shining stars? Who's going to be challenging that middle bridge?
I'd like to see Powers versus Detox every single round. Let me just have that every round at the front of the mid bridge.
Okay. Powers and Detox. Let's do it. Maybe. Well, I guess they'll do it. Not us, but there's Powers. Where we got Detox at? Where is he? Okay, so Powers and Detox. You get your wish, brother. And Powers is going for this elimination. Detox is down. Oh, doubles back, though, as Rise continues to go up top. Powers, though, putting on a clinic. That's going to be 3 down. Rushy's last alive. Nice shot onto Explosive. That was that 49% you were talking about, but ultimately doesn't equal 100%. He's going to drop off. That's a clean round from EU, and that was Powers, as you just pointed out, brother. Just really tearing it up off the start, taking down Detox early on, doubling back, 3 drop from Rise, and that was pretty much it.
Coming into the second round here, rolling out of spawn here momentarily. United with a big win there in the first round. Let's see if they can follow that success up. Again, I really love the fact that it is Powers versus Detox. But here we go. We see the first wrinkle out of Rise. Flash out. Powers is going to get challenged here from the backside of the middle bridge. They get the call out early enough. Explosive must have said that so that Powers could immediately switch to that snub, waiting for them to push up. And now,
ooh, jeez. If you broke that down, if you were to replay it at 10% speed, I would still not understand what just took place there.
That's a beautiful play call. They see the Detox is alone. Without a doubt, I believe Explosive had to have called out that there were 2 coming back bridge. So as Powers hit that first cover, that you see those 2 covers as you come up the stairs, that first one, he hits it, has probably pressed down on his D-pad already to have the snub basically in queue. So as soon as he takes the cover, he's pulling the snub out. He's putting the Nash on his back, pulling the snub out. That's how he gets such great shots out very quickly.
And from all that, you broke that down, it just boils down to Powers is different. Like, that's all that I'm getting from all that mathematical breakdown from me. But when we see an answer for Icy, well, he's gonna pull himself up from the bootstraps. Can he last alive? He does have that torque bow. So this could be an incredible clutch. Rise at this point just have to, I guess be focused on really not overexposing themselves. There's no reason to take a risk here and risk your life bringing out to a 1v2. Kenny may have the torque bow, but if he doesn't connect with it, it's kind of worthless, and he only has 2 more bolts left.
2 bolts with 3 players. If he picks up anybody with the first bolt,
oh no, he's got to the right. He's still connected though.
And he traded. He connected and traded. You know that, right? He killed 2 people in about 1.5
Oh, did he kill 2
seconds.
in that moment? Jeez, I knew he killed the one up close. I didn't know he got the
both.
one further
If we could
away.
replay the last 5 seconds of that, you could see he traded out with the second. He got both.
That's disgusting, actually.
He got BOFFUM. He got both of them.
Both. That's actually disgusting. And you know what? Kenny can make it happen. Any of these players in the lobby can make it happen. But good on Rise. They stop the bleeding early on. They bring it up to 2-1. We're not going to see that big battle for the mid-bridge, at least as of now. And this could be a distinct advantage for Rise because they do get control of mid-bridge. And United now has to kind of find a way to battle through. But for Kenny, maybe there's some light at the end of the tunnel. He gets away with the torque bow uncontested.
Yeah, but they lose a player on the opposite side of the map. You see Powers just trying to escape now with his life in hand. Shock picked up by Icy. Torque bow deep across the map over toward Detox. This is going to be an awkward fight. Oh, Kenny wasn't waiting for the pick on the frags. He could have had an easy kill there if he'd have gotten that off. Shots at the top of the cover might come through. 2 frags in the hand of Avexis. He's waiting for any push out. Praise in the front. There's 1 frag. Praise rolls back. Pushes him off. Another frag right into the face of Kenny. Doesn't get it. The reaction shot from Avexis is good, though. Kenny once again in a 3v1, but this time he ain't got no torque to have his back. It seems like prioritizing the torque has caused E United to die 2 rounds in a row and let Rise tie it up 2-2. As it looks like it would take a small miracle, and I don't know if he's got it in him this time. He traded out with 2 last time and got hella close, but I don't think he's going to even get that shot this time.
No, definitely not. And I mean, again, Rise at this point, they're not going to, I mean, they could collapse down, but they're not going to put themselves in a 1v1v1v. Okay, they're going to play their angles. They're going to Lancer out. Even if Kenny stays alive here, no worries. You got the overtime heal in 24 seconds, and you better believe those 3 members from Rise are not going to allow him to get a touch. Bottom line, period. So that was well played from Rise. And you're right. That torque bow prioritization from E United is not the play. Look at when they were most successful in rounds 1 and 2. They were most successful when Powers was going against Detox, getting that middle bridge control. That's when they were winning rounds. But now they've taken a back seat to that. They play more passively, and Rise is taking control of the mid bridge, therefore taking control of the last 2 rounds.
I want to see what the play call is from E United. Again, this is one of those situations where without winning that initial play at the mid-bridge, Powers, nice. Big shot out of him.
Nice.
Good double kill. They have to win the mid-bridge. The mid-bridge is the focal point of the map. Every time somebody goes for that torque, plays up for the torque, they end up losing the round or being forced to play for the torque. More like it, they end up losing the round. Icy backs all the way up into his spawn, reloads. He's going to have to bounce right up into the face of Explosive. Big kill out of him. That finishes that one off. There's the 3-2. I don't believe they have the ability right here to start forfeiting up that mid-bridge. E United has to know that now, and they've got to be able to figure out kind of what the answer is round by round to winning it.
All right. Looks like it's going to be another very close execution now. See how this is going to play out. I know MT Woo Smoke out there, he definitely wants Rise to win. He loves that team. Sporting that team through and through. Powers, though, is going to be uncontested up top. This could be a big mistake. We've seen how E United gets punished earlier on for not prioritizing, and this is just could be a massacre, and it will be. Yeah, Rise getting clumped up right there. Colin was, and you can see it. You knew the writing was on the wall, brother. They were about to be in some big trouble, and they were. That frag was picture perfect. Now Rushies, though, will catch one off the miss roll. And picks up the torque, so this is very doable from Rushy. Let's not forget his performance on checkout execution.
This is going to be a little bit different because now Rushies has to win a 2v1. He's got 5 bolts in hand to win it with as well. That hill is going to spawn up probably in about 45 seconds to a minute. I'm not sure how much time has elapsed in this one, but he's looking for anybody in that mid-bridge area. I think he knows that Powers is there. He's got to know that Powers is waiting for him. Good shots out by Powers. I'm surprised Rushies is not kind of waiting with the torque out, especially because he can just wait for the active, go for a quick bolt switch, and then try to go for a quick pick out. There's the active. He's going to throw the bolt down. Doesn't get any splash damage, so has no idea which side of this wall Explosive is on right here. They've set up too deep at this situation. Just trying to find this angle. This is very... Ooh, shock off this cubby could be massive.
Oh, yeah. Explosive is pinned. Explosive is pinned. Rushy's now pushing up with splash damage. Rushy's, though, is going to be 1v2'd, and he's gone. But don't say that Rushy's didn't give it a great attempt. He had all the utility in the world, and he really put it to great use. But E United saw that they obviously knew that they had the numbers advantage. They pressed that 2v1, but things could have got pretty dicey there depending on if Rushies maybe gets an angle with the Torque, or maybe, you know, I don't know. I don't think he could have got a better shock placement personally, but overall, I think Rushies gave it a great attempt. And again, that's that mid-bridge prioritization from Powers. Powers is so deadly in that spot. No one has really been able to challenge him there. The only time Rise has got mid-bridge position was because Powers just didn't simply challenge it. Every time he challenges it, he wins it. So United's going back to their original strategy. Powers knew he was going to be out-angled, and unfortunately, he's going to drop off early on. Rise gets to the mid-bridge first and early, and obviously you can see it's paying dividends.
You have to stop going for the Torque. It's yet to win a single team around. It's yet to win you around. Either team. We've gone 6 rounds deep. The Torque hasn't won you around yet.
Oh, man. I don't know if they're going to make it out of it.
He's going to be able to hit these. Throw one off the front pillar and force them out into the open. Oh, he had to throw the front one out, so they've either forced up at you or they're forced down out into the open with the Lancer angles there again.
This is going to be a massive loss for Rise if they allow them to win this round. Because obviously, you know, it's going to be a map point, series point, but what are you going to say, Colin?
I just wanted to throw it out, by the way, that Detox has yet to hit a stun on Powers. Whereas Detox has been stunned going up the mid-bridge every round, he's yet to land a stun right to be able to hit. Oh my God, look at this angle. Dirtiest angle in the history of years. If he hits it, if he hits this off the light post, go to Ghost Cam. Follow this sucker off the light post, brother.
Dang. It's going to be down low. This is great for explosive.
Yeah, because he's just he's just going to sit here. They can contest it from the top side of the bridge.
Okay, so fair enough.
Yeah, as long as they sit right there. Oh my God, they've got 4 frag grenades.
Throw out that shock, yeah. So the first shock's going to dissipate earlier on. This is going to push United up. Explosive is going for the cap. You mentioned the contesting. Kenny's there. It's going to be a scrappy battle, and it looks like Rise is going to end up ahead, though. Praise is going to push in and picks up 1, but Rise gets the win overall. They had that man advantage early on, but they also had the angles. They played that considerably well. You mentioned, though, and I agree with you, brother, you know, Powers pulling that audible, going for the Torque instead of going up top. Not the play to make, but I feel like in that moment, that was honestly the best play for him, only because Rise beat him to mid-bridge so quickly.
It's your best possible play. It's just a shame that it's such an unviable situation for either of these squads. I don't even remember the last time I've seen a squad definitively win this map with the Torque, or win a round with the Torque on this map. Big 3 kills out early. This is tied up. This is 4-4. They answer right back 2 rounds in a row.
And again, you have to battle mid-bridge. It sounds like a broken record, but it's true. I mean, you look at the success of United, they prioritize mid-bridge. You look at the success of Rise, they prioritize mid-bridge. That is literally everything. And quite honestly, at this point, Colin, it seems that it's so important that even if you battle for it and you die off the rip, you still have to try. You still have to go head-to-head and try and win that fight for mid-bridge. If you give that up, you're giving up too much momentum. We'll stay on board with Powers and see what he's going to do. I think this time they are going to meet head-on. It's going to be Powers versus Detox.
Detox hits massive shots, big bricks, gets at least the kills. They are now in a 2v3 situation. Rise, they have the man advantage. Shocker. It's a frag at Explosive. This is the first frag. Explosive bounces out. He goes right back into the face of 2 players from Rise. Kenny now in a 1v3. Rise is going to be on map and match point.
Where was he going in that role, Colin? Was he trying to bait for Kitty? It doesn't make sense, because then obviously you're bringing it to a 1v2. It's still going to be just as bad.
They threw the frag in the back of that cubby, and if he had rolled left, he would have been out. He would have been out in the open.
My bad. Fair enough. Oh, does that? No, it just misses that of a Vexies. Kitty's going to go for it, but that's all he can do. Full red, he's going to be down, and like you said, it's going to be map point, series point for Rise. They're about to do this. They are about to do this. It started off great, or at least it was looking great after round 6, right? Because the United had that 4-2 lead, but slowly but surely, 3 rounds in a row, Rise takes the win, and they put themselves in a winnable position. Detox, by the way, that last round, you mentioned he hit some great shots. He did. That was the first time he had won in that fight versus Powers when they both challenged mid-bridge. That was the first time. What a time to win to put you at map point, series point.
Well, here we go into this final round. United's going to change up their fortunes. They're going to go too deep to the backside of the bridge. They're going to Lancer Detox a little bit. Rushy's going to get the call out that there's two there. They're going to go for the 90-degree Lancer across the back-to-the-back connector. Explosive push. Praise pulled back. Praise, not Praise, Powers. This loss, that right there, that's the loss. It's over. Say goodnight. Turn off the game. It's over. This whole map it's a wash. Praised and Kenny can't win this. They have mid-bridge control. The torque hasn't been hit by anybody. It would take an act of God to lose this. Powers pulled back and Praise flew forward. You want to talk about a miscommunication? You want to talk about a bad time for a blunder, baby? They must have called. They need to call 1-800-COLLECT because they weren't connected very well on that one, baby. I mean, I kudos to Rise though. Fantastic job. They've hit every shot they needed to hit. They saw Explosive out by himself. They took the 2v1. They said, thank you.
You can't take anything away from Rise. Can't take anything away from Rise. I mean, they have played this so well. This is, in my opinion, going to be, I guess, an upset. I mean, obviously, because E United is obviously, ahead in terms of pro standings. But I think you just even take into account the last time they played on E-Days. And E United won. Rise has managed to overcome their discrepancies the last time these two teams played, and clearly is looking incredible. That overtime hill, where is it, a mid? Where's it going to be? Oh, Kenny, what do you...
He's trying. It's not that he's trying to get fancy. He's trying to get this lefty shoulder flip to get him a shot like right at the edge of that sandbag to stop somebody from getting into the hill.
So last time this overtime hill was here, Rise won. Okay, he gets the angle on a Rushy. All Rushy splash damage. Kenny's down. Yeah, it's going to be a 3v1. Praise is forced to hop in, wrap it up. GG. Rise will take the series. It was a long-fought battle, but Rise was able to prove the upset possible. Everybody is against them. Myself, yourself, and chat. But hey, at the end of the day, Rise said, I'm not worried about any of that. I don't care about your opinions and what you think will happen in the series. We control our destiny, and Rise did just that. Well done. They take the series 3-2.
I harken back to that final round, my man. Powers pulling back, even for a second. You've heard, I wish to God, like, as much as I love being on broadcast and being able to talk over the best players in Gears, I would sacrifice my time right now. We need to get a celebrity call from Blaze. We need to get Blaze in the chat right now. No, because Blaze would tell you, Explosive did the OG Gears player thing. He saw the two players on mid-bridge. He knew one was behind him. He picked his fight, and he died with the fight he wanted. Powers, a little bit newer school, plays a little bit faster, plays a little bit more, out of pocket at times when he's able to pull off some of them nasty shots.
Right. He
goes for the reset. He's like, I'm going to reset this, and then we're going to push the one guy on the other side of the bridge. That is the 1 millisecond difference between winning and losing, between congratulations and commiserations. E United do not pull that off because of one miscalculation. And kudos to Rise. I am very impressed with this comeback. I love the fact that they were able to fight back into this and that they were able to start winning that mid-bridge fight. I even think Detox switched up his flash grenade. He didn't flash Powers through the first half of the map. He was throwing it at the front stairs. Detox actually switched it up where he was banking it off of the wall that's on the side of that bridge. It was such a pretty flash. They did everything right. They were fantastic that entire second half of the map.
They really were, and even in the overtimes, I think they won all the, they did. They won every single overtime that occurred. I think there was only 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken. There might have been 3, but I think there was only 2. But I got to give a shout out to Detox because you highlighted him, obviously, for good reason. I am very, very impressed because his ability to start winning the mid-bridge when challenged by Powers towards the end of the, as we're getting towards the end of the map, the kind of finale, if you will, made all the difference. And Detox was losing that fight consistently. But then E United started prioritizing the torque bow with Kenny down low. They stopped challenging the mid-bridge. They wanted to throw a wrench in the setup, but you said it best. There were no kills with the torque bow, aside from one. Now, give respect where respect is due. Kenny did almost pull off a crazy play. He gets the torque bow shot onto one, then the chunk at the player who was to the right of him, who was trying to kind of sneak up on him and pinch him in. But aside from that, which didn't end up in a round win, every single time the torque bow was in play, it did not amount to anything, literally nothing. And that comes to show you, whether it be this match or matchups in the future, if you are a team that is not prioritizing that mid-bridge position where the overtime hill is going to pop up more often than not, you're going to be losing more often than not. You have to prioritize mid-bridge, and you have to commit everything for that. Even if you're losing that fight, you still got to go for it, because the value you gain, in my opinion, is much more warranted than that of what you would lose, right? High risk, high reward, but I think the risk is well worth the effort. Because again, what is the alternative, Colin? You're not fighting for mid-bridge, but you're getting the torque bow, and then what are you really gaining? Honestly, you're not gaining anything, because you're more often not going to lose that fight.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, without
you got to fight
for
mid-bridge.
I really think, and this might be what Blaze kind of says is the problem with not having the snipes on canals. The snipes are very strong in Gears 5 compared to Gears UE, Gears 1, 2, whatever you want to say. There's a different level of skill that was involved with hitting that center screen shot a lot of the times. And right now we see a lot of people going off and popping off with it. And I think even Explosive made the comment. He said, if you see me randomly pop off with a snipe, you know that it might be a little bit too strong in certain cases. So maybe having those double snipes on, having somebody have to play for those double snipes, you don't have that initial destruction at the mid-bridge where the round is won and lost in the first 10 to 15 seconds. You might be able to play a little bit more around. You might be able to rotate around the side of the map to try to get a shot onto somebody. But nonetheless, I mean, again, we can play theory craft all day and figure out what may or may not go differently.
Sure.
300 to 125. Is worse than the beating United gave them on Regency. Rise answers back this time in pro.
It is
300 to 125 worse than the beating they gave them.
I agree.
6-4, they fly back in the second half of that execution. 6-3, they dominate checkout. I big shouts out to Rise. Big shouts out to those guys. This was the best I've seen them play in a while.
100%, and Rise is poised to make a huge impact, not only in the final week, but mid-swip playoffs. We're definitely going to keep in tune with them. But for United, back to the drawing board they go. You suffer some L's, but it's about how you finish overall. Well done to Rise once again. Our final series is going to be a great one. Latin America will face off against good old North America. It's going to be Rebel playing against VQ. It's going to be an interesting one, I think, for everybody out there. They know Rebel is the one who needs to step up to the plate, because VQ's been incredible. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, this great series will be underway.
Operation 7 continues with new characters, a returning classic map, and lots more content. Tack, a resourceful pilot who you can count on, always there to save his team.
Prepare for landing.
Highly specialized and highly lethal, the COG Commandos are an elite squad that doesn't always play by the rules. Fight for the perch or in the church, it doesn't matter. Mercy is the map to prove yourself. Squad up and fight in Operation 7.
something you need to see.
Now's the fun part!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Gears Pro League. We're about to head into our final series, Latin America versus North America. Of course, we're talking about Rebel playing against Vanquish. It's going to be a great matchup, and one where I think one team needs to kind of show what they're all about, because I don't know if they've been falling flat lately or what's going on with them, but we'll figure it out, I guess, after this series is over with. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. That's Colin the Crow Clark. And Colin, what are we looking out for here, man? Obviously, I said Latin America versus North America. One team is maybe looking a bit rough lately, but one team is looking good. What's going on?
Looks great.
What you eating,
I've been
man?
I'm having to chew this match over this entire pregame right here, where you've
Fair
been
enough.
bringing us back, and I had to chew it over.
Okay.
This is going to be a good one, based on the taste of what I just was, mulling over in the old jowls.
You love to see it.
Rebel actually fell flat yesterday.
Yeah.
I really didn't see a lot of the same passion, the same kind of pride that they take in all of their maps, the same kind of aggression as well. I really think that Rebel, though, can turn it up today against Vanquish, because Vanquish kind of plays into the same kind of statistical fights that Rebel likes to take, where they kind of butt heads against one another. This is kind of that classic battle between two billy goats or mountain goats, whatever you want to call them, where they're going to butt heads, they're going to lock horns all game long. I expect to see that a lot in this matchup.
Hey, well, you talk about billy goats. Let's talk about one of them. Of course, we are talking about Crack. Crack has been playing incredible. He really has. He's been a huge impact player for Rebel. His control kills per game, 23. That's a great stat line to have. I mean, we were just looking at Regency control, Rise versus United. 8 minutes in, Kenny was the only one with 11 eliminations, or at least, most importantly, above 10 eliminations. So the fact that Crack can be averaging that of 23 is impressive. His execution, 2.45. That shows to me that whenever he needs to put up, he is able to do so. Again, a high impact player. Escalation KDA being above 2. I think across the board, his stats are wonderful. I think he's one of the leading stat leaders for his team, Colin, and I expect him to play a huge role in tonight's matchup.
Well, I think one of the things that Crack does very well for his team, not only does he kind of put himself at the forefront of most of the fights, Crack has what I like to refer to as just straight awareness, situational awareness, combat awareness. He knows when he's a little bit more damaged than he should be, understands to play back, but even better than that, he understands when to play forward for his teammates, where he plays up. You see him almost put himself in a danger zone because he said, hey, look, I think it was actually last night, even though it was in a losing effort, when they were playing control, there were a couple of times where you'd see Demon or Identives kind of find themselves in a bad spot, a bad position, get pretty heavily damaged. Crack would slide in. It wasn't like he was going to play back in Lancer and just try to help him win the fight. He said, oh, no, my brother's real hurt. I got to get in there. I got to take some shots for him. And would engage. I mean, just immediately slide into the fight. I said, that's the man you want in the trenches, all right? If you getting mugged, that's the friend you need, because that's what Crack was doing for him. And they were winning some of those engagements, and he does that a lot. He has very great awareness for his teammates.
Absolutely. And I think across the board, you got a lot of superstars on Rebel, okay? And they are a powerful team. You know, does them losing yesterday to Hive 3-0 represent what they can really bring? I don't know. They look sloppy, but then again, opening week, they look great. I think week 2, then they looked really bad. And then all of a sudden, now they put themselves up on the leaderboard in 3rd place, just behind that of United, or maybe that's going to change up. But regardless, though, I never know where to put them. I really don't. I really don't. But let's go ahead and take a look at our maps, Colin, see what we're going to be playing on tonight for this final series. We'll be starting off with the Regency Control, heading into Tomb Execution. Then we'll go to Vascar Escalation, which, you know, obviously should be great for that of VQ. I think Rebel, though, is a great team there as well, so leave you to decide on that one. And then Training Grounds Control, and Canals Execution. It's going to be nice to see Tomb Execution. We haven't seen it tonight, as well as Training Grounds Control. Yet another control map that we haven't seen tonight. Actually, with Training Grounds Control and Tomb Execution, I think we've run the gambit. If I'm not mistaken, we've seen all maps tonight, right?
Yeah, when we see Tombs, we'll see Tombs Execution. We'll have seen Reactor. If it goes Training Grounds, we'll have seen all the control. For Escalation?
Nah, I think for Escalation, we've just seen Vascar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is I'm for Escalation.
Oh, we saw Harbor
once in Vascar, but I think there's one map. It was Training Grounds. We haven't seen Training Grounds.
But fair, but I mean, all of them but one. I mean, honestly, that's a solid night, Colin. That shows a lot of variety in the series that we're seeing, right? As opposed to you know, before in the other splits, we would see, you know, a lot of the same maps played over and over again. Even letting you say hey, man, we need to see more variety in the map picks. Throw a curveball out there. But now I think more than ever, we're seeing a ton of variety. Variety is spice of life, brother, and we're getting it.
Variety is the spice of life. I'm trying to figure out what spice exactly it is, seeing all the execution. When you see all execution and all control maps, but not all the escalation maps, what spice is that?
Pepper.
Is that like pepper? It's not more
maybe
exotic.
Paprika.
It's not more exotic than paprika?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you can get it. I don't
it's
know.
like 2/3. Like if we saw
fruits.
Is starfruit a thing?
Yeah, it's a real thing. It's not a spice, but it is a real thing. Okay, I'm just saying papaya. No, papaya is very common. I just don't eat it. You know what I'm saying? What spice am I going to be throwing out there, though, for my prediction? See, that's the real spice, Colin. Your spice as well, okay? Now, for me, I'm going with a little bit of starfruit. I'm going with VQ. All right, I think VQ is going to take the win. Now, why do I think VQ? Chad, I know is going to go, why you go North America, you not go Latin America. I love Latin America. But in this, I went with Fire and Ice for goodness sakes. But with that being said, I've got to go with VQ. And the reason why VQ's been on fire lately, and someone said it best, they have a high skill ceiling. And that skill ceiling, I don't know where they're going to end. I don't know when that skill ceiling is finally going to taper off. But right now, with Zysho being the addition to the team, they continue to go up and up in terms of their stock. I'm impressed with them, especially the performance recently. I'm going VQ. What about you, Colin?
I went in. Today is Wednesday, so I went into church. Went in for a little bit. We sat down, heard a couple of prayers, sang a couple songs. You know how it is. We had to go in like Wednesday Mass for some Catholics, but it's a Southern Baptist thing. It's a Southern Baptist thing. We do it from time to time. I was praying at the end of the day. I got down. I made sure to say my little Hail Mary. But as I was walking out, I said, "Oh God, I forgot one thing to ask you." And I heard a Cell's voice, and I was like, "Jesus, he's a god right now. I'm picking Vanquish." You didn't see that coming. You didn't see that coming, did you, baby?
You chat. Where are you going? Did you hear a Cells come in your ear too? I guess so. Wow.
Oh God. Oh God.
Check it out, man. I don't know if
we lost now. We lost now.
Colin, I just want to say that is the wildest experience, by the way, I have ever heard. I'm not going to lie. I can't vote against Vanquish at this point now, brother. They're too powerful. Okay.
Hey, look, based on Zysho's performance last night, we might be looking at a demigod. That man went absolutely nutty, buddy. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I was trying to figure out what would throw you off, and I did it.
Well, I won. It was definitely one of the most.
By the way, congratulations to Demon for graduating yesterday.
Oh, he graduated with his master's degree or his doctorate?
No,
Which one? Oh, high school. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, I thought Demon was. I'm joking. I knew Demon was young in high school. Okay, look, Demon's the young god. Okay, let's be real. Hey, congratulations to him. I know Bronny graduated too. Hey, it's good to see these Gears Pro graduate in high school. That's what we need to see, baby. Get that education. And then also be a Gears Pro too. If you can do both, you're a special breed. You're Starfruit, right? You're unique. VQ gets the first points, plus they get away with the cells. He's got the M-bar, but quickly to challenge him, it's going to be Cardia. And Cardia might capitalize. Cardia is down. Someone needs to be the hero. That's going to be Handles potentially, but his cells drops off. And I don't think he backpacked the M-bar, did he? Yes, he did. So for what it's worth, it looks like Rebel is going to be clapping back pretty hard here, and Handles will drop, and there you go. The last 30 points might go over to the way of the boys of Rebel.
Yeah, and it looks that way because Vanquish already might be rotating toward that top hill. Precision's going to pressure up onto Identives. Beautiful couple of shots onto him. Big back A. Might finish off that kill. He's going to let somebody else finish it off for him. He's going to push forward. He realizes that pushing out might lose them the close spawn for this next hill, so he's going to back on up. They need to worry about the separation. Handle gets killed out of the middle. So where Handle spawns is a big point of interest for me. He does spawn close, so they are going to continue to be able to keep their numbers advantage up at this next hill. They just need to continue to get kills, try to keep getting shots on, trying to get this point lead to possibly come back in their favor.
All right, well, let's see what happens. Closely contested game so far, still early on. Identitas on your screen, looking at two members just up ahead of him. He'll be joined by that of Crack, though, as he's going to go ahead and slide his way in to try and retake this hill in his favor. Identitas Fearless will take down Zysho. Fortunately, will lose his life in return, but regardless of getting Zysho off the map at any point in time is a great thing. His cells will drop Crack, but from the help and the heroism of Cardia. He'll get that pickup. Still, though, the hill needs to be broken, but one good thing, though, with those eliminations, it will bring them to a 4v3 just momentarily. Rebels got to use this numbers to their advantage and push it, and they are doing so. Very well done.
Now we see Zysho trying to get shots around this cubby. Finally gets the kill. I think he missed shot on that second one. I don't know if he went for a down or if he just went to try to finish off that match, but wasn't going to be able to get that kill. Cells, though, will be going down, and a beautiful kill by Demon. I mean, just runs right through somebody. Love that next kill by Demon again. Demon has gone nuts already in this match. Identity is down. Demon's going to be right there for the revive.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, boy just graduated, man just graduated, excuse me. Now he is on fire. Look, Rebel wants to win tonight, without question. You know, I said they struggled yesterday, and they did. Look, they lost to Hive. They lost 3-0. Granted, Hive's been on fire, but let's not forget, let's put respect on Rebel's name. They still started off today in 3rd place in the standings, okay? Now they have moved up to 2nd as United drops below them. But regardless, though, Latin America dominates the #1 and #2 spot. And I know Rebel isn't going to let that go easily. They want to beat VQ and maintain and be one of the top-level teams out there. And honestly, they could very well be, and they have shown great progress, I think, across this split. You know, there was a lot of questions during that preseason talk, right? Identities, is he going to stay? Is he not? I don't know, but clearly he has, and Rebel has been performing just as well as they were, whatever they were obviously playing in Split 2 Phase 2 and obviously in that Spring Major. And that's what I want to, that's what I need to see from Rebel. I love their Spring Major performance, and I want to see that replicated.
Identities, I love the flashes. They get a lot of damage onto his cells early. They're just pressuring up onto him. Precision is trying to rotate over. Handles is found to kill somewhere else on the map, which is going to give them a man advantage in this fight. I think about 20 seconds left on this hill, so you might be able to get some good time out of it, extend that lead to maybe 40 points, but they're rotating off of it very quickly. They know that next hill is this back top here by the M-bar. Precision bouncing up into this area, trying to find the flank, trying to find the area to be able to look straight down on these players from Rebel. Beautiful 2 shots by Zysho to kill Identives. That will shut down this next retake pretty quickly.
All right, shuts it down momentarily, but who's going to be able to win this hill? Now it's still going to be hotly contested. Cells, though, the man who whispered in your ear, is clearly looking to pop off. Well done.
Change the wording of that. Go on ahead, Taylor. I see you, dog.
I'm trying to like casually drop in the Snoop Dogg song. Hey, little mama, let me whisper.
I figured you were just trying to stay away from salads.
Why you gotta do that? Let Jacob live. Hey, let Jacob. The chat's already reminded us every broadcast what Jacob said. Okay. Look at VQ though.
Clayton on Twitch. I see you, baby.
Clayton's out there. Clayton's out there for sure. Maurice too. Good shout out. Good to see you guys. VQ's taken a decent lead, man, and they're about to double the points of Rebel. So what started off hotly contested off this last hill, obviously VQ has found kind of the magic formula, if you will. They are really starting to come into their own. Demon will be pushing up. Cardia is going to be opposite of him. But overall, I mean, you got to get in that hill, VQ. Are you going to be able to do so? Well, Precision doubles back in that mid control from Rebel. Flawless. And they'll start to close out the steps to close out that gap. Obviously, you have to be focused on next. That's where everybody's head should be at. And for VQ, you can see on that minimap, they are rotating as quickly as they can. They're going to be met head on, though, with Rebel. These stairs are about to be really about to be bloody, brother, because they know how important this angle is. You have to lock this point through.
I actually like the way that they were able to force out the spawn in that Rose Garden for themselves, where they got a very close spawn, I believe, for Handles. And even though Handles is going to get 2v1 here in the mid-cut, it allows them to continue to pressure toward the other members of Rebel. Precision goes down, big finish by Cells, and now Crack is down. It keeps them off balance. It's going to keep them spawning across the bottom. It's going to be able to allow them to shoot into that 90 degrees. So you're going to see them try to play a little bit more defensively. Zysho just has to play back on these 2 players. Big bricks. He gets the down finally, but is not able to clean that kill up. And now there's going to be a 1v1 on the opposite side of the map. Demon is trying to get away with the M-bar full red, but the back A on Handles finishes him off. Beautiful job by Demon to not only win that 1v, but transfer this M-bar into this next fight.
Oh, man, Demon. Now, his teammate in front of him, he's pushing the limits, right? Because Demon pulls that trigger. You don't want to be popping your head up and become KIA. But Great shot onto one, goes for the second. That's going to at least deter Handles back for a little bit. Precision continues to push up. This should be a fight won by Rebel, and it's absolutely going to be, unless Handles is going to be heroic. He tries. But all of that lead that VQ had before, the double the points I was talking about when they were fighting for mid control, right now goes over towards Rebel. They're 2 points away from retaking the lead. They're going to give up that scrap time, focus on next. And the fight just got that much more scrappy, Colin.
Well, without a doubt, because it's all tied up now. It's all squared up. Cardi is going to be waiting in the middle angle here. He's trying to find an easy pick. He's going to try to find an angle on the Zysho. Waiting in the wings sometimes pays off beautifully for a team. You could be able to sneak a couple of extra Lancer shots in. They get the down, but thankfully for Vanquish, Precision was there. But look at the pressure from Rebel in the front side of this hill. Demon and Identives pressing forward, getting a lot of damage onto the backside. Big shot by Precision, gets one down. Running straight into hell. My man drove that thing like it was Camaro on a drag strip. Boy, he went about 4.4 seconds. My God.
He Camaro on a drag, my God, Precision popping off, doing exactly what he needs to do. 16 eliminations. VQ needed that. You know, again, they had a massive lead. Rebel comes back, so you need Precision to set the pace, much like Rushies did with Rice several times over. And he's not stopping there. He is looking like he wants to keep going, but I guess the story will end as Crack, the guy we focused on heading into the match, will pick up 2, and obviously that will be the hill for Rebel.
And with 35 seconds to go, that gets them the lead once again. EQ, a couple of good fights early on, gets them the initial hill points, gets them a little bit of time out of it. But they've struggled in the retake category until now. Identives with the M-bar in hand, big back A out with a little bit of help from the middle of the map, gets that kill, and now he's going to rotate around. He's got one teammate with him, fighting against 2 members of Vanquish. They're going to be sitting in that hill, trying to gather up as many points off of this one as possible. I think if they hold the rest of the 15, it gets them up over 200 and extends it all the way to 40.
Oof. Another close first control. We already seen it before, just a little bit earlier, right between EU and Rise. We might see much the same here between Rebel and VQ. Crack picks up Precision and a Cells. Demon will get Zysho as well. This is going to be great for Rebel for this fresh hill. It's going to be pretty much uncontested. You can see Rebel took priority to push up and meet VQ head on, not allowing them to get close, but the reinforcements are here. The fresh spawns from VQ are in, and Precision is once again going to be opposite of that of Crack, and Precision's popped off. Can he do much the same here? You got a bit of a pinch between Cardia and Co as Rebel is looking to maybe put Precision, go into Blender, but Precision opens up a door. VQ looking to take control. He just needs to get through Demon, but not going to be so lucky. Precision really tried there, Colin. He did everything he possibly could, but the reinforcements from Rebel having that spawn control, having that spawn point, the reinforcements were there way too quick, and Precision, he just couldn't battle through all of them.
That was beautiful by Precision now twice in this map to really give his team a chance in that situation. I mean, just went nutty buddy getting a kill, trying to open it up, trying to get a second and a third. Couldn't do it that second time. You see Handles, though, with an up A there, gets the kill on Cardi, and now has to worry about Crack from behind. Another kill comes through for Crack, and Identives is there on the retake. So now you see Vanquish has to play through the inside of the building. They got to set up at the hill and try to get Rebel out of there. I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything in this situation. They're going to maybe try to pick up this M-bar, but I love this. Rebel's already challenging the M-bar here. Cells is waiting in the area. The hop, the re-melee, but immediately Cardia there for the shot on. The M-bar right back into the hands of Rebel. They are dominating the second half of this map.
Yes, they definitely are, and they need to start off 1-0 over VQ, who's been on fire as of recently. Would be a huge success. Cardia takes the head off of Handles, or at least just splits him up into a million pieces. And this hill, I believe, if I remember correctly, was pretty successful for Rebel last time. I think VQ had their hands on it first, and it was Rebel who fought tooth and nail to get closer and closer, eventually to break it and gain about 20 or 30 points off of this hill alone. Obviously, this late in the game, we know these final hills make a massive difference. So, and look at how far back Identives went in that corner to take down Precision and Handles, who were just chasing him down, wanting that elimination, not getting it. And man, there it is. Very nice job. You love to see it. Rebel taking a tremendous lead. They're about to win this.
When Rebel is able to spread Vanquish out, Rebel can dominate Vanquish. Whenever Vanquish can wolfpack around, that's usually when they're starting to win these fights, starting to win some of these hills. Up over 250 points. The Cells all by himself. He's going to have to win a fight against Kraken, I believe, Cardia. He hits the first shot around the corner, but the M-bar there from Cardia, too much. Gets the shot on in, the kill. Now Zycho down. Cardia's done a fantastic job. Stay here for the rest of the map. Make it 270, almost 280. Rebel is about 20 to 30 seconds away from this map #1 victory and on their way to winning this matchup against Vanquish. This is a great second half for them, continuing to pressure forward. Cardia trying to find through the middle of the map. All the information he just got is priceless for his teammates. There is everything in the world now that they can rotate around. They know exactly how many have come out through the middle and how many are on the hill. Now they can set up and go for a pure retake because they know what is happening in front of them.
Player 3 is going to go through mid. Should be kept in check by player 6. That's going to be Handles. Either way, Handles might be in a 1v2 himself. Handles will drop off. It's going to better the chances of Rebel to be able to push through and really tighten that vice grip up. VQ, they're happy to get these points, close out that deficit if they can. Rebel so dangerously close to victory, but Killfeed will light up red momentarily. Identa's looking to be the hero. Last stand. Both of them rolled. This is an opportunity for Identa's, and he's going to get one. Zycho stands up. Identa's will crawl around and get at least a decap momentarily, but that play from Identa's, despite it not amounting to a crazy amount, crazy value, still, though, that comes to show you, take the man seriously.
They're giving up the M-bar back over to Demon. Precision picked it up right in the face of two players, trying to get it onto his back, probably trying to just get it off the map. I don't even know if he would have tried to go for any of the shots there. Big kill by Handles in the middle of the map. They need to rotate now. 18 seconds left, gets you closer to the tie ball game. But it don't do you a hill of beans if you can't break into the next hill. Rebel already set up pretty succinctly here. Cells is trying to go for the flank onto Demon. Demon is full red. He's down now. Nobody, I think, is in the area to get the revive on him. Cardia down as well. That's two big kills on that side of the map. And it opens up the ability to play a little bit of defense. Cells has got to keep his head down now. He doesn't have any kind of smoke to throw. Rebel can answer back, though. They have won the retake on this hill twice at this point in the map. Once for the M-bar, once for the hill itself. Now stacked up here. Precision with that kill in the middle of the map. If he gets another one here, that will really shut down this ability. But I love the fact that Cardia doesn't leave that fight. He goes for it, gets the kill, and now has the ability to flank through the middle of the map. They get the call out, though, and it looks like they're going to try to pinch him. Handles is on the backside. Snub out. Damage on and down. They get another kill. They now have the lead. Now Vanquish is within 20 points of winning map #1. The pressure right back on Rebel.
The pressure is tremendous. Rebel understands this. They respect it. But they can't get anywhere close to the hill. The team fire, the Lancer fire has been peppering Rebel and not allowing them to feel comfortable. Handles finds an angle because he has been fighting mid. I want to point that out. Handles has been doing a phenomenal job fighting for mid control. And there it is. VQ completes the comeback, a 100-point comeback if I'm not mistaken. And they take map #1 control Regency.
What a beautiful comeback. Look, kudos to both of these teams. They fought tooth and nail over every single hill. Rebel was damn near untouchable for a couple of minutes there in the middle of this map, getting a lot of points, even getting up to the lead and able to try to take advantage of it. It was all down, though, to Vanquish's over-rotation to the next hill. The flank from Cells getting the down on Demon. If he doesn't go down in that situation, they are possibly still right there able to win this map. But with the double down, the ability to play defense, Vanquish, they wrap up map #1, and I think it's a beautiful map #1 that they can hang their hat on going forward.
Absolutely. I mean, come on. Anytime that you start off a fresh series, up 1-0, you win that first control, it gives you all the confidence in the world. And I'm going to say it, I'm going to, be real with you. Heading into Tomb Execution, VQ's going to need confidence because more often than not, Rebel wins this map. They're just great on this map overall. VQ, they're no slouches either. Let's not forget, you go back a couple of weeks, they played on Tomb Execution versus Fire and Ice, and they beat them 6-0. I believe that was on broadcast. If I'm not mistaken, I was casting that, but it was a while ago. We have seen the meta kind of shift a little bit, not as much as other maps, but a little bit since then. But regardless, though, to beat Fire and Ice 6-0 on Tomb, that speaks volumes about what VQ can bring. But Rebel, they've also beat Pittsburgh Knights. I believe it was like 6-3, 6-2. So you take it for what it's worth. Both Latin American teams who should be at the top of the food chain, I know PK's had their struggles as recently, have fallen to the hands of both of these teams. So it's hard to say who's going to have the added edge here. I'm giving it to Rebel because you look at their history, they more often than not win Tomb. But then again, we go back to, what was it, Fire and Ice versus Hive? And what was it? I think it was, we were looking at the control stat line, and I think Regency was Reactor was 4-1 for Hive. Fire and Ice had only won 1-1 at that point, but Fire and Ice beat them 300-174. So again, stats aren't everything. Rebel should have the leg up statistically, but VQ's not going to let them win that easily.
They're not going to let anybody get away with anything right now. They are playing at that next echelon level. Rebel really stepped it up from last night. I'm very impressed with their play. They only lose by 24 points on that first map. Going into Tomb, this is a big differentiating story, though, because I think Tomb might favor Rebel just a little bit more. Vanquish, to me, has had some struggles playing for the snipe, playing for the frags. They kind of all of a sudden get a little mishmash. They're not able to wolf pack as much, which we saw when they were making their comebacks, when they were getting points back on the board. That's what they were able to really hang their hat on, was playing closer together, playing closer with one another, and able to get those kills. I think Rebel has a little bit of an edge maybe when you spread out the numbers and you look at just strictly individualistic talent, especially with some of the plays that guys like Cardi and Crack and Demon and Identity are able to make. They are unbelievable players.
I mean, we saw, or we highlighted Crack at the beginning, right? When we were kind of breaking down both of the rosters, and for good reason. We saw the stat lines for Crack, 23 eliminations across the board on average. When it comes to control, obviously doesn't help Rebel. In this case, you need a full team effort. VQ takes the victory, but you look then down at, his escalation and his execution, and you're looking at both of those stat lines being above a 2.0 KDA. And that's impressive because, again, not only is he getting the kills, but he's also getting the assists. And assists are equally as important as kills when it comes to execution, because that means you're helping your teammates get that down, get that added damage, preserving his life while also picking up ultimately an elimination in the end as long as you get your finish. So Crack provides a lot of value. Demon as well. You put Demon in any lane. I don't care if he's in a 1v, if he's helping his teammate, 2v2 battle for the Torque Bow. He's going to be a high impact player. Identives, we saw him roll into a Cells back rolls. Identives roll straight into him, from forward. Identives takes him down, and he almost takes over the hill, right? I mean, these are all high-impact players. But VQ also has a high-impact players, too. And Tomb is, we've talked about it, individualized, lanes, whatever. But you got to have a lot of brain power, I think, to win on Tomb. If I'm not because, it seems like it's very much so based on positioning. You have to position your troops accordingly.
It's that situational awareness I talked about earlier with a guy like Crack. One of the things that really, to me, stands out on Tomb is Crack's ability to play up or down in the map. It's a very vertical map, not from the standpoint of you're looking on elevations vertically, but from top to bottom. Wherever Crack is playing, do not fear for your life, because he is one of the best players on the planet right now, kind of being able to turn and help you, whether it be Lancer or Nasher, and especially playing through the mid-map where he's got kind of pillars to bounce around with. He's able to use that movement to get from point A to point B even quicker. So as smart as some teams might be to try to position themselves around those pillars or around the frags, Crack is really good at getting himself to his teammates. But I think the best player that I've seen on Tomb thus far this split, I'm not going to lie to anybody on the planet, it's Demon. I think Demon might be the best player on Tomb I have seen right now. I don't know what his exact stats are. And sometimes stats don't paint the whole picture. Sometimes you got to go into the VOD, into the VOD to see what he's able to do, what he's able to transfer around the map to help his teammate out, with. So I really look forward to this map number 2. I need to see the answer from Vanquish against Rebel. This isn't necessarily Vanquish getting to play with a lead and getting to be able to win this map number 2 and go up 2-0. This, to me, is Vanquish has to go out and take this map from Rebel.
Yep. And I think they do. And you know what's important about this map for VQ is the fact that you have Vaskar coming up next, and I think that's going to be a toss-up. I do know VQ is very strong on Vaskar. They almost beat a United there. I know they beat Fire and Ice in the past on that map. That's a statement. I think Fire and Ice has drastically improved on Vaskar. You can see that from their performance against Hive earlier. Granted, Hive, take it for what you will, playing a bit sluggish, but still, though, to beat F&I on Vaskar is an accomplishment. So I think VQ has a very real chance to win Escalation Vaskar, but it's not as exciting or as impactful to head into Escalation Vascar if you are, tied up 1-1. It's like, well, whatever. The pressure isn't really there. It is what it is. It's just a swing map, but you still want to win it nonetheless. But with that map being such a toss-up, I think this could be a pretty deadly map for Rebel if they do lose it. They're down 2-0 because it's not a guarantee they win Escalation Vascar. So VQ, they're going to have to take it. They're going to have to work hard for it. But if the work does pay off and they lead 2-0, there's a chance they close out the series 3-0.
I mean, there's a big reality for that. I just don't see it going that easily for Vanquish. They're going to have to take it. They didn't get to just win that map number 1. They had to go out and take it. They had to come back. They had to over-rotate. They had to get shots onto multiple players to get kills to be able to get those wins, or to get that win, in map number 1. We come into map number 2 again. I just look at this as the ability of Rebel in this map. I'm gonna have to be able to see. I'm gonna have to be able to see something much bigger. I would almost like to see. I'd almost like to see. How do I put this? An overload strategy on one side of the map or the other, especially because of how strong their wolf pack has been. If you can overload, if you can get a kill quickly, if you might be able to set somebody off on their back foot, you might be able to pick up a couple of rounds early. To try to make Rebel play a little bit differently, try to make Rebel switch up their strategies. Because if you kind of go stationary against them, you might find yourself down and not really with a way out.
It's interesting. You say overload, and I'm trying to think, what side do you overload? We see more of an overload 2v2 fight for the torque bow, but then you're giving up the long shot, you're giving up the shot, you're giving up the frags. What side would you overload if you had a choice on 2?
I'd probably overload the torque side. You get the elevation to be able to shoot down, and you can kind of choke point out the other players from the remaining hills. The only time you can't really overload that side of the map is when the hill spawns right in front of
where the nades are
backwards. Yeah, no. Yeah, the nades are the perfect hill for you to be up top on. It's when it's on the bottom hill, because then you can't angle that out. It's way too far, and there's the gates in front of you along with that giant stone. I think it's a template or something along the lines in the middle of the map that stop you from crossing directly into the hill. But when it's up top, you have of course you're already up there, so you already have basically a base of operations set up. And when it's at the frags, if you figure out where the choke point is, where you've maybe gotten a kill or two, or if you know that they're both playing at the hill, or whoever's left is playing at the hill, you pinch in, you get shots in from both sides and shots from the top, and you're able to basically force those players into a slaughterhouse, really.
Sure.
So I think you can I think you always overload the elevation side of the map.
That's interesting. So if you overload the elevation side of the map, then you're theoretically playing for the nades, and you're playing potentially for the long shot, but the long shot is just down below. The torque bow is going to be on the opposite side. So now you're giving up potentially 2 power weapons. But that's interesting, because I know when we casted Challenger series, Colin, you were mentioning that there's not a lot of value being gained trying to fight on that elevated side, right? Fight for those nades. We do see value from time to time in challengers or even in pro league matches where there is a player who would prioritize pushing through the top side, getting that elevated control, maybe lancering down. We don't see that too often. A lot of times, if he goes up top and he's not being challenged for nades, he'll grab the nades and then go ahead and try and get on the flank of the enemy team, which could pay dividends. I have seen that play as a high impact play. That player really shines if he makes it through, if he's victorious. But that is an interesting thought. I never thought about overloading one specific side then the other, because again, you're giving up something, but I guess you have to give up something to gain something, right? It's not a fair trade. You're always going to be giving up at least one or the other. So fair enough. Let's see how this is going to be played out from the team of VQ, because again, VQ, as you said, they're the ones who have to take this map. For Rebel, they are the favorites. They really are. So Rebel is not guaranteed to win this, but I think they definitely are already off to a great start. They're starting off on the right foot. Now VQ, what are they going to do to respond back? Precision is going to be a big answer to this, by the way. He already played very well on control. He's going to be fighting for the torque bow, opposite of Demon. That's a great win. You take Demon off the map, you are taking a large portion of Rebel's playstyle away.
Take a large portion of their play style away, and you also make sure that they don't really have the ability to oh, I love this angle for precision. Hold on. Oh, never mind. He clips the corner right there. One player to worry about, active torque. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. That bolt revs up oh so quickly. That's a beautiful first round by Vanquish, if you ask me. And a good shot by Precision, actually. Even though the first one was kind of wonky, second shot was spot on right through the back of the skull.
Yeah, I mean, not bad at all. I mean, look, again, you're taking down Demon. All right, you mentioned how much of an impact player Demon is, and he is statistically. You even said he might be one of the better players on Tomb. Now, no, I'm not quoting you on that, Colin, because I don't even know myself, but I do know as far as execution stats go, Demon does have the highest KDA. He's by far, he has definitely the heaviest KD at 1.62. In total, he has 81 eliminations across the board, but off the rip, though, Crack, the impact player we talked about, heads through mid, gets an elimination, but right now it's a 2v3. Zysho fighting for his life. I think he does get a drop. He can't double back just yet. He might have the opportunity. Here it is. It's going to right down to a 2v1. Identus is last up. Snipe in hand, already being Lancer. Can he make it out of this spot?
Snipe in hand. Identus is looking for a quick pick. He's looking for a headshot on somebody. He's not going to be able to pull the snub and get that down. He's just going to go for the reload, try to pick up one of those magical headshots that you see people try to come away with. Another body shot will continue to keep them pressured back. They're playing with each other, which I like. 3 more bullets for Identus. If he picks up a headshot on either one of these players, it's all tied up. 2 rounds left. Now 1. Slowly but surely goes for the hip fire headshot. Won't be able to get it. He'll bounce around. He'll go down. Vanquish go up 2-0.
He's just trying to pull off a Twitter clip right there. Yeah, I mean, while also trying to clutch up, but he was going for it. I like that. And that would have been, you talk about screaming our heads off. He hits a shot there. That would have been incredible. Crack, despite his strong start through mid, trying to take that fight. We've seen that kind of develop over time, right? Players will just head down through tree, try to get that early pick, take the opponents off guard. But for the first 2 rounds, very well done from VQ. The first round, obviously the cleanest round, but we have been seeing some good plays overall. Cells is going to try and do what Crack did before, challenge him head on early down, but great read. Good job for him to double back and kind of pace out or at least bait out Crack. But the job's not over with yet. Precision needs to be careful, and he's down. Rebel could still very much so win this. Well, I guess Cardi is last alive now. That kind of changed quickly.
And that went way to the wayside, way quicker than I think both of us expected. 3-0. I mean, Vanquish is up big already, and I'm kind of surprised at this. I mean, color me shocked.
Sorry, I thought there was gonna be more to that. So I was letting it breathe.
Trying to throw you off.
I was letting it breathe.
I want you to know when I try to throw you off, it throws you off, and when I don't try to throw you off, I throw you off, baby. I
it's
got
kind of a moment like, did I lose him? Did he mute himself like Jacob does on an accident? Was he flailing his arms? I didn't know what happened.
Jacob doesn't mute himself. It's the bear.
Oh, true. The bear is sabotaging. Fair. Hey, get rid of the bear then, okay? That's
no,
the
you can't. Have you seen how big the bear is?
He's 6'2", just about as big as me. Just about as big.
Like, I know Jacob is strong, but it's a bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cells is going to try to hop the fence and make a miracle happen here in a 3v4. But first round on the board for Rebel. I really like the way that they played that, especially through the middle of the map. Once again, that's what I was afraid of. Rebel's ability to play through the middle of the map, shoot for one another, get kills quickly is what will win them these rounds. They have to stick to that game plan. Winning the power weapons isn't necessarily their best friend.
And we see that from, multiple maps, right? Power weapons, fighting form sometimes isn't the best play to make. Canals being obviously an exception to that. Torque bow just not the one you want to be going for. It's interesting that for VQ, they were happy with that 1v. Precision versus Demon, but Rebel's been adjusting, but even so, they seem like they're sending 2 for the torque bow, but then they double back to mid and put more mid presence in, and VQ was not ready for that. Rebel 2 rounds in a row has shown 2 different looks.
And that's what you need to do. I mean, did we learn nothing from hunting season?
I was about to bring them up. Yeah, hunting season was, again, guys, if you're not catching Challenger Series on Monday, you need to stop by. I understand it's exciting to watch pros play, and it is, but these Challenger teams have been looking great. If you guys remember Yogurt, by the way, Yogurt is back competing in the Challenger Series on one of the most dominant teams as we can see as of now, and man, they are dominant, especially on execution. Now back into the round number 6. It's going to be a 2v2 this time. Again, a third different look from that of Rebel. They are keeping VQ on their toes, and it is paying dividends. VQ is struggling to keep up.
And that's, I mean, VQ, when they had the standard initial, they knew what they were expecting. VQ was dangerous. They were coming away with a lot of quick kills, and now that they are able to show different signs of life, they're able to show different looks. Vanquish hasn't had mid-round answers. That is the thing that a lot of people were worried about after the team change that they made. Losing an IGL like they had, it's one of those situations where you don't really have the same kind of mid-round adjustments that you can make, those micro adjustments that kind of win you rounds when you games like this. And that's what started to lose them a lot of escalation matches. They started winning a lot when they was just slaying out and they were just killing 5 billion people in a round. But now you're on execution where you only have one life to live, every single step counts, and they don't have somebody trying to help them make those mid-round adjustments. That's a very dangerous situation.
Already VQ down a member. Cells will get that torque bow, so maybe there is a chance yet. But Precision's venturing off into no man's land by himself, leaving a Cells. Cells will take down Crack. He's about to get flanked, though, by Demon. Pulls out the Nasher. This could be massive, actually, if he brings this down to a 1v2, and he just about does it, but Precision going into no man's land, calling by himself. I mean, repositioning, fair enough, but I think he would have been much better off maybe hanging out with the Cells, but I guess you're also worried about the snipe from across the way. Either way, not a clean situation, but was that the right call from Precision?
I mean, I hate to put this on you, but without a doubt, I really think you could probably answer your own question, because you know what Precision didn't have, and I'm sure you had to learn all about this in any kind of basic training that you've ever done, Taylor?
Well, you didn't have a gun?
You better not move if you ain't got covering fire.
Oh, shoot.
Ain't nobody was shooting for Precision from where they were. Nobody was stopping the Lancer fire coming down onto Precision. They rained hell on that man.
I'm up, he sees me, I'm down. All right, that's key fundamentals there. 2v4, that looked like it was going to be a great start for VQ, man. Precision and the Cells were hitting those shots, but ultimately, the boys, I believe, a 5 and 8, Demon and Cardia just handled their business. They created that and just enough spacing to avoid that last percentage of damage and ultimately take down Precision and the Cells to bring it to a 4v2, now a 3v2, as we see Identives drop off. Cardia has the torque, Zysho has the frags, as well as the long shot. So how does this work out? I guess the big question is, where is the overtime hill going to be? Because obviously that's where Rebel is going to want to play because they have the man advantage.
I love the creep. He's just creeping around the corner. Zysho's looking for a shot onto anybody. Trying to get that first one to be a headshot like we saw a few rounds ago. The magical headshot by Identives didn't come through. Let's see if Zysho can make one come through for him. There's a body shot on a Crack.
Oh, yeah.
There's a not body shot on a Crack. Oh, the back end doesn't come through.
Oh, Handles has to go.
Crack played this so good. No, I don't even care that Crack died. Crack played that perfectly.
Dang, man, Rebel turned it up a notch. You know Jets, right? They go to take off. You turn on those afterburners. Tom would know more than me, but Rebel turned on the afterburners, Colin, and they are just taking off into space. Jets can't go into space, but okay, they're a Saturn V rocket. They're just going. They're going for it. I cannot believe how much Rebel has turned up the intensity and how many looks they've shown. I mean, they are really outclassing VQ.
They really are. I mean, again, they're up 5 rounds. They lose 3 straight. They lose 3 straight, and then they decide to just turn it on and just give the absolute business end of the Nasher over to Vanquish or the Lancer, whatever it might have been. Oh, big pull-up. He hits a...
What did he hit?
Demon.
Well, Precision got a hit marker.
He shot the torque bow, and it stuck into the side of that pillar, and he got splash damage onto Crack, I believe it was. But by the way, do you remember before the match started who I said was probably the best player I've seen on this map? Does anybody remember that?
Hey, remind us.
It was.
Yep. I knew the answer. I just wanted you to remind them. Okay. By the way,
I might look like an idiot, and I might say I'm an idiot, and I'm an idiot.
Okay.
Oh, wait, what?
Whoa, but check it out. Let me tell you this. Rebel, 6 rounds in a row, Colin. That is a statement. And like I said, heading into this, Rebel was the favorite. We're going to break down this map as well as the other map and then talk about escalation. Vascar when we come back. But the series is tied up 1-1, guys. It's anybody's ball game. Welcome back to Gears Pro League Split 3 Phase 1 Day 8. We're in our final series, and we're tied up 1-1 in our series between Rebel and Vanquish after a dominating performance from Rebel. It started off strong for VQ, Colin. They were leading 3-0. All of a sudden, Rebel said enough is enough. They showed off several different looks. Accel's, his teammate just to his, or excuse me, Accel's Precision, just no competition really to Crack, to Demon, to really anybody that challenged them on that right side for Torquebo. And Rebel went 6 in a row to close it out 6-3. That is an impressive victory.
It really is, but that's, I mean, we went in saying it that Vanquish was going to have to take that map away from them.
Right.
So we both were favoring Rebel going into that map. So neither of us are really shocked by that. Maybe we're shocked by the 6 rounds in a row. Maybe we're shocked by all the different looks and the different rotations that Rebel were able to give them. But if you just see that it's 6-3, you're like, that's kind of expected, because you may be expected to be like
if you didn't watch
2 rounds to Rebel, 1 round to Vanquish, 2 rounds to Rebel, and so on and so forth in that fashion. But it's just that the impressive part is the 6 rounds in a row.
Exactly.
The thing for me, though, going into this escalation on Vascar, I think we might see Vanquish have to win 2 maps back to back, because Vanquish has been more inconsistent on Vascar to me than Rebel. With Rebel, I know what I'm getting each and every time out on that map. I understand the type of players they are. I understand what their rotations are. with Vanquish, it very much is not a Jekyll and Hyde situation, but I can never truly bet on them winning certain fights time and time again. Whereas I look at Rebel and I say, man, they really struggle on the retake at B. No matter what side they're playing from, they always struggle at it. So I really expect them to play more home to home a lot of the times. Whereas with Vanquish, I'm like, they can win any fight and they can lose any fight. I'm just throwing my hands up hoping, you know, for my prediction's sake that they win a bunch of fights, but you know how it goes.
You know, and the same thing goes for Fire and Ice. Now, I know Fire and Ice won their matchup today, but I've also feel they've been very inconsistent on Vascar escalation. Quite honestly, a lot of teams have been inconsistent across the board for all of our escalation maps, you know, Harbor, Vascar, Training Grounds. But for what it's worth, though, you're right when it comes to VQ. Off the start, 3 down, VQ tried to go for that early push on the B, establish their dominance, but they don't get so lucky. And another domination attempt coming through, and they're going to get it. Rebel played VQ like a fiddle round 1.
They did. They really did. They pulled them into the fights that they thought VQ got overconfident, and that's kind of the downfall of VQ in a lot of their situations. They feel like they have an advantage somewhere, they immediately press the advantage, and if it's not there, if it doesn't come to fruition quickly, you can really win a lot of rounds, especially on escalation against them, if you can get those kinds of fights to basically be the old switcheroo.
All right, well, let's head into round number 2. Boltox are going to be placed down. Fair enough. Standard as usual. And, you know, one thing to take note of is the fact that Rebel just won that round convincingly, but more importantly, they won on the bad side. Now they're onto their good side, so the chance for them to, you know, obviously take a 2-1 lead is 100% within their grasp, depending on how VQ decides to respond and play this accordingly. You know, the 1v1 on the other side, it's going to be between Crack and player 3 of Acels. In the meantime, though, that 3v3 standoff on B going to be taking place, but for VQ's sake, I hope Rebel doesn't collapse as hard and as strong as they did the last round, because if they do, man, they could be in trouble. But look at this rotation from Rebel. Interesting.
Cells is going to push straight up this set of stairs at Crack, trying to get this kill. There's a good second shot out of the Cells. A lot of the times we've seen a Cells over-rotate that shot, try to swing it too wide, ends up missing it. This is a weird way to lose that fight, but you see how Rebel kind of held sway, held Kingdom over their home. They send Cardia over to C, but it's going to be a 2v1 on this side of the map if Rebel can't get into the fight quick enough. Flash out by Cardia will buy teammates time to get over here to be able to get Lancer help in this fight, but not in time really to stop him from getting killed and cleaned up. Demon, though, winning another fight in the middle of the map against Precision. Handle's trying to rotate around. Good little wrap by him, gets the kill. Acels will call out Identives. There's 2 different 1v1s settled up right now. And with that down, I think Acels needs to go for the help rather than go for just the hill. They are going to have the pinch moments. No, they're not, because he didn't turn it.
Acels is down.
Demon. Yo, Rebel's so good. Rebel is so good at helping each other.
You know, I get burned so many times not voting for Rebel, and I never learn my lesson. I really do. And this is the thing, I don't learn my lesson because I'm always voting for VQ.
Are you with Rebel like I am with Fire and Ice?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, really. I mean, honestly, just plain and simple, that is the real truth. I always get burned, and I burn myself. You know, I never believe in Rebel's consistency, but granted, they haven't won the series just yet, but they do show some great strength, and when they show that strength, it is tough to bet against them. It really is. But I keep doing it. It is a shame.
Well, here it is. I think it's a 2v3 settled. A 3v3 now. 2v3 again because of that extra kill. Beautiful first shot by Precision. He doesn't get either of those in the area. Now B-Hill's getting decapped. Rebel has to keep this neutralized up. Handle's in a 1v1. This is Handle's specialty. You know that he's going to be able to try to play for this. Stops the triple cap domination. Big shot over the cover, gets the down. Now Identives with the up A gets the kill. Triple cap again trying to be threatened.
Oh.
They can't find a kill to save their life, and I don't even know if it brings them back into this round. I don't know if they win this just getting this hill back.
Barely does VQ get that win condition back. Very, very slim margin, but Rebel's going to try and collapse down. You can see what they're doing. VQ's obviously parked the bus, and rightly so. I mean, I would as well. 15 seconds, that's how long VQ needs to hold on here. The Rebel will make this push. 2-0 lead within their grasp if they can just retake control. They got to get through that Lancer fire, that barrage of bullets. Demon just... Okay, I know VQ wins that. How was Demon allowed to get that chunk, Colin? I mean, he literally ran in front of 3 members from VQ looking directly at him, and Demon is able to get to the hill and get the chunk.
It was almost like Acels was too wrapped up with what was going on, trying to look to the left side, trying to find somebody to shoot. And that's just never really good because Demon, let's say he doesn't get secondarily chunked. Maybe Acels doesn't hit the one-hit Aquita. Now I think they actually have a chance to get that decap in that situation. So once again, situational awareness usually on point for everybody, for the guys on this map. All 8 of them are very good at it, but just that time almost came back to bite Vanquish in the butt.
All right, let's head into round number 3. Again, that 3v3 battle now about to take place onto B. Last time Rebel doubled back, or at least they did that on the opposite spawn. I don't suspect they'll do it here, and I don't expect VQ to back up either. VQ doesn't play like that. They're going to continue to push forward if they can. Crack versus Acels, who gets the shot. It's Acels, and that's going to open up Charlie. And surely this is going to put a little bit more momentum into VQ's hands to pressure in onto B, but instead player 4 backs off, and I guess they're going to play for the respawn of Rebels so they can hold their grounds. And Precision is hitting some great shots. Precision gets 3 members, and VQ's going to get a domination. Precision just popped off, Colin. Oh,
but that goes back again to Vanquish having to hit these shots, win these kinds of fights. That's the worrying thing, is a dependency on that. Vanquish, when they win them, they look fantastic. They do what they did last night, where they dominate somebody. They come out hot, they stay hot the whole time, and they just absolutely roll over the competition. They come out tonight, Rebels fighting back in every situation, and it seems like they get spread out, and then Vanquish doesn't always hit those bricks, and they start losing rounds, they start losing maps. I mean, you got to remember, we went to that execution. They lost 3 in a row. Rebel fought right back. They win 6 in a row. So 2 rounds in a row ain't really not much for them to laugh at. Rebel says, look, you won 3 the last time before we stormed back with 6 in a row. You better put us in the ground if you're going to win this.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make this a dominating effort. I mean, you really, really do. I am impressed. Precision just popped off so hard, and VQ needed that. But they're not out of hot water just yet. We're still in the first round, or excuse me, the first half, last round of the first half. This is once again putting in some great work, great Lancer fire. Crack can't get there in time. Demon's going to be finished off. And Crack can't stay there. He knows he's got to just back up at this point, concede that hill, or at least concede the retake from the stairs, though. Identus pops out of nowhere.
Yeah, Identus with a big kill there, a little sneaky kill there. Acels, the last man alive over here at the B hill. He's going to be able to call out that there's 2 players coming at him. They've got to be able to hold on. He's got to be able to play defense for just a minute to try to give his teammates on the opposite side of the map a chance to win a 3v2. He doesn't get either of those kills. He doesn't even get it down, and I love the play by Identus. He's immediately rotating over to the other side of the map. He's trying to get in a position where he could get a quick kill off, try to get any kind of flank to go through. Beautifully done, though, by Vanquish to pressure the numbers out, get at least 1 kill. They're going to have their home back, and they still have at least a number advantage right now on the opposite side of the map if they choose to go 2-2 up. But Vanquish has to worry about that respawn from Rebel. If that respawn comes right back here, it's the exact same situation, but in the opposite favor. Here comes the respawn. It's going to be Crack. I think this fight means a lot less than the other side because this is a 2v1. Demon should be able to go down quite quickly. The 3v3 over this side of the map is definitely the fight to be really taken a lot of note of. Handles tries to bounce up, and there's the flank. There's a beautiful team fight win by Rebel.
It shouldn't be enough to give them the win condition. I think VQ or Rebel should still have it. Or what am I talking about? VQ, my bad. But either way, though, Rebel, good, decent lead, looking to tie up this first half. Off the respawn is going to be Vanquish. We're going to have 2 distinct 2v2 battles, one for Charlie, one for Alpha. And for VQ, they're hoping they win both of them. And Crack and Cardi aren't going to make this push. I guess they don't need to at this point. They know 1 hill is going to be enough as long as they can just keep these players at bay. Here comes the push finally, though. The break is there because Handles dropped. And this is going to be a Rebel round. I don't see VQ getting back into the fight. Player 2 is forced to retreat. He's going to be in a 1v2 himself. Despite the Boltox shots, I don't think it's going to be enough to handle this 1v2. He drops, and Rebel wins the round in a pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, they win in when I say convincing fashion, again, I harken back. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. Precision pops off, triple cap domination. They lose a couple of team fights. 2 minutes and 38 seconds later, Rebel comes away with a round, and it never seemed like it was really out of their grasp. Think about just what kind of a monumental difference that is.
What's the play here, Colin? I mean, we're tied up 2-2. Keep things as normal. Get your shocks, get your ensigns. I think that's the route we go.
That's all. I think that's all Vanquish is going to want to do, to be honest with you. Vanquish is going to want to keep this pretty much standard. They don't want to really change this up with so much because it's not like they've dominated the tank fight. If you've been dominating the tank fight, go right ahead. Put the snipe down over there. If you're struggling to win fights around the map, especially team fights, you really don't want to make this more about team fights. You want to keep this as neutral as possible for you to be able to maybe pop off like Precision did. Maybe have somebody else do it for you once in a while. Right now, Vanquish only has 2 players on this side of the map. You try to defend this tank, try to defend their home possibly. Good first down. The flash comes through, and Precision flies at 3 people.
Yeah, Precision is just really trying his heart out. And granted, it doesn't work there. That's unfortunate because now you are giving control back over towards Rebel, and things could get disastrous. Things could have been a lot worse, and things could still be worse if player 7 chooses to go over towards E. Now, great fight though from player 8. Demon handling his business. When Crack ended up falling there was still a chance that Demon loses that fight. VQ has the 2-1 back in their favor despite that great start for Rebel, but Demon doesn't allow that to happen. Now, they do have to focus on getting F back in their control, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Zysho already dropped, and this is going to be the team revive, chain revive, just trying to go through, and these 3 members from VQ are between a rock and a hard place. This is not going to be an easy fight whatsoever. They're throwing their stuns. They're trying to get any a bit of a breathing room that they can, but I don't know, will it come through? Maybe. Surprisingly, VQ gets that break. That was just composure, Colin, because that pressure was so consistent, yet they still managed to break through, get over towards tank, take the members down of Rebel, and get the domination. Rebel, to at least in my eyes right there, had all of really the pieces falling together, but ultimately VQ finds a way to retake that control, retake the power.
Well, Vanquish actually played that in basically 3 separate 2v1 situations. One player for Rebel played up on the front square right there that you can see that little box that kind of juts into the F hill. One player played on the box. He got shot from the left, shot over the top, gets the down. That's a 2v1 won by Vanquish. The next player plays back into that L-shaped cubby. He's 2v1'd. Handles didn't even help with him. Handles was literally just supposed to check the player playing the left side of the tank. That second player from Rebel gets 2v1'd. 2 players dead. The third player right there on the left side of the tank, you saw Handles step out, take 1 shot, hit a full spread, get the down, get the kill. 3 different players from Rebel got 2v1'd right there at the end to help solidify that triple cap domination, and Handles took care of, excuse me, it was Precision taking care of business over at the D hill to win that round.
So for Rebel, able to get the pickup onto Crack. That's going to be nice because obviously they're forming, or at least formulating, a 3-man push. A shot from Demon's going to be great. It's going to go ahead and chunk it out. It's going to separate the Cells and Zysho. I believe another shock is there. So Zysho's kind of pinned up in that Venn diagram of what it is, of course, shocks. The Cells forced to rotate around, just maintain his life as much as possible, double back, trying to get those eliminations, not going to be able to do so. Demon has been playing very well for what it's worth. I know his stat line is not as impressive as maybe some others, but I feel like Demon is getting a lot of value with his life and providing a ton of value naturally for the boys of Rebel. VQ fighting to stay alive. Precision gets the touch, and Demon once again clutching up. Great fight for him. You have that fight up top. Looks like it might go well for Rebel, and if it does, obviously this is going to be a domination, or this could be a domination shortly, depending on how this next fight goes on E.
Well, you see here, it's going to be a 2v1 on this side of the map. Handles has to try to get it down on either of these players to try to keep it alive, but here comes the rotational flank. Player 8, that's going to be Demon, getting the decap at E. Now the triple cap domination ticking on through. The 3 players from Vanquish have a big 3v2 to win at their own home hill. Precision, I believe he got it down, but got traded out. There's a big kill by Zysho. The other player is going to push straight forward over to F, but I don't believe he has the extra help behind him. It's going to be coming a little bit late. Zysho and his Cells last alive for their squad on the map until everybody comes back off of respawn. I think if you're player 1 Precision, you got to go back over to the E hill. You got to leave them to play defense at your home. You'd have beaten Cardia over there to be able to get at least the decap to put the pressure back onto the side of Rebel. Now you're just basically stouted up. Beautiful shot by yourselves to get down in the meat shield. Crack is trying to escape, but a 2v1 comes through. Beautiful rotation by Zysho to get the Lancer shots out. And now Handles is gonna probably take this 1v1 unless he knows that they get the win condition back, and then this will be a very precarious position for Rebel.
Well, no win condition just yet. Precarious situation is going to be avoided momentarily. Rebel will be able to break out, and they're going to do that standard 2-2 split, right? To kind of spread themselves across the map, get all lanes. 30 seconds is a long time to hold on to one hill. VQ, they've got time to play with. Not an eternity, but they do have some time. They've got to continue to close that buy script and push up. This is a very important round. If they take this, they will lead 4-2 and be on map point. An opportunity to lead 2-1 is there, and you mentioned how important it is for them to lead. Obviously, at this point, though, just mere seconds separate the two. Rebel does sneak a player over. That's going to be Cardia. He managed to get over to the hill, so this fight is kind of really null and void. Not going to amount to much depending. And yeah, he's also going to take down player 4 of Handles. That's 4 out of the way for VQ. Rebel will hold on to the round and take it. And VQ tried, they really did, but when that win condition didn't shift back over towards VQ's favor, Colin, VQ knew, okay, well, we have a lot more work still to do. Rebel understood their position. They bunkered down and they made it happen.
3-3 tie ball game. Best of 3 now for the last 3 rounds. They try to take a 2-1 lead in this situation. I really love the fight out of both of these teams. Nobody giving up an inch. Cardia is going to probably upgrade their retro over to an incendiary. I don't see the 60-second retro coming out from that squad. I would like to see it come out from Vanquish. They answer right back, but again, I just think Vanquish could have found more value out of a 60-second retro for themselves, especially because it's not just a one-time use thing. And you are taking it over to E, hoping to get an initial kill. You're hoping to get that big first kill to open things up to be able to cap E. But look at the way that Rebel kind of read the situation. Player 8 Demon saw that it was only one player playing back, so he's going to play over to E. Meanwhile, it's going to be a 3-3 tied up on the opposite side, and you actually see a cell start to rotate through the map. He's been called out as well. Beautiful job by Crack. That's the awareness I talked about in the beginning sides of this discussion. Crack, with just great awareness, puts his team in a good position to win it. Incendiary out over the top, flash out from Precision. But he's now trapped, ladies and gentlemen, on the wrong side of the tank. He gets it down. He gets help from the middle, though. Zysho, that is twice in 2 rounds. Zysho has saved people's lives.
Yeah, and you know, the value, by the way, now it's a bit too early. It's a bit too early. You haven't won the series. You haven't even won this map just yet. You put yourself on map point, though. You show that love. You kind of awaken the beast, if you will. Which, just to your point, Colin, about Zysho, again, I love him being added to this team. 13 assists, by the way. Really leading the charge there, being that support player, and I think guiding the troops accordingly. And you can really tell he's been instrumental in VQ's success as of recently. Just overall enjoy watching him. Now, you said VQ is going to be happy, but they do place the M bar. Now, granted, it's because they do already have their instance and the shock. Now, Rebel can throw really a wrench in the setup and throw something mid. We've only seen that a handful of times, but we'll go ahead and throw 9 rounds on the M bar. 9 rounds for the M bar, Colin.
That's a lot of shots to be able to take. This is going to boil down to an initial team fight. Vanquish will have the elevated side of the map. I'd like, maybe we have a, yep. Got one for them. Boo.
Just when things were getting good, we get the 9 shots for the M bar. We get a game pause. Now, hopefully he doesn't lag all the way out. We're just going to get like a stalemate restart or something, but we'll see what takes place, man. We'll see what takes place. You know, we haven't had this in a while. Story time with Colin, okay? We should go back to the old default, baby, because
go to the old
defaults, all right? So let's get a little story time with Colin going, all right? So, man, what do we even talk about? There's so much to look at here on Vaskar. I guess more importantly, location-wise, where are we at?
Well, Vaskar is a part of the United Independent Republics. They fought against the coalition of ordered governments, something I think can always be talked about. This is one of my favorite little tidbits to remind people. The UIR is actually a bunch of independent free peoples. They're a bunch of democracies. They're a bunch of countries just trying to keep themselves from being forced into a different society. Vaskar was kind of the last bastion of the UIR as well. They were the last hope for the UIR in the war against the coalition of ordered governments. And this is also the same country that the Hammer of Dawn was developed and thus stolen from the UIR, which tipped the scales in the favor of the coalition of ordered governments, because once they had that Hammer of Dawn technology, I mean, we all know what happened then. Just the threat of a satellite that could glass the planet made the UIR surrender and come to peace terms and basically join up with the coalition of ordered governments. It wasn't long after that that emergence days happened. So the peace was very short-lived on this planet. I just always find that interesting that a lot of people do not ever find that out or realize it. If you have to play through the campaigns and you have to really learn and study the way the coalition is set up, you're actually playing for all intents and purposes. And I know they make a joke about it in Gears 5. One of the kids in one of the outsider posts, you're playing and rooting for the fascist government the entire series.
I think here, you mentioned something that was quite interesting to me. The Hammer of Dawn. How big is the Hammer of Dawn? Like, how can
Hammer of Dawn is not
up and still that?
When you say it's not really the weapon, it's the technology. Here in Vaskar, they actually have,
okay.
Yeah, they have the satellite technology to launch them into space, and they also have the technology for the targeting beacons and being able to, use them to glass whatever part of the planet they want to. So it was less about stealing like a satellite and more just about stealing the technology.
Okay. All right. Let's see what's going to happen here. VQ. Obviously, Zycho is back into the fold. You love to see it. We'll continue this round. It's obviously VQ still going to be at map point. The battle's going to be at a bit of a stalemate. I know this is awkward for all players who just kind of pinned up in this corner to the left. Not something that they obviously want in this moment in time, but VQ will, in fact, start off with the 2-1 hill advantage. That's going to force Rebels' hand now to make a push onto, I mean, honestly, any hill that they see fit. And it's going to be tough for 7 and 5, Cardia and Identas. Even though Identas does have that M-bar, but if they do push in, it's going to be a bit of a mismatch. But from the middle. Oh, no, Identas, you took down Crack, and Crack was your X-Factor coming from mid.
Identive's trying to get the shots off over the top, gets full redded, backs up over here to a teammate, trying to escape, trying to get behind the tank. Beautiful job. You can see him still trying to make shots happen. One side's closed off by that incendiary. Handles goes for a little bit of a bot walk to be able to get that kill. Doesn't get it to go. And now Zycho catches himself because he's between an incendiary and the rest of the team of Rebel. 3 down and dead. Acels last alive.
That is heartbreaking, though, that Identives connects on the Crack. Again, Crack coming from mid, Colin. He could have played such a big role, and he did take down one of the players from VQ, and the opportunity for him maybe to take down more was there. Regardless, though, I guess it's not the end of the world. Rebel does have a decent, point deficit, but they're still in it. They've got the 2-1, and they also still have the M-bar with 2 more shots. Now it's all about playing D. VQ is going to be 3 strong, looking to press into 3 members for F. You might have Zycho force the issue onto Demon for Delta, but that's still yet to be seen. I guess they're going to go ahead and do that and then pull an audible and go through mid. Zycho now in a 1v2. It goes from a 1v1 to a 1v2 to a 1v3 as Identa snipes him from cross map.
As the Identive's got the snipe off, they decap the home hill of Vanquish. Now that the home hills have been traded off, Rebel does have the point advantage now, and they have the win condition. You can see Handles trying to make a miracle happen here with the snub in hand. Beautiful shot. That was the 3rd down and death for Demon as he gets that last one to connect, get that shot on. D-Hill is about to get 2v1. The breaks actually help Vanquish right now because not giving them any chance to get any points is going to keep Vanquish in a position where they could win this map and round right here, right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good spot, or at least it is a great spot for the boys of VQ. He is going to be decapped. Shouldn't matter all that much, though. VQ understands we just need 1 hill, and D is going to be it, and Handles is letting you know the round is over with. The head stomp. Cardia takes it down, but it doesn't matter. VQ is going to take this map. They're going to take at least a lead in the series, 2-1. And that much closer to closing the series out. Let's see if they can do it. Control Training Rounds is coming up next, but at least right now VQ can breathe easy because they get the W.
They do get the W on the back of that man right there. Sells Precision, my man. 15 kills, only 1 assist, man. Pull a Lancer. Help a friend.
Man, Precision, though.
I mean, he did go nutty. 3 of those 15 kills came on a triple cap domination. So he was like 12-1 outside of that one triple cap. All right, he was like 12-1.
I think Precision just doesn't care about anybody else. He just like head down. I see you. I'm going for you. That's what I'm doing at this point, because Precision is just annihilating anybody that he comes into contact with, like the Hammer of Dawn. Right? He's turning everybody to glass and then shattering them at the end. You know, hey, we're all learning something.
That's what all that black glass is from.
I like it. I think Vaskar visually is a very, you know, kind of very unique map in terms of how it looks. You know, you can definitely tell some real stuff went down here, brother.
I want you to think about this. You want to talk about how unique Vaskar is as a map? That whole entire place used to actually be oceanfront.
What? Now it's a desert.
That's what happens. You
You
superheat the surface. What else is going to happen?
Can't even get a drink of water over there, man. It's so dry. It's crazy.
I ain't gonna lie to you, dog.
Well, fair enough, man. I'm not saying VQ superheated their competition of Rebel, but at least they get the victory. Now I'm curious though, because we don't see training grounds controlled too often, you know, as opposed to the other maps. We just quite honestly don't. Like, we see Regency all the time. We've been seeing Reactor more often than not now, coming, you know, kind of coming back into the rotation. Training grounds, though, we don't see it too often. And I think you made a good point too as to why we don't see it as often as the other maps now during the Challenger Series, Colin.
Well, it's also, I think, because of the fact that challengers maybe are a little bit less organized. And when it comes to pros, when you're that organized, when you play a map like Training Grounds, where you know the spawns, you know the rotation of the hills, you know how big it is, it's incredibly hard to break into hills because of the distance you have to travel and the kills you have to get, then getting into the hill. It's almost like a 3-step process. It is such a work to just get from one side of the map to the other to be able to get the kills, then try to. I mean, especially imagine some of the long spawn outs on Training Grounds. One of the longest spawns I think you can get actually is if you have control over a hill that is spawning at the first half home hills. You know what I'm talking about for escalation? Those 2 bottom sides on either side of the U.
Yeah, I call them.
You can actually
hills.
spawn behind the heaven on the opposite side of the map. You literally just basically spawn. Out, like right at spawn, and it's basically about a 10-second run. Like if you just head down across the map, and you can't really just head down because you might be snuck. Somebody might just be waiting for you in the wings. It's like a full 10 seconds to get back into position. So that's why you don't see Training Grounds a lot. It is a hole.
Yeah. It's a punishing map, isn't it? It's kind of like Regency with how long that it takes to get back into a fight, re-engage, especially if you take a point deficit. I think Training Grounds is just as brutal, probably one of the most punishing maps that we have, in my opinion, because of how the points are kind of separated. Because, you know, that first hill is like whatever, right? It doesn't play that much of an impact. But that second hill, that third hill is where we see teams garner a massive lead, or at least have the potential. I think more often than not, you'll see a team come out of those second and third hills with a decent lead, as opposed to the scoreline being neck and neck. It has been getting closer, in all fairness, over time, as the teams kind of, you know, really adjust to what Training Grounds is all about. Control anyways, because we know from Escalation, right? We still play it on Escalation, but for what it's worth though, Training Grounds, most punishing map, most unforgiving map, without question. It's going to be interesting too, because this is the only map that also features a drop shot, which has been playing more of an impact as of recently too. And it's funny because when the drop shot was in Escalation, I would see a lot of players with it, but I swear I don't know what it is about Control. And you know, the just constant respawns. Maybe it's just the positioning of it, but teams connect more often than not with the drop shot, and it's just as deadly as it ever was. VQ though, flawless start, very well done. Demon, he's going to have those frags, but already the drop shot's going to be put into great use from handles. And hey, there it is. VQ has a chance to take a good lead off the start.
They can get at least probably 15 to 20 points. They get it down on the opposite side of the map on Crack, and Crack is just still crawling around. Beautiful rotation by Zysho back into that fight to be able to get that kill, help out his teammate. Big long bounce out of Acels, gets him into the angle, gets another kill. Like you said, beautiful initial for them. They win back-to-back fights. They are able to settle up here at this first hill, and they're also going to be able to start stopping the over-rotation from Rebel toward this next one.
All right. This rotation is going to be big. It really is. I mean, again, this is first hill is kind of like whatever. For VQ, honestly, I tip my hat to them for getting as many points as they did, because now they're already set up for the new hill. So they just got the best of both worlds. They got a phenomenal start. They also are setting up very nicely for the second hill. They can get, I mean, a massive lead in this point in time. That was an important kill, though, for oh my, Precision continues to do it. Now, I said he was like the Hammer of Dawn, but like, I don't know if he really is, but like, this guy continues to pop off. He is the X factor tonight for VQ.
Without a doubt, Precision is that guy. He has continued to put his best foot forward and help his teammates in every situation and setting. They win another initial. They get another couple of fights. And do you remember right before the match started, I said you can't just go across the middle of the map because you might get snuck?
Yep.
Somebody got snuck right there. Gonna go ahead and say he might as well have had a prison shank.
Snuck. I mean, Rebel at this point, prison shanks aside, brother, like, they're gonna try and get this break. If they're unsuccessful, VQ is gonna be, you know, leading 100-1. I think they're gonna be leading 100-1 before Rebel even goes in and contests this hill. And that's what I was saying about Training Grounds and how punishing and unforgiving this map can be. That was just the way Handles just took down Crack. I mean, I barely even noticed it. Crack's life flashed before his eyes. It had to have. There's no way.
They got the drop shot. Precision has the drop shot. On the side of the map.
And that's the third time VQ's got the drop shot since it's been up.
But this is like, he's going to go down. If they can get him out, even if he has to use it right here, this gets them into the next hill.
Yep.
This could be the thing that breaks them into the next hill and stops Rebel from even getting points to the next hill. That's a big kill. Smoke's going to be thrown deep. Or some flash, excuse me, thrown deep. Crack is going to be on the left. They kill one off.
Oh, good job.
There's a double kill. They get at least two.
Yeah.
Handles is now pushing up, though, with Zysho. Identives cannot go down right here. Big shot down to the bottom of that cubby. Handles and Zysho both go down. This is a good little hold to start this round off with, or start this hill off with for Rebel.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a must hold, right? Because you can't allow VQ to take any more of a lead when you're down at 0 points. Like, it's just not feasible, right? It's so hard to gain momentum on Training Grounds. Granted, it's still early. Rebel can absolutely gain that momentum. This is another tough hill to break. Now, Rebel has control of this hill, and VQ is going to have to fight tooth and nail to get in. Now, the smokes are going to be in the back, the flashes in the front. I know you love to call that out as kind of like the mullet strategy, but VQ does get the break for what it's worth. Now, there's going to be a couple stragglers from Rebel, but I guess no match for Precision. Identa's the last one up. He should be able to pick that elimination. He does, and Rebel retakes control. So, fair enough. Identa's knows this is my moment. The veteranship needs to shine through, and it is. He's trying, I mean, his heart out, brother, to make this map his, to at least garner a comeback for Rebel.
And this is a big fight right here for Zysho because it gives him a pinch and it gives him a chance to set up for that next hill. You can see as it pops up, Zysho might try to go for a walk it to him. Big back A comes out. He actually takes the cover after taking that first shot. He's going to finish him off. He's going to let him bleed out, actually. I like that play call. Make sure they have maybe one more second before he comes back into the map. Now Demon is back up, but Identives is already down. Drop shot over the top gets cracked. Precision will be in the hill. They need to call out this player on the back cubby. That's Cardia. They don't have anybody really there to lancer him out until finally, I believe it was Handles getting into the lane to get the shots off onto him. They've struggled a little bit in this, and they've struggled a little bit in this map thus far. The first two hills, they have a chance because this hill can be attacked from a couple different angles.
Sure.
Just think that this is the angle right here that they need to worry about. Precision not going down here, though, allows them to sit in God spot and just shoot people. Yeah. They needed to push God spot first.
I agree. I've seen more teams more often than not hurt from that God spot. I mean, obviously escalation, right? When you have the neutral there for Bravo, God spot is influential, but more so on I think it's more punishing being in God spot or having an enemy in that God spot when you're trying to retake this hill. It's so, I mean, that's just one more factor that you just have to get through. I know this hill, it can seem very open. It can seem as if like, wow, how can you get a lot of points from this one? And I guess it's the same thing from District on Bandstand. It's like, well, you just go through mid. Not the case. There are so many corners where you can hide Godspot being one of them that, again, it's a hill where if you don't know how to attack it, if you don't attack it accordingly, Colin, you can be severely punished. And VQ just punished Rebel once again. That's what the third hill that Rebel has almost been virtually unsuccessful at even breaking, or I don't even know, getting 20 points off. And they didn't even get 20 points off that last hill.
This is one of those situations where Vanquish, they're just, I don't want to say better. They probably might be more experienced at this map, but they have started off hot. They've been hitting those shots, and they've really kept Rebel from getting into a position to be able to retake a lot of these hills. They're getting downs and damage like 20, 30, 40 yards out away from the hill, forcing people from Rebel to just fly in like Crack did. Gets 2 shot down, and now the other 3 players are trapped in a cubby corner. 3rd down out for Demon, and now any more downs for Cells could find him with a quick double kill. His teammates are right there for the cleanup, though. Up over 200 points, 85 away from getting a 3-1 victory.
I do want to say, though, looking at my stats, because I was kind of remembering, and it, watching this match kind of, brought back memories of Rebel during like the first week where they lost on training grounds. I think it was the first map played for Split 3. And Rebel was playing against the opponents of Dream Conspiracy. And I was really impressed with Rebel at that time because they're in scrims. They were looking great on training grounds. But then come Pro League Day, day 1, map number 1 against Dream Conspiracy, they lost 300 to 129. You then go a couple weeks forward. They have to play against Team Queso. They do beat them 300 to 133. Things are looking up for them, but then you keep going down the list, and all of a sudden now they start taking some massive L's. One of those being Pittsburgh Knights, who have obviously had their struggles as of recently. But the point that I'm getting at, when Rebel loses on training grounds, they lose severely. I'm talking 300 to 120 something, and this could very well be their worst loss yet. So Rebel, something just isn't clicking on this map. Something isn't working, and I don't know what it is per se. Maybe it's, I guess I can pick and pull. Like, obviously they're not prioritizing rotations. That was something that hurt them in the first time I watched them play on this map. They're not breaking the hills accordingly. They're losing positioning on hills where, like, for example, that God spot on that neutral hill, or excuse me, on that hill on the left side. But overall, Rebel on this map, when they lose badly.
And now Precision gets that kill. They clean up the last few seconds of this hill. Just stay there. Keep mounting up the points. 45 seconds to go. They could actually get up to the 290 area if they were to stay here the rest of the time. Smokes out. Every single second matters for Rebel. They got to start getting these neutralizations. They got to be able to break these hills to an extent where you can't just sit in there, but pretty unsuccessful for one side. And now they're going to push in one at a time from the opposite over where that drop shot spawns. Both of them fall as well. We are down to 31 seconds. Execution coming out from a Cells. Big finish there in the back hallway. Steps back into the hill. 20 seconds left. Can get him to 290 still in this matchup.
Look, when the round is live, because you don't get any breaks in control, albeit if somebody lags out, the team who, obviously has the man advantage chooses to stop playing. That's their decision. When you see an execution taking place on control when the round is live, you can not necessarily clean it up and say it's over with, but you know which team is filling themselves, and clearly VQ with this lead. I mean, the love never ends, brother. They just keep it going, but they're within the right to do so. They have been untouchable. Again, Rebel, just something doesn't work on this map, Colin.
I ain't no snitch, but I sure hope a Cells girl doesn't start getting jealous of all the love my man is showing to everybody else.
Whoa! Why you even got to bring that to the table, man? Why you put my man on blast?
My man, because he's giving it to everybody, dog. That's a public safety health. That's a public health and safety issue at this point, all right? Somebody
I just left the game. Oh, no.
Oh.
That's tough. That's tough. Demon left the game. What does Colin have to say about that? That's tough. Well, hey, let me go ahead and close it out. VQ closing the series 3-1 over that of Rebel, and they continue to rise up the leaderboards. Very well done. Training out grounds control needs to be in their arsenal, Colin, because the way they just played that, picture perfect.
Picture's worth 10,000 words. A quitter is worth nothing.
Dang.
I don't like quitters. I hate it.
Colin is the hammer of dawn right now.
I hate it.
I know. Well, let me say this.
Like, it's not even for the stats. It's not even for the. It would be like
it's for the stats for me.
Okay, well, it's the concept. It is the concept of quitting on your team.
I know. It's the stats for me. If you guys don't know, I do the stats, obviously with the help of production, every once in a while. But with that being said, man, when you leave the game like you do, when you leave the game like Identives and I believe Demon just did, it makes it so hard for me to have to go back and then count how many kills that you got afterwards and how many deaths did you get. I'm gonna be honest with you, you're gonna get punished because you did that. You might get some additional deaths on your radar, and I know for Identitas and Demon they might not want that, but I'm just saying, look, please stay in the game. We already know you're losing. We already know it was a beatdown. Just show your stats. Who cares? I mean, honestly, who really cares? But I digress. Ink, talk to your boys. Rebel, though, I think they played a good series. They really did. But Training Grounds Control, again, I'm just going to say it. Something doesn't work on this map for them. It just doesn't. It's no disrespect. But, you know, when they do lose on this map, Colin, they lose in a big way. And I think this is their third loss they've taken on Training Grounds in Pro League.
That's a terrifying stat for them going forward if they want to really expand their map pool on different game modes to be able to find a way to win a bunch of series, especially going into a mid-split playoff like you've been mentioning tonight. Going into a mid-split playoff, going into a major, they need to start figuring it out sooner much rather than later.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure it out. I mean, because this is the thing, there are certain teams that get punished on certain maps and certain game modes, but when you know there's a glaring issue such as Training Grounds Control for you in the way that you, if it was close, whatever, you don't hate on it. Like if it was, you know, 300, 200 something, okay, it is what it is, chalk it up. Maybe they'll be better next time. But when you consistently lose and you haven't even broke the 200 point mark yet, other than when you won, right? I think 300 to 120, I think I said Dream Conspiracy if I'm not mistaken, but take that for what you will. You know, there's I mean, that is, you can't have an auto ban is what I'm trying to say if you want to be a champion. Yeah. And that's one of your auto bans. You know, but for what it's worth, I think Rebel all around is a great team, but Training Grounds Control is just one of the most telling maps that they have.
Hey, look, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna trying to think of the word that I want to use here. I'm gonna quote one of the great leaders of our time, but I'm gonna change a few of the words. It's just basically, look, I'm gonna change a few words. It's not a direct quote, but I'm gonna give him credit for it.
Okay.
At the end of the night, Demon and Identives, they got to be in that Discord call with Crack and Cardia, and they're probably going to say, look, guys, we got to get back in the lab because our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we, okay? They never stop thinking about ways to harm our team and our players. And with them being quitters, neither do they, because being a quitter only harms your own team, you idiots.
Dang, Colin's dropping.
You don't learn anything.
It's true.
Like, it's one of those things where if you take a beat down with your team,
let me stop you.
No,
because
that becomes a respect issue. That becomes a respect issue. Because how am I going to listen to somebody critique me when you quit?
But I want to make a distinction as to why you're so upset, because a lot of people in chat and a lot of competitors might say, well, what does it matter if they left? They were already losing anyways. They were already going to lose regardless. So leaving doesn't hurt. And honestly, in theory, that's true, because leaving that match that early with VQ obviously clearly on their way to winning, what makes you so upset that they do quit? Because again, them quitting doesn't change the fact VQ was already going to win that regardless. So what is the biggest issue for you when players quit? Just that they're not learning?
No, it's because at the end of the day, you're supposed to be representing yourself, your team, your organization, your teammates, your fans, your whoever, your mama, your grandmama, as a professional. You have to go forth and you have to fulfill your duty as a professional. You don't see people withdraw from professional golf tournaments because they're not shooting well. No, they miss the cut. They just leave because they are not welcome anymore because they're playing that badly.
Hey, we're losing this basketball game. I'm just gonna head out.
Like, the closest you got to that was LeBron leaving 3 minutes early on his squad, and you saw the kind of stuff he got.
Yeah,
he got it from everywhere and anywhere because he became a meme. I mean, it was so funny. The meme came out the next day where it's like, Space Jam 2 is going to suck when they go down by 100 on the Monstars and LeBron James walks out on the Looney Turns. I hate it. I hate it because to me it is just a respect thing, man. It's a professionalism thing. It's a respect thing.
Hey, look, man.
Let's get these results in, Taylor.
For me, I just want my stats, bro. And make it easy on me.
I want my stats.
Let's talk about day 8 results and what is really kind of telling. And let's go down the list. So obviously, Raya's getting the victory over E United. It's always a great series. It's always a phenomenal series. Canal's execution is what it came down to. We obviously witnessed some very telling plays. A lot of information gathered there, I think, for anybody who was watching that series who might play against them in the future. But for Raya's great victory, they should move up in the standings. Noble beating Team Queso. Why is that impactful? We're talking about the bottom teams, right? Well, fair enough, sure. But Team Queso yesterday beats E United. Noble started this week off 0-7, but now all of a sudden better their record to 2-7, if I'm not mistaken. So that is impressive. The fact that Noble getting this close to the end of the Pro League is now not only fighting to avoid relegation, but also to be a bracket buster team that you might have to respect and take seriously. Obviously, VQ beating Rebel 3-1. We knew that was going to be a great series. Regardless, VQ continues to go up in stock. And then Oxygen beating Dream Conspiracy 3-1. Very well done from them. And I think across the board, you know, maybe the standings are going to be shaken up. Let's take a look at it. I know one thing, Fire and Ice is going to be in first place. And yes, they will be because they did not lose today. 8-1. Very well done from them. Go down the list. VQ, like I said, goes up. And that was a massive jump. If I'm not mistaken, they go from 5th place all the way up to 2nd with that victory over Rebel tonight.
That is a big jump for them. But Fire and Ice sitting there at 8-1. They are well ahead of the pack right now. They got 9 games played. You can see Vanquish with only 8 under their belt. Rise with only 8 under their belt. They're sitting head and shoulders above the rest of the league, especially with the way they are playing. My biggest takeaway from this is I love the evolution of Noble right now.
Yes. Yep.
40, Lava, Cells, Maury's, all those guys. They're playing fantastically. They go 2-0 on the week. They're 2-7. A lot of people are going to laugh at that. But after their start to win back-to-back games this week against 2 pretty gamey teams, 2 that, you know, they got a good shot, and now they put themselves at 10th. That's a big jump for me.
It is. It is a big jump. And again, avoiding relegation, because I know the conversation was Digital Gaming and Noble are for sure going to be relegated. That's what everybody's kind of thought process was. But very disappointed with Noble's performance when they were 0-7. I felt that team had a lot more to offer, to be honest with you. Not only representing the great organization of Noble, I feel Noble has been kind of lacking wins, even from Split 2 Phase 2. You know, and with the original roster and the remade roster with the new addition, but Noble hasn't really had a good come up as of recently. But maybe this is going to be the come up they needed. Again, a bracket buster team avoiding relegation is always a positive thing. Let's go ahead and talk about our schedule, though. For next Tuesday, the final week rolling in, we'll be starting off with Oxygen versus VQ. I think that's going to be a great matchup, Colin, for what it's worth.
Without a doubt, that's going to be Oxygen is going to be gamey the whole time. They're going to play up against Vanquish. They are really going to try their damnedest to get a win over Vanquish. That is a sleeper game just because I hope Vanquish doesn't take them lightly. I hope that they take that like it is a game 7 and they're trying to make sure they continue to win every single game. I think the big game on that night is not